Chapter 962. Hearing Li Longji's question, Zhang Xiaobao was stunned.
He looked around and asked, "Where does your majesty want to set up the cannons?"
On the city walls. After the expansion, we will need to pass through 2 walls to reach the capital. Set up 1 cannon on the outer wall, and another one on the inner wall. With layers of defense, there will be no need to worry about the capital. Li Longji waved his hand. It really did feel like he was talking about the country, except he was talking about the capital. Zhang Xiaobao was speechless. Li Longji's idea was completely different from his. To be more precise, it was completely different. Of course the earth was round. If one walked in the other direction, they would still be able to reach their original destination. Li Longji didn't hear Zhang Xiaobao's reply. He turned around and saw Zhang Xiaobao's helpless expression. Wang Wan also seemed to be dispirited. He couldn't help but ask, "Xiaobao, do you have a better idea in terms of defense?"
"Yes,"
Zhang Xiaobao replied and looked at Wang Wan. Wang Wan nodded, indicating that she supported him. Zhang Xiaobao continued, "I plan to tear down the entire city wall. If someone comes to the capital from the outside, we will set up a boundary marker on the road with the words Capital City, Chang'an written on it." After making a few gestures, Zhang Xiaobao pointed in the direction of the imperial palace. "Not only do we need to set up cannons in the palace, we also need to store a large number of firearms. The exterior is loose, but the interior is tight." Wang Wan continued, "If your majesty is worried that someone will bring an army to Chang'an, you should first defend against the enemy outside the country and not outside the capital. The Great Wall of the Pre-Qin dynasty couldn't prevent its destruction. The truly indestructible Great Wall is in the hearts of the people. The people are willing to sacrifice their lives for the country, the merchants are willing to sacrifice their wealth for the country, and the officials are willing to sacrifice their lives for the country. If one day someone can really reach the capital, the people will be able to build a wall of flesh and blood for your majesty without using bricks or mud. Otherwise, even if you use steel, there will be a day when it will be burned down." Li Longji didn't say anything else and fell into deep thought. Surrounded by people, he walked aimlessly in the middle of the open space outside. Step by step, he walked very slowly. After a long time, he made a decision that made Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's hair stand on end. He instructed the surrounding guards, "Don't surround me. Keep a close eye on those who aren't from the Tang Empire. I want to put on a show. Yes, put on a show. Xiaobao and Cuckoo will accompany me. I will personally go and ask the people who are working." "What?" Zhang Xiaobao quivered and stretched his hand back. Immediately, someone handed over a revolver. Wang Wan's eyes also suddenly widened, and she also asked for a revolver. The 2 men tucked their guns into their sleeves and placed their other hands behind the firing pins. He nodded at Li Longji, who had a resolute expression on his face. What he meant was, "Fine, if you dare to attack, we'll accompany you with our lives." Gao Lisher hurriedly took a few steps forward and stood diagonally in front of the emperor. He fiercely signaled to the surrounding guards. When Li Longji walked towards a construction site where the common people were hired to work, dozens of figures jumped out from the guards around Xiaobei. They were all dressed very normally. Some of them were dressed like foot carriers, some were carrying jobs, and there was even an artist who was carrying a large drawing board on his back. There were so many of them. Needless to say, these people were plain clothes. They belonged to the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang families. Each of them was very self-aware. They didn't need others to remind them where they should stand and carry out cross-surveillance. It wasn't clear whether it was because Li Longji trusted Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, or because he was confident in his own charisma. In any case, he walked all the way to the construction site. The gatekeepers who were guarding the entrance to prevent people from entering saw the group of people coming from afar. Not only did they see the people, but they also saw the flag that represented the emperor's identity. She had long been scared silly. She watched as a person in gorgeous clothes walked over with a dignified aura. She stood there and swallowed her saliva with all her might. She couldn't even say a word. "The 2 of you, are you still tired?" Li Longji walked in front of the 2 people and tried to speak in a calm and caring tone. "His Majesty is asking you 2 a question. Are you tired?" Gao Lisher leaned over and touched one of them with his finger. After being touched, the person reacted and shook his head vigorously. Then, he suddenly knelt on the ground with a thump. He kowtowed and shouted, "Long live His Majesty." The other person also knelt on the ground and kowtowed, but he couldn't say a word. No need for formalities. No need for formalities. The two of you have worked hard. Li Longji reached out to help them up. Gao Lishur didn't even have time to rush forward and help them up. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were accompanying him on the left and right, narrowed their eyes, but their faces were calm. The plain clothes around them were the same. Under the calm surface, there were turbulent waves. This person seemed to be braver. He didn't need Li Longji's help and stood up on his own. As he stood, he said, Your Majesty, I can do it myself. Don't dirty my clothes. Your hands. Li Longji was putting on a show, so he naturally had to go through with it. He held the person's hands and looked him up and down. Suddenly, his eyes stopped on the person's hands and he sighed. Chohan, your hands are cracked. What do you do? Who else is at home? Someone, bring me my mink oil hand cream. This is a pair of hands that silently contribute to the peace of the great Tang. Xiaobei. Zhang Xiaobao called out. Behind them, Xiaobei pouted and took out something from her bag.
She complained in a low voice. He's so generous.
How did he know that I took 2 unopened bags today? I wanted to give them to Xueyun's family.
After taking out the bags, she pulled Xiao Yuan forward and muttered to Xiao Yuan. Next time when you come out with Uncle Emperor, remember to remind him to bring everything.
We're here. If we don't come, how can he give them to us? We'll go to the palace for dinner tonight. Then don't be so picky about porridge. How much porridge can you drink to get back 2 bags of hand cream?
Xiao Yuan, who had always been unwilling to be calculative, also felt sorry for her. When the two of them walked forward, the person whose hand was held by Li Longji was already crying. He couldn't wipe his tears because his hand was held by the emperor.
He sobbed and spoke incoherently.
When Xiaobei brought the items over, Li Longji finally understood what the other party meant. He said that he was doing carpentry. His 2 parents were here, and he also had 3 children and 1 daughter-in-law. The eldest child could help out and was cleaning the wood. The other 2 children were still young and were in school. He also knew to thank the emperor for sending Xiaobao and Cuckoo to organize the Chaoyang operation. He also thanked the emperor for governing the country well. Anyway, that was what he meant, not what he said. Take 1 box each. Apply it on your hands when you go back. Seeing you like this, I feel guilty. You work hard for the great Tang, but I can't take care of you often. Sigh. Apply this on your hands and it can prevent them from cracking. To be honest, I came out in a hurry and didn't bring anything. I'll borrow Xiaobei's first. Xiaobei, you're my great Tang patrol officers. You can cut down corrupt officials and impeach the emperor. Li Longji took the things from Xiaobei and told the truth. He didn't forget to introduce Xiaobei, making Xiaobei feel that he shouldn't have been thinking about going to the palace to eat. Instead, he should have just eaten porridge. The person who was supported by Li Longji was so moved that he couldn't speak. Tears flowed down his face as he nodded his head repeatedly. Li Longji patted the person's shoulder again. The weather is getting colder by the day. I'll have people prepare lamb bones and pig bones soup for you to drink. I'll pay for it. As for the things, Li Longji looked at Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao didn't dare to relax in the slightest. He was vigilant as he replied, I'll be in charge of buying them. Also, I'll be providing a batch of roasted chicken on behalf of Xueqi. Behind them, there were officials who wanted to step forward and say how much they were going to donate, but they were stopped by the guards. They meant that they shouldn't join in the fun. It was easy to get into trouble if they were in a mess. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your kindness. For your kindness. The person holding the 2 boxes of hand cream quickly expressed his gratitude. Li Longji nodded his head in satisfaction. As he walked forward, he didn't forget to joke. 1 box per person. Don't keep them all for yourself. I don't dare. The person repeatedly promised, provoking laughter. Everyone continued to walk in. Just a short while ago, someone had already passed the news of the emperor's arrival to the official in charge of the construction site. The person in charge ran out alone. There were still oil stains on the corners of his mouth that hadn't been wiped clean. As soon as he arrived in front of Li Longji, he wanted to kneel down. You're in charge? The food is pretty good. Li Longji frowned. At this time, the person in charge didn't kneel down. Instead, he sat on the ground. He could still tell whether the words were good or bad. He opened his mouth, but didn't say anything. He wanted to defend himself, but he didn't dare. Xiaobei went up to him and asked, "What were you eating just now?" The person in charge looked at Xiaobei gratefully. If someone asked, he could go along with it. He replied to Xiaobei, "Lord Zhang, I was eating donkey meat just now. You know me?" Xiaobei was puzzled. When did I become so famous? He asked again, "Why did you eat donkey meat?" The person in charge suddenly realized that Xiaobei was so cute. It seemed that his life could be saved. He hurriedly said, "I know you. Who doesn't know Lord Zhang, who patrols the Great Tang?" The donkey was born from a worker's family. It was crushed to death by a log. I saw that he was distressed, so I paid for it. I'll treat everyone to some donkey meat soup and try the donkey meat buns. You paid for it yourself? Xiaobei asked again. Yes. This official's family is quite well off. You can tell just by looking at this official's stomach. It's probably gone down after the expansion. It's really bitter. Even I, who am in charge, have a hard time, let alone the workers. This official's family also has a pig farm in Wanyan County. I'm planning to ship a batch of pigs over to give everyone more oil. In fact, this official is afraid that I'll be too thin from hunger. It's just convenient for me to eat with the others. This official is too selfish. The person in charge touched his stomach and explained. Li Longji glanced at him and didn't say anything. He walked straight in. A maid in the crowd ran out first, accompanied by 2 guards. After a while, she returned and pointed in a direction. She said to Li Longji, "Your Majesty, the kitchen is over there." Li Longji looked at the maid's clothes and knew that she was from the inner courtyard of the Zhang family and Wang family. He secretly praised her for her ability to observe people's body language. There were too few people in the palace who were so clever and dared to do things on their own. Nodding to the maid, Li Longji walked towards the kitchen. After 100 steps, a light breeze blew, and the aroma of meat drifted over. That's right, this is the place. The person in charge followed at the side. He didn't dare to raise his head and only looked at the ground. When they arrived, Gao Lisher went forward to take a look. Many people were in the kitchen. Some were holding bowls, while others were holding cakes. Gao Lisher first looked at the bowls. There was a lot of soup in the bowls. He then looked at the pot and the wooden bucket beside it. The soup in the pot was boiling. 2 of the wooden buckets were empty. He picked up a spoon and stirred the pot. The meat was indeed cooked. He could even find seasonings at the bottom. Putting down the spoon, he turned around and said to Li Longji, "Your Majesty, it is indeed not freshly cooked. Let me find someone to ask." After saying this, Gao Lisher pointed at a person who hadn't swallowed the food in his mouth. "You, come here. His Majesty has something to ask." "His Majesty the Emperor is here. He personally saw that you're here. Why aren't you coming over?" The person in charge took the initiative to shout. A series of hurried voices sounded. A group of people knelt on the ground. Some spilled soup, and some dropped cakes. They all knelt there and looked up. Other than awe, there was also curiosity. "Dispense with the formalities. Everyone, quickly get up. We're delaying everyone's meal. We feel uneasy. We smell the aroma. We're hungry. Make a jama for us. Scoop some soup for us." Li Longji immediately persuaded them to get up. He asked them to eat. Gao Lisher called the person over and began to quietly ask. The person in charge lowered his head again. He didn't dare to look at the person Gao Lisher was asking. He was afraid that Gao Lisher would misunderstand. If that really happened, Gao Lisher probably wouldn't even bother to ask. The cook in charge of cooking was so nervous that his whole body trembled. He wanted to get up, but his legs wouldn't listen to him. "What are you afraid of? Did you poison the meat?" Xiaobei shouted. No, how would I dare to poison it? If you don't believe me, I'll eat it first. If it's poisonous, you'll poison me first." The cook trembled and finally stood up. His face was flushed red. This was cooking for the emperor. He tried his best to control himself and finished making a jama. Xiaobei rushed over. "I'm also hungry. I'll eat one with Xiao Yuan first. You can cook more for Uncle Emperor." As Xiaobei spoke, she really took a bite. She smacked her lips twice. I didn't put enough salt. I'll just eat it. She didn't give it to Xiao Yuan. She took another bite and continued smacking her lips and... It's not bad. There's pepper and coriander inside. Why didn't you put chopped green onions? I can taste cinnamon and cloves. I didn't expect there to be so many seasonings here. The meat is chewy and doesn't smell like rotten meat. Okay, it's edible. Xiao Yuan, try it. Xiao Yuan took it and looked at the cake first. Then she picked up the shredded meat and sniffed it under her nose. She nodded. There's a lot of ginger. Why did you put garlic? This is the first time I've heard of donkey meat with garlic and cabbage leaves washed clean. She took another bite and used her tongue to carefully push the meat against her teeth. Then she sucked the soup inside. It's not old soup. There's no numbing sensation. Only then did the other officials realize that Xiao Bei and Xiao Yuan were testing the poison first. It had to be said that their mouths were really useful, because the cook repeatedly nodded and admitted it. He sighed in his heart. No wonder His Majesty valued Xiao Bei and the others so much. The children were really too sensible. If it was an adult who came to snatch the jiama, people would think that Huang Hezang was not at ease. Children were fine. They liked to play. When the cook saw that the first jiama was tasted and evaluated, they started to make the second jiama. He understood, but he couldn't say anything. When the emperor ate in the palace, there were also people in charge of testing the poison. When the second jiama was done, Gao Lishur took it and sent it to Li Longji. At the same time, he gave him a look, meaning that he had finished asking. Li Longji looked at Xiao Bei and sighed. He opened his mouth and took a big bite. He chewed hard and swallowed it. He said, "Good, someone thought ahead of me. Good, what's your name? What's your official rank?" The person in charge felt relieved. He stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, my name is Yuan Yuan. I'm in the engineering department of the Ministry of Works. I'm in the lower 7th rank." "Oh, you're in the engineering department, right?" Li Longji directly promoted Yuan Yuan from the lower 7th rank to the upper 6th rank. It could be said that he had jumped 3 ranks in a row, surpassing the upper 7th rank and lower 6th rank. "Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Your Majesty. I'll send the pigs back." Yuan Yuan knelt down to express his gratitude and promised that he would do a good job with the pigs. He was promoted 3 ranks in a row. It was worth it to bring all the pigs at home. Li Longji no longer paid attention to Yuan Yuan. He took the jiama and said, "Eat, eat. Today, I'm just here to take a look. I don't want to do anything else." After saying that, he started to eat again. Seeing that the emperor was asking them to eat, and that the emperor was also eating, everyone went back to wash the soup. They picked up the flatbread and blew on the dust. They didn't want to throw it away and continued to eat. After eating a jiama with them, Li Longji began to walk around other places. After Xiao Bei and Xiao Yuan finished eating, he asked for more than 10 more. There were still people who hadn't eaten yet. He had to leave some for his brothers and sisters. The cook brought out his skills to the peak. The others didn't have any objections. It was just one less bite. It would be good to be able to eat in the same pot as the officials. After Li Longji finished walking around the place where the commoners were working, he went to the military camp. He ate 2 spoons of salted beans and asked a few questions. Finally, he came to the site of Zhangzhang construction. At this point, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan finally breathed a sigh of relief. They cursed Li Longji in their hearts. Li Longji was in a good mood, but he was a little thirsty. He had eaten salted beans earlier, and he was still holding Xiao Bei in his arms. He had wanted to help someone carry the log, but he had been stopped by Gao Lishur, who had refused no matter what. In order to show his strength, he carried Xiao Bei. Along the way, no one dared to say anything. Xiao Bei was poisoned just now. How much courage did he have? He also had to be smart. Li Longji looked at the orderly construction site and coughed lightly. He asked, "Is there soup?" "Your Majesty, there is egg drop soup." The person in charge of Zhangzhang construction wasn't as nervous as the others and respectfully replied, "Is it salty? If it isn't, then give me a bowl." "What's the main dish?" Li Longji asked again. "Steamed buns. When you're working, eating steamed buns is more energetic." The person in charge replied. Xiao Bei slipped out of Li Longji's arms. A bowl of soup and a steamed bun. Uncle Emperor tasted it just now. The person in charge immediately went to arrange it. In less than a moment, he personally brought the food to the place. This time, Li Longji didn't need anyone to try it first. He blew on it and drank a mouthful of soup. He pinched a piece of steamed bun and stuffed it into his mouth. After that, he drank a mouthful of soup and let out a long sigh of relief. He said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, "We'll let bygones be bygones. We don't need the city wall. We have millions of people. Why should we be afraid of the invasion of a small country? Xiaobao, spend the money in the bank when you need to. Do more, it's called public welfare." Zhang Xiaobao was also preparing a bowl of soup. When he heard Li Longji's words, he stopped what he was doing and replied, "Your Majesty is right. Only by spending money on public welfare can we earn more. The circulation of money is the only way to stabilize the economy. Since Your Majesty is talking about public welfare, this subject has something to say. Apart from repairing bridges and roads, this subject should also directly use the money on the people's livelihood. This way, it'll be more convenient for this subject to earn more money." "Oh, Xiaobao, you have another brilliant plan? Tell us about it first and let us guess." Li Longji's interest was piqued. Guessing Xiaobao's riddle was very interesting, even if he couldn't guess it correctly. Zhang Xiaobao was no longer anxious. He first drank a mouthful of soup, then cleared his throat and spat out 2 words, military horses. Chapter 963. Military horses? Li Longji repeated Zhang Xiaobao's words. He lowered his head, ate the steamed bun, drank the soup, and thought hard. Zhang Xiaobao continued to drink his soup. Wang Wan closed her eyes and rested. She also didn't know what Zhang Xiaobao wanted to do. She felt that this was very normal. If he could guess everything, who would he lie to? Xiao Bei and the other 9 people ran behind a woodworker and watched him carve. Xiao Zhu could also participate in a few words. She took a pencil and drew a cute picture of a rice seedling on a wooden board. She put it there and waited for the woodworker to finish his work and help carve it. The officials also put down their reservations and asked for steamed buns from the people in charge of the construction site. They cut a hole in the top and put some pickles on it. They made do with it and didn't dare to drink the soup. They were afraid that if they drank too much, they would go to the toilet when the emperor said something. The steamed buns were very ordinary. They were made of white flour and didn't use bleach. Even if there was bleach, Zhang Xiaobao wouldn't use it to smoke the steamed buns. The pickles were thought-provoking. In fact, they weren't really good vegetables. They were cabbage and then made into spicy cabbage. There were fine shredded radish and preserved fruit stuffed into the steamed buns. They were bright red and made the buns crispy and tender. The officials were not surprised by the cabbage and shredded fruit, but where did the chili come from? Chili was distributed among the family, but they couldn't bear to eat it. How many people were in charge of the construction site? It was too extravagant. Gao Li-Shi peeled an orange and stuffed it into the innermost part. It was too sour and definitely couldn't be compared to the word honey orange. He ate until his face wrinkled, but he couldn't bear to throw it away. Aya! Li Longji, who had eaten more than half a steamed bun and drank more than half a bowl of soup, slapped his thigh and laughed excitedly. Zhang Xiaobao was the closest and almost choked on the soup. He turned to look at Li Longji, confusion and surprise written on his face. Xiaobao! Li Longji put down his chopsticks and looked at Zhang Xiaobao. He praised, "Smart, really smart. Normal people can't think of your ideas. Good idea. I also pondered and pondered before I figured it out. Cuckoo, do you admit it?" Wang Wan had already opened her eyes. She nodded, which meant that she admitted it. However, in her heart she said, "I admit that you are praising yourself now." Zhang Xiaobao played along and asked, "Your Majesty, have you thought of it too?" "You thought of it? It's not easy. It's really not easy. Apart from you, no one else would have thought of such a good idea." As expected of the top scorer, extraordinary. Li Longji continued to praise. "Thank you, Your Majesty. Your Majesty is too kind. Since Your Majesty has thought of it, can you tell me more?" Zhang Xiaobao couldn't take it anymore. The officials looked over with various emotions. "You go first," Li Longji said happily. "Oh, okay." Zhang Xiaobao didn't ask Li Longji why he said, "If I say it first, how can you say it's your idea?" Instead, he nodded and said, "Your Majesty, This is what I think. We need military horses mainly because it's mainly for the Tubo, the Turks, and the tribes in the north of Hebei province.
Xiaobao, am I right?
Li Longji interrupted Zhang Xiaobao's words and asked excitedly. Yes, yes, Your Majesty is really amazing.
Zhang Xiaobao made a fist and palm salute to express his admiration.
Li Longji made a fist and palm salute back. Please continue.
Your Majesty just said the main use.
I mean, now there are a few places that don't seem to need too many military horses, so there are a lot of military horses idle.
Am I right? Am I right?
Ha ha ha.
You can talk about it later.
Li Longji clapped his hands and laughed. Zhang Xiaobao. When he was depressed, he finally felt the same emotion in the eyes of the officials. That was sympathy, deep sympathy. Zhang Xiaobao knew that those officials must be gloating in their hearts. It's not easy for him to suffer alone, but he can bring joy to many people.
Isn't this a kind of contribution?
Say it, Xiaobao, say it quickly.
Li Longji urged. What else could Zhang Xiaobao do?
He could only continue his contribution to the cause to the end. Your Majesty, since they are idle, I think that military horses can not only be used for war, they can also. This time, Zhang Xiaobao stopped himself and looked at Li Longji.
Sure enough, Li Longji continued. They can also be used to play polo, right? Public welfare is to let everyone participate and watch for free. Isn't it a feeling that great minds think alike? Zhang Xiaobao was stunned. He really didn't think of using military horses to play polo, but this was a good idea.
So, he shook his head first and then nodded.
Your Majesty, I didn't think that you are better than me. You are the hero. Your Majesty, can you tell me in detail? You didn't think of it? You actually didn't think of it?
Ha ha ha. Li Longji was surprised for a moment, then laughed happily again.
Even the sound of breathing of the officials became softer. The scene seemed very strange.
Li Longji didn't wipe his eyes for a moment and continued.
Xiaobao, how is it? Do you admit defeat? You said military horses yourself, but you didn't think of it.
Then you.
Li Longji stopped laughing.
Then you didn't think of it. You were the one who said military horses first.
Let me think about it. According to this, can you say that I didn't guess it correctly?
Zhang Xiaobao. He really couldn't answer directly.
He felt that Li Longji was very happy today. It wasn't easy. Being an emperor didn't always make him happy.
Wang Wan saw that it was time for her to come out and smooth things over. Your Majesty guessed Xiaobao's plan before, but later, Your Majesty came up with a better idea.
Even Xiaobao didn't think of this. Your Majesty is wise. Your Majesty is wise.
The officials said in unison. They didn't need to practice this sentence deliberately. It had become instinctive. At this moment, Xiao Hai pulled Danan and Xiao Nan over. Danan and Xiao Nan were more interested in the economy. They always asked Zhang Xiaobao questions. Since it was a public welfare project, it must be related to the economy.
Your Majesty, please go first. My idea requires too much military horses. Let's talk about your project first. Zhang Xiaobao modestly declined. Li Longji was slightly discouraged.
He had been guessing for more than 10 years.
Why couldn't he guess correctly? But then he became happy again. After all, he had thought of a good idea. He looked around and looked at the officials. The officials were all listening attentively. Every time they encountered a situation like this, it was a test.
Who knew if the emperor would suddenly stop and ask you questions? If you couldn't answer, it would be troublesome.
Okay, I will speak first. Xiaobao, you and Cuckoo can pause. If I missed anything, I will add it. Li Longji said modestly. Some officials were smart and took out a notebook and pencil to take notes. Recently, I have been thinking about how to further improve the people's livelihood. Just now, Xiaobao said military horses. It suddenly enlightened me. Military horses can be used to fight, so naturally, they can also be used to play polo. It is a waste to leave them idle. I plan to transfer soldiers who are usually trained in various prefectures to play polo. The people who live nearby or have leisure time can watch for free. From food, clothing, housing, and transportation, think about the happy things. Xiaobao, what is it called again? Li Longji's tone became a little more formal as he asked Zhang Xiaobao.
It is the construction of material civilization and spiritual civilization. Zhang Xiaobao replied. Yes, the people need spiritual civilization. Can the people also participate in polo? Xiaobao, you say. Li Longji probably couldn't think of the rest of the words, so he asked Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao thought to himself, are you treating me like a secretary? Fine. I'll be a secretary today. He then said, Your Majesty's meaning is clear. Your Majesty wants the commoners who can ride horses to learn. Those who can't ride horses can play with the buju. It's a ball that you kick with your feet. Adults and children can play with it. Your Majesty does not plan to collect tickets, but to build a platform that is convenient for people to watch from a high place. Those who go on the platform to watch from a good position will be charged a certain amount. In addition, there will be merchants who buy and sell food, drink, and entertainment in the stadium, so they will be taxed. With this money, 1, we can build the stadium. 2, we can provide rewards to those who participate. If there is any surplus, it will be deposited in a bank to be used for the expenses and management of this matter in the future. Your Majesty, I am slow-witted and can only think of part of it. Li Longji didn't say anything. The officials who were listening were really convinced. They were full of admiration for Zhang Xiaobao. It wasn't easy. The emperor said an incomplete idea, and he was able to immediately fill in the gaps. Li Longji came back to his senses and praised. With Xiaobao, the Tang Empire's economy will be fine. Cuckoo, you should also say a few words. Wang Wan agreed with Li Longji's evaluation in her heart. Suddenly, she saw Li Longji bring the topic to her. She first looked at Xiaobao and said, Your Majesty, in the past, there were places that organized lotteries. They limited the number of people who were willing to gamble. Then they would draw the lottery and the money they earned would go to the local treasury. Later on, I know. It was stopped later on. The lottery gambling industry that Xiaobao set up in Tubo was too deceptive. Everyone in the court was afraid of it. If it wasn't for the fact that Xiaobao didn't benefit from it, I would have thought that Xiaobao wanted to harm the Tang Empire. Li Longji thought of what happened in Tubo. It was also from then on that he saw how one could harm a country without using force. Wang Wan smiled and continued. The situation in Tubo is different from the Tang Empire. Now, the telegram can quickly send messages to all parts of the Tang Empire. It is time to integrate the gambling industry. There can be a sports gambling industry that will be managed by the capital. The money will be given to the banks and be used for sports. Sports, as the name suggests, is education that strengthens the body. The money earned will not only be used for competitions. In the future, there will be a lot of sports equipment that can be bought and sent to the schools. That's all. Lord Wang, I have something to say. That is, an official stood out from the crowd. Before he could finish his sentence, Li Longji glared at him. He was so scared that he continued, That's it. I support it. The other officials felt bad for him. They all understood and thought about it clearly. The gambling industry involved a lot of money. Can the imperial court send officials to manage it instead of leaving it in the banks? The emperor stared at him as if asking, Who should I send to manage it? Can you guarantee that no one will be greedy? So, that official stepped down. He could not find anyone other than Zhang Xiaobao who could guarantee that no one would be greedy for money. Money was a good thing. Other than Zhang Xiaobao, who was good at making money and did not treat money as money, others might not be able to suppress their greed. Li Longji nodded happily. Good. Let's start the Tang Empire's gambling industry. Xiaobao, tell me your idea. I have created a very profitable gambling industry from a military horse. With your operation, I believe it will be very beneficial to the people. You can't be worse than me. Zhang Xiaobao once again felt the sympathetic gazes from the crowd. Are you still being reasonable? Is this what you said? You only know how to play polo. Zhang Xiaobao cursed in his heart. Even Xiaohai, Danan, and Xiaonan were worried. Only Wang Wan was not worried. She was still calm. Gao Lishir looked at his adopted son with expectation and worry. Zhang Xiaobao was not in a hurry. He picked up the bowl of soup and intended to drink 2 mouthfuls, but was stopped by Li Longji. Xiaobao, you are not in good health. You can't drink cold things for the time being. Tell me your idea first. Zhang Xiaobao put down the bowl resentfully. He followed Li Longji's example, coughed softly and said, His Majesty just said that military horses can not only be used for fighting, but also for playing polo. I also think that they can not only be used for fighting, but also for plowing and pulling carriages. Let's talk about plowing first. When plowing dry land, horses are much faster than oxen. We just need to improve the tools. It's simple. In the past, we used people and oxen to plow because horses were too precious. Now there are too many war horses, so it's better to use them for plowing. Let's talk about pulling carriages. In fact, next year, our Tang Empire will have at least 30,000 miles of railway. His Majesty promised to find me 1 million laborers. I will solve the problem of money. I believe you don't doubt it, right? The officials nodded. Horses plowed dry land really fast. There were too many horses left. After Tufan and Turkic surrendered, in addition to the Tang Empire's own horses, there were also many horses from the two places. If they wanted to continue the war, it was estimated that Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, and the emperor had the final say. As for the problem of money, since Zhang Xiaobao said it was okay, there was absolutely no problem. Seeing that the officials agreed, Zhang Xiaobao said, even if the railway is built, the main road is connected by the railway. There is still a big gap in local transportation. Therefore, horses can further replace manpower and speed up the logistics. The consequence of speeding up the logistics is that when the productivity can't keep up, it will also accelerate the inflation. After all, the taxes from the imperial court will also have to be spent. I digress. I will solve this problem. Everyone, don't worry. It's simple, very simple. Zhang Xiaobao smiled embarrassedly. However, the officials really wanted to hear about this. Among the officials, there were students of Zhang Xiaobao. They had just found a little bit of the feeling when they were in class, but it suddenly disappeared. It was very awkward. With these two applications, we can use up a lot of the remaining horse resources. Perhaps it is still not enough to further promote the raising of horses. Before the new farming and transportation methods are popularized, horses can't be replaced. Furthermore, the new technology can't be brought out immediately to the people's livelihood. Yes, it's still very far away. Zhang Xiaobao stopped talking and waited for others to ask. It wasn't that he couldn't continue, but he had to stimulate the thoughts of the officials. Sure enough, a student in his class stood up and asked, Lord Zhang, there is something this student doesn't understand. Speak. Zhang Xiaobao looked over. Then, this student would like to ask, how can horses be used by people? By. How much is the price? During the non-farming period, when the demand for logistics is not big, can the people who buy the horses afford to raise them? This person was very nervous. He was afraid that his question would make Zhang Xiaobao difficult. However, he was secretly looking forward to Zhang Xiaobao's solution. After all, in his heart, Zhang Xiaobao was omnipotent in the field of economics. Li Longji and the other officials looked at Zhang Xiaobao and waited for his answer. It was indeed a question. Zhang Xiaobao nodded to the person who asked the question, which meant that he was not bad. Then he said, this question is a good question. Since it is for public welfare, we naturally can't let the people not be able to raise horses. Previously, Lord Zhongzhen of the Sanongxi Temple came and gave me and Cuckoo some vermicelli. Yes. Vermicelli. Vermicelli is actually not the main point. The important thing is that we discuss the functions of the Sanongxi Temple. In order to strengthen the function of the Sanongxi Temple, there is an aspect called Qing Chu, which is very good for raising livestock. If the Qing Chu is done well, it can even increase the fattiness of the main feed in the northern winter. In addition, I intend to take out part of the aquaculture technology at home and give it to the people of the Tang Empire for free. As the production increases, the logistics will be increased. At this point, all the officials and Li Longji showed the same expression as Wang Wan did at that time. You are so kind. Even Xiaohai didn't believe it. She looked at Danan and Xiao Nan and found that they had reached a consensus. Seeing their expressions, Zhang Xiaobao wanted to say, what do you mean? Can't I be a good person for once? But he knew that he absolutely couldn't ask, because they would not believe him. The problem of feed is not a big problem. The Sanongxi Temple will speed up the cultivation of corn. Corn has a high yield and rich nutrition. Before it is fully mature, it is a good material for Qing Chu. The quantity is large and the effect is outstanding. Zhang Xiaobao followed the previous words. At this time, Wang Wan interrupted, Xiaobao, it's really hard on you. You have to consider so many things together. It's what I should do. If an economic official thinks about a problem alone, he will lose a lot. It's time to talk about money. Money. The people who are willing to raise horses only need to take out the money for a horse. They don't need to buy, rent, or pay rent. They just need to be responsible for raising the horses. For the people who don't know how to raise horses, let the Sanongsi temple send out technical personnel to print the method of raising horses into a book and distribute it for free. Let the medical centers of the Dei hospital in various places help to summarize and treat the diseases. Zhang Xiaobao didn't think that it was wrong to think more. It was normal. If you patted your head and came up with an idea, then the officials who weren't in charge of sales and management of pests and diseases would be beheaded. At this time, the person who asked the previous question asked again. Lord Zhang, I have a question. From what you said, if the money is not used to buy horses, who will it be given to? It will be given to the bank. The people who really don't have money can borrow it themselves. The bank will be responsible for lending it to them with low interest. The people will then put the money in the bank without interest. The bank will be responsible for providing horses for the people. When this money is enough, I can operate it. Not only will the bank not lose money, but it will also make money. You can rest assured about this. If the people raise horses and they die, we will send people to take a look. The people won't have to bear the responsibility for the horses that die of illness or old age. Unless they killed the horses themselves, then the money won't be given. If they use things as low-interest mortgages, then the things won't be returned. Unless they directly take the money, then the things will be given to them. If the people raise horses and they die, they can continue to rent horses. If the people are willing to plant crops designated by the imperial court, the bank will also give a portion of the emperor's money as a reward. In fact, the policies are all good. The main thing is the local officials. If there is a situation where an official makes a false report, then... Zhang Xiaobao stopped and looked at Li Longji. Kill. Li Longji's answer was very simple. It was only one word. Chapter 964. After Li Longji said the word kill, he added, a few years ago, when you and Cuckoo told me about this matter, I sent people to patrol the area every year. The results were pretty good, but there were still people who dared to commit crimes at the risk of being executed. The officials in the Hunan circuit, there were 613 of them. They didn't manage to find out anything. Last year, I sent 3 batches of people, but they managed to fool the patrolling officers. To be more precise, the patrolling officers couldn't figure out what the Japanese were talking about. The last batch of people discovered a small problem. I ordered them to send news, but the news was cut off. Only then did I send Xiaobei and the others over. At this point, Li Longji glanced at Xiao Hai and the others and nodded. You guys are still the best. When you went over, the news wasn't cut off. They don't dare, and they don't have the ability. Big Man replied. Little Man continued, even if they can mobilize 10,000 soldiers, our guards will be able to bring us back safely. Indeed. This year I sent 5 batches of people. The money spent by the people sent out was much less than the money the officials embezzled. It was worth it. I will give another order. I will let the people of Great Tang know that if they discover any corruption or bribery of local officials, they can report it to the department that sends the telegrams. I will immediately send people to investigate. The department that sends the telegrams will be independent of the local government, just as Xiao Bao had requested. It won't be investigated or controlled by the local government. Even if it won't be completely eradicated, it will at least minimize the losses. If any of the officials in the royal court dares to participate, their properties will be confiscated and their entire family exterminated. Li Longji spoke harshly. This subject doesn't dare, the officials replied in unison. Li Longji ignored the officials and instructed Zhang Xiaobao. Xiaobao, activate your family's intelligence network. I believe in your 2 clans. If anything happens, have Xiaobei investigate. I will kill whoever is found. Their crimes don't warrant death. As long as they are caught by Xiaobei, I will kill them. Since the monarch treats me like a national scholar, I will repay the monarch with a national scholar. Zhang Xiaobao said seriously. Since Li Longji had already started to ignore the fact that the 2 of them were trying to avoid suspicion, he had to make a stand. It seemed that he had to continue opening more branches. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to keep up with the news. Of course, he wouldn't do what Li Linfu and Yang Guozhong did in history, because he was smarter than them. He didn't need to rely on those little tricks to get money and power. When people wanted to use power to obtain selfish monetary satisfaction, they couldn't rely on wisdom to satisfy the public. Student, may I ask one more question? The official appeared again. Under Zhang Xiaobao's signal he asked, I want to know, how is that money different from the money in the bank? One is that the accounts are different, and the other is that the application is different. Your Majesty can spend your money as you please, but that money must be used for public welfare. The purpose of collecting deposits is not to make things difficult for the people, but to make them take it seriously and work hard. It's hard for people to cherish things that they get for free. By keeping a deposit, they will use the horses well. At the same time, when they don't need the horses, they can take the money back at any time. For example, if they can't afford to keep horses in winter, they can return the horses and take the money back. When spring comes next year, if there are still horses that are idle, they can rent them again. This fee is actually balanced by the interest generated from the money they put in the bank. I will run a perfect operation and earn a lot of money. Then, I will take out the money and use it for public welfare. For example, for families with low incomes, I will build houses for them and give them money to buy necessities for survival. Zhang Xiaobao's answer satisfied the official and he retreated. Not only was he satisfied with Zhang Xiaobao's answer, but he was also satisfied with his master's ability. He was indeed omnipotent and didn't let him down. Li Longji suddenly remembered something that Zhang Xiaobao said just now. Xiaobao, what do you mean by letting the people plant specific crops? For example, I haven't thought about it yet. It's just a suggestion. Yes, I haven't thought about it yet. Zhang Xiaobao had a calm expression. It must be related to the technology your family is releasing. Am I right? Li Longji asserted. After asking, he looked at Zhang Xiaobao carefully. Zhang Xiaobao smiled. Your Majesty, don't try to trick me. If you say it's right, then it's right. Zhang Xiaobao wasn't sure when he answered. Just as Li Longji asked, there was indeed a connection. Otherwise, who would be stupid enough to give away their technology for free? But now, they couldn't say it out loud in case someone tried to interfere. Li Longji was conflicted. He knew that even if he guessed correctly, he wouldn't be able to guess the connection between the two. If he asked Zhang Xiaobao again, he wouldn't get an answer. If he did get an answer, it would probably be a lie. I was just asking casually. Accompany me to the construction site and see what's the difference between your family's buildings and other buildings. Li Longji didn't want to think about it anymore because the more he thought, the more tired he became. He turned around and walked inside. After calling out, Xiao Bei came back with the carved rice sprouts. She looked very happy. She ran over and spoke to Zhang Xiaobao first. Brother, I found a way to make money. All the officials were speechless. They were really a family. Zhang Xiaobao's plan was to make a lot of money. His sister could also make a little money herself. It seemed that it would be difficult for her to starve to death in the future. What's the idea? Tell me. Zhang Xiaobao had to play along and pretended to be curious. Hee, it's about the candy house. Xiao Bei hugged the carved rice sprouts and swayed back and forth. Let me guess. Did you make a new flavor of candy? Zhang Xiaobao made a candy-eating action. No, right, just a little. Guess again. Xiao Bei continued to sway her body. Then you must have made a better pastry. Also wrong, let me tell you. We have a new thing, and the shape is different. In the future, Sister Xiao Zhu will design the shape. Just now, we asked the master to help us carve and he carved a lot of wood shavings. I asked the master if the wood shavings would be thrown away. The master said to throw away the worthless wood shavings, but keep the valuable ones and use glue to make various patterns. Guess what I thought of? Xiao Bei lifted the carved rice sprouts and shook it. What did you think of? What did you think of? I will tell you when I go back tonight. I have to think about it carefully. Zhang Xiaobao said as he walked forward. Xiao Bei caught up with him. Let me tell you. I thought of our precious candy house. The colors of the candy are too simple. Red is red, green is green. When we make them, we use a mold, and the edges and corners are left behind. We have to reheat them. Also, the ones with sugar grains can only be sold cheaply. When we reheat them, the taste will change. Didn't you say that a real brand is not only innovative, but also consistent? In the future, We don't have to sell them cheaply. We can just stick the leftovers into various colors and shapes and make them into little people's clothes. Zhang Xiaobao nodded with satisfaction and looked at Wang Wan. Wang Wan was also very pleased and asked, "Is there anything else?" "Yes, this idea was not from me. It was from brother Zhang Chong. He said that he wanted to make a bow and arrow candy. Then he asked if we could let the children who came to eat candy design it themselves. We will make it for them. We first came up with dozens or hundreds of designs. If they are willing to choose, they can choose. If they are not satisfied with any of them, they can think of their own or even draw it themselves. Then we will make it for them. We will charge more because some candy needs molds." Xiao Bei happily introduced the details and was not afraid that others would copy it. There was no protection of property rights now. The only thing that was protected, other than the official seal, was the cartoon rice seedling logo of the Zhang family and the Wang family. The former was compulsory, while the latter was consciously protected by the people of the Tang Empire. The cartoon rice seedlings were not allowed to be copied. Li Longji stopped, turned around, and said, "Xiao Bei, did you use my idea in the imperial court? I can't use it for nothing." You want shares? Uncle Emperor, sure you can have them, but I want to write in the project you are involved in that it is personally approved by the Emperor of the Tang Empire. In terms of business, we can give up the 1.3 million strings of coins, but we can't lose a cent of the candy house's money. Xiao Bei was not willing to lose out at all. Her small mouth was like a machine gun. The officials were stunned when they heard this. The little guy had really become a spirit. Li Longji was afraid of the words 1.3 million strings of coins. It was not that he did not have it and could not take it out, but he was used to this rule. He said helplessly, "Just pretend that I didn't say it just now. I will treat you to dinner tonight, okay?" "Okay, brother, you can have porridge. I want to eat a big crab. Just one is enough. Crabs are cold, so children can't eat too many of them. Wait a moment. I will discuss with them. We can't let Uncle Emperor come up with the idea for nothing." Xiao Bei ran to discuss with the other 8 children after saying that. What Li Longji lamented the most was that the 9 children worked together and each had their own strengths. In the end they were omnipotent. He sighed and said to the officials who were watching the show, "See, there will be an idea in a while. A man who fights in battle is not the full strength of the battle, but the unity of the soldiers in the battle. A man who governs is not the ability to learn, but the trust of the people. Therefore the rule of the country is smooth, but the will of the people is like a city. I don't build a city, but I have millions of people. Long live the emperor!" The officials shouted. Li Longji still ignored the officials. Instead, he nodded to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to express his gratitude. It didn't take long for Xiao Bei to run back. "Uncle Emperor, we've discussed it. In Uncle Emperor's name, before the new year, we'll invite the children of Chong, and to come up with ideas for our precious candy house and design candies and pastries. At that time, we'll choose the best ones and give them something from Darling Candy House. We'll let the children in the capital have a good new year. The other places are too far away, so we can't take care of them." "Oh, how are we going to judge? How many people won't be rewarded?" Li Longji asked. "I said, the children in the capital will naturally be rewarded. We'll give more suggestions and designs to those who are good, and we'll also give a share to those who aren't good." Xiao Bei looked at him with a, "Why don't you listen to me? Look, can't we just give them directly? Why bother them?" Li Longji asked again. "We can't accept rewards without doing anything. Just call it charity and let them think of a way to get the candy. They'll feel that it's the result of their hard work, and it'll taste better," Xiao Bei explained. "Do you see? Do you hear me?" Li Longji first said to the official, then turned to Xiao Bei and said, "Jun and Pan are still waiting for you to play with them. You have to find them soon. We'll find them when we get back tonight. We'll lend them our original small house to play with. Our house is made of agarwood, the only house in the entire Great Tang that has a mercury balance. Brother and sister gave it to us back then." Xiao Bei's face was filled with happiness when she talked about her house. Li Longji also knew about that house and was very envious of it. He didn't live in it when he was young, so he nodded and said, "We're really going to make a big crab tonight. Let's go, we'll walk around a bit more before we return." Compared to the other 2 places, Zhangjing Construction Group's construction site was indeed cleaner and tidier. The efficiency of the work was also higher. As for the quality, there was no need to say much. After all, a professional was a professional. Li Longji kept looking around and occasionally asked someone a few questions. It was only when the sky was dyed with a gorgeous sunset that he reluctantly left. He brought Zhang Xiaobao and the others into the palace. Li Longji still had memorials to approve, so he didn't have time to think about other matters. However, the news of the emperor personally coming to the construction site had already spread throughout the capital. What was originally a simple matter of putting on a show had been greatly exaggerated, causing the impact to become even greater. The simple commoners could no longer use words to express how moved they were. They could only display their loyalty to the emperor through other actions, such as burning incense and releasing whips. This made the people from different countries feel extremely helpless. They couldn't help but admit that the foundation of the Great Tang was unshakable. In terms of military affairs, the Great Tang had millions of soldiers, and Demonis Cuckoo was overseeing it. She even taught the other generals how to march. It was rumored that Demonis Cuckoo's military lessons were so fancy that they couldn't be described as a simple battle between two armies. There were many aspects involved, and each aspect had many details. Furthermore, it was coordinated with the actual situation, so it wasn't a simple theory. In terms of money, economy, there was no need to mention it. According to the people who asked around, the Great Tang's national treasury had more money than they could spend. The thing that the officials worried about the most was how to spend money. In addition to the national treasury, the current emperor had more money in the bank than the national treasury. In the end, they could only think of a solution in terms of the people's feelings. However, the Great Tang's emperor didn't give them a chance. Why did an emperor like you come to the construction site to eat GMOs? You clearly have nothing better to do. You can also tell them in advance so that they can make preparations and send men of sacrifice to assassinate you. In the end, you can really do whatever you want. You can just bluff your way through. It was said that even the city walls weren't built. What's the use of that? They had to attack the Great Tang first before they could attack the capital. The countries in the southwest were the most troublesome because the sea route was impassable, and the mountain roads near the sea were also impassable. Lu Zhou was blocking the key points. The gunboats and lighthouses in the sea, and the special forces in the 100,000 mountains formed a joint defense with the mountain people. What if they took the road in Jiannan Circuit? The river was slightly below them, and water transportation was developed. However, the trackers of the Zhang family and Wang family were as developed as the fleet. If they went further up, they would reach Chengdu. What was the point of going there? There were many businesses of the Zhang family and Wang family in Chengdu. If they went around Chengdu from the west, they would hit the border of Tubo. How many troops did the Zhang family and Wang family have guarding the pass? There were also eagles in the sky, and they couldn't fly away even if they had wings. If they went further, they could take advantage of the fact that there were still tribes in Tubo who were not convinced. They could bribe and rope them in before entering the snow mountain. After that, they would reach Wing Prefecture. Was there a need to mention the prestige of the logistics camp in Wing Prefecture? If they continued to go around, it was estimated that 100,000 people would set off and go around the Tujue. By the time they reached Feng Prefecture, it would be considered a lot if they had 5,000 people left. As a result, the people of the southwest countries realized that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had sealed off half of the Great Tang. If they wanted to destroy the Great Tang, the first to be destroyed would be the Zhang family and Wang family. Compared to the southwest countries, the Xian Luo in the east had already accepted their fate. Only today did the Xian Luo royal family realize what it meant to subdue the enemy without fighting. Using money could also stun a country. If Zhang Xiaobao knew what the people of Xian Luo were thinking, he would definitely be very disdainful. They were just Xian Luo. Did they know how many countries were destroyed by the United States Wanta plan? I've already shown mercy. At least your Xian Luo didn't starve to death. The Japanese were also depressed. They had just come up with a plan in Hunan province, but it only affected a very small area. That spark was immediately extinguished. It was estimated that the interrogative edict asking them to send people back would soon reach their country. If they didn't send the people back, after the new year, Zhang Xiaobao might support Wang Wan in sending troops after he had settled the matters of the Great Tang. Once the gunboats arrived, the shore would definitely be lost. Then they would seal off and divide. It was said that Wang Wan's favorite thing to do on the sand table was to cut through, divide, and then surround and annihilate. Li Longji didn't care about these things, so he didn't worry much. During dinner, he finished a busy day's work. He approved the big things himself and gave the minor things to the head of the secretariat. The main thing was that there wasn't much to do. There were no enemies invading the border, and there was no place rebelling. There wouldn't be a disaster that couldn't be paid. In addition, there were telegrams, and news was transmitted very quickly. There were very few things to deal with every day. Moreover, there was now a special think tank. When spring comes, will I be able to go out and have some fun? Li Longji thought as he closed the last memorial. When Li Longji arrived at the dining area, Xiaobei was already waiting anxiously. The other side dishes were already set, and the aged vinegar ginger juice was also prepared. Xiaobei was waiting for the big crab to be served. When Li Longji arrived, the hot dishes were served one after another. There weren't many kinds. He didn't pursue quantity now. The dishes that were used for show were all gone. He let the kitchen make whatever he wanted to eat. When he wanted to eat a bowl of noodles, other than the noodles and the gravy on top, a few small salted vegetables were enough. Only when he was in a good mood when meeting with an envoy would he put a pile of food for the envoy to taste. Uncle Emperor, you're here. There's no need to let people taste the dishes anymore. I'll send someone to the imperial kitchen to watch. Eat it while it's hot. You can't eat the crab when it's cold. Seeing Li Longji sit down, Xiaobei was very active. He was afraid that Li Longji would let people taste the crab and make it cold. Eating cold crab could easily lead to poisoning. Zhang Xiaobao was already slowly eating the porridge. He didn't care so much. Li Longji, you can eat it or not, but I have to eat it. I'm a patient. When Li Longji saw Xiaobei, he smiled happily. Eat, eat, I want to eat the crab too. When the crab was served, Xiaobei grabbed a big one and put it on the plate in front of him. He didn't need to use the 8 pieces of crab made by his older brother and sister. He stuck his chopsticks into the plate and used his left and right hand. With a crunch, the crab opened. Then he picked up the spoon and scooped up the yellow, then dug into the meat. He ate to his heart's content. Li Longji followed suit. After eating a mouthful of meat, he asked Zhang Xiaobao, who had drunk half a bowl of porridge. Xiaobao, where do you think I should go next spring? Next spring? That won't do. At the start of spring next year, Cuckoo and I have something to do, so you have to stay in the capital. Zhang Xiaobao pondered for a moment before rejecting Li Longji's suggestion. Li Longji wanted Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to accompany him. Seeing that Zhang Xiaobao didn't agree, he felt very regretful. Zhang Xiaobao said, Your Majesty, after the military selection, you can go. There's still some time before the new year. Really? Where should I go? Li Longji was delighted when he heard that there were places he could go. By right, we should go to Hainan when the weather is cold. That's where Luzhou is. However, it'll take too long to go there. It'll only be more convenient when the railway is built. It'll only take a few days. Since we can't go to hot places, let's go to cold places. We'll go to the north of Jili province to hunt for delicacies. Zhang Xiaobao suggested that they go to the northeast. Chapter 965. Li Longji didn't have any extra thoughts about where to go. He just wanted to go out. He felt that as an emperor, it was a pity that he hadn't even seen his own country. He really hadn't strolled around the northern part of Hebei province, so it would be good to take a look. When are we leaving? Li Longji planned to set a date. Wait a little longer. When the Yellow River Shipping Company's new ship is launched next month, we'll leave. Zhang Xiaobao didn't think much about it and gave a rough time. Li Longji pondered for a moment and nodded. Yes, the ship rented to Japan and Xinlua will go through the Yellow River. I can go with you and save money. Xiaobao, you're still the best at scheming. It's just a basic skill. It's not that I care about this little bit of money. It's a habit. Zhang Xiaobao told the truth. Li Longji felt that he was being modest and asked, Who else is going with you? There are also people from the Ministry of Works in Jili province. We'll go home together and earn some pocket money. Zhang Xiaobao reached out and touched a crab. In the end, he retracted his hand and shook his head helplessly. Wang Wan advised, Why don't you stop taking the medicine first? It's just a minor illness. Try the crab. Zhang Xiaobao waved his hand. Forget it, forget it. I'll be staying up late these few days.
My health is more important. Crab make it drunk. I'll eat it when I'm better. Xiao Bei stopped eating and looked at her brother pitifully. What kind of money? She was more interested in making money now, mainly because she was short of money. Li Longji also pretended to listen attentively. If the ship is rented to Xinlua and the Japanese, they will definitely find a way to figure out how the steam engine works. It's more troublesome to just watch. If someone asks, wouldn't it be much more convenient? If they don't master the technology as soon as possible, we won't be able to sell them the parts. We have to help them and let the people from the Ministry of Works stay on the ship for a while. They can bribe us, and we can collect the technical consultation fee. Zhang Xiaobao explained. Everyone understood. Gao Lishur continued. Yes, we need them to first occupy places with resources to reduce our own losses. They won't be able to fork out more money in the future. Other than various resources, we can also capture slaves. As long as they manage the slaves well and send them to the Great Tang to do dangerous work, we can give them a certain discount. Isn't that right, Xiaobao? Zhang Xiaobao quickly gave him a thumbs up and praised. Foster father is still the best. You immediately thought of this child's plan. If I catch slaves, I will be scolded in the future. No matter what, I have to let others help this child bear some of the scolding. When they caught the slaves, they would certainly not treat them well. In terms of food and drink, they themselves were also very difficult. How could they let the slaves eat white rice and white flour, let alone meat? After we take over the slaves and give them ordinary clothes to wear, the slaves will feel better than before. Plus, with our food, I believe the slaves will think that we are their great benefactors or savior, Wang Wan reminded him. That's right. Savior. Release a portion of them back and let them talk about how good our Great Tang is and how bad the Japanese are. The Japanese are putting in a lot of effort to capture slaves, and we can recruit them from behind. It's convenient and convenient. In truth, if it was easy to communicate with them, given the conditions of our Great Tang, there would be no need to capture slaves at all. Some of their tribes even eat other people, and death is a very common matter. Those who can live to 40 can already be considered to have lived a long life. Our Great Tang's work is dangerous, and it is easy for accidents to happen. To the people of our Great Tang, it is an extremely blessed life. They don't have to worry about fighting with wild beasts all day long, and they don't have to fight with other tribes and eat one another. Furthermore, they don't have to worry about malaria. To them, hard work that can kill people is heaven. This is the reason why we are working so hard to improve Great Tang's technological capabilities, increase production, and teach people how to read. When a tribe pulls apart from another, then. At this point, Zhang Xiaobao paused to give Li Longji and the others some time to think. Wang Wan nodded silently by the side. In truth, she also understood what Zhang Xiaobao was saying. This was why she and Zhang Xiaobao were working so hard. When a strong tribe enslaved a weak tribe, the other party would feel grateful. The worst treatment would be the best motivation for the other party. Wang Wan believed that when she saw the slaves smile happily because the treatment given to them was countless times better than their original life and because they were doing work with a high mortality rate, she would never have the same happy thoughts. Instead, she would feel more sorrow and self-encouragement. She would feel sorrow for the other party's happiness and work hard to not be like them. Sigh. Li Longji sighed. With his intelligence, there was no need for Zhang Xiaobao to say anything more. He could already feel a special feeling. Turning back to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, Li Longji began to reminisce. Everything that had happened to Great Tang seemed to have started with the first auspicious sign in Xueqi County. In the current era, when it was easy to eat cucumbers in winter, the cucumbers in Xueqi County seemed to be crispier. Not long ago, he had even joked that the auspicious sign had been tricked by the experts in Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's clan. Now that he thought about it, Great Tang's current state had started with that auspicious sign, a true auspicious sign. Xiaobao and Cuckoo were the favored children that the heavens had gifted to Great Tang. Xiaobao, are the people in your clan still doing well? Li Longji suddenly asked. Zhang Xiaobao and Wei Wei were taken aback, but they soon understood and replied, they're fine. There's no need for your majesty to worry. Wang Wan pondered for a moment and understood what Li Longji meant. He was asking about the two experts in his clan. It wasn't appropriate for him to say it directly, so he could only ask in such a manner. Otherwise, others might misunderstand that he was plotting against the two experts. After all,
The experts that he had never met were also a protective umbrella for the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang clans. Many officials understood that if they were to go against the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang clans, they would have to face the armed forces of the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang clans in various places. At the same time, they would also have to face the thoughts of the experts in the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang clans seeking revenge for their disciples. What if they were to flee to another country in a fit of anger? That's good. Xiaobao, you and Cuckoo have to work harder, Li Longji added. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan hurriedly agreed. That meant that before the expert died, the two of them had to learn all his skills. After the meal, Li Longji excitedly thought about how he was going to leave soon. He had someone send Zhang Xiaobao and the others away. After chatting with Gao Lishir for a while, he directly went to the harem. As soon as Zhang Xiaobao left the palace, he immediately sent someone to ask about the progress of the Yellow River Shipping Company's ship manufacturing. It had already begun to snow. If they waited until the Yellow River froze, the ship wouldn't be able to come out. They would have to transfer it from other places, so Li Longji wouldn't be able to hitch a ride. Let's go back. Don't stay up late tonight. Sleep early. We've been tired for a few days. It's time to rest, Wang Wan said as she looked at her siblings who were full. Let's go to bed after we settle the matters of the candy house. We'll bring little brother June and little sister Pan, to sleep with us. The next day, just as the sun rose, Zhang Xiaobao, who had drunk half a bowl of porridge and a large bowl of Chinese medicine, began to arrange the matters that he had discussed earlier. The military horses from all over the country, those that weren't used and those that weren't kept for breeding, were to be gathered in the direction of the capital. Then, the people who were familiar with the horses would be gathered in the capital. Which type of horse could withstand the cold, which type of horse could withstand the heat, and which type of horse could adapt to the mountains or plains, had to be taken into consideration. In addition, once there were horses, the original cattle would have to be distributed. The horses would be used to trade with other people's land for cattle, and the cattle would be placed in the paddy fields. To perfect the rental system, the deposit had to be paid. It wasn't that the operation required that little bit of money, but that little bay had already said that it wasn't good to reap without sowing. People like that wouldn't know how to cherish it. While Zhang Xiaobao was working on the details, the common people were also looking forward to it. The news of yesterday's matter spread very quickly. Although there were some exaggerations, the common people could still guess the truth from the exaggerations. Furthermore, the common people still respected the imperial power. If the emperor personally went to the construction site, chatted with the common people, and gave them gifts, the common people wouldn't scoff in their hearts and say that the emperor was putting on a show. They would think that the emperor was a good emperor. Managing such a large country and personally visiting the common people meant that the emperor had the common people in his heart. The common people of Chang knew what Li Longji and Zhang Xiaobao had said yesterday. In fact, Zhang Xiaobao was deliberately adding fuel to the fire. He didn't want to be the emperor, so he wanted to stabilize the imperial power. As such, the common people naturally knew that many military horses had been eliminated and were being used by the common people. Moreover, it was very convenient to raise them. There was someone to teach them, and they didn't need to pay extra money. They only needed to deposit the money in the bank. So be it, it wasn't like they didn't have money anymore. It was said that when the emperor discussed with Xiaobao and Cuckoo, he allowed them to withdraw their money at any time without renting a horse. To the common people, this was a very worthwhile matter. They didn't care about how powerful Great Tang was. What they cared about was their own lives. At the side, Wang Wan was busy with the branch opening. Since Li Longji said that he wanted to get the intelligence network of the Wang and Zhang family to start working, she decided to go with the flow. Who didn't want to earn more money? Xiaobao, how many branches should we open? Wang Wan listed out the properties of her family and realized that there were quite a lot of them. She sighed in her heart. Great Tang was a good era. She could casually come up with a good idea and earn money. Zhang Xiaobao was in the midst of making a list. When he heard Wang Wan's question, he put down his pen and ruler. After pondering for a moment, he said, the more detailed, the better. As long as there are villages with a population of more than 100 people, we should have a branch. We have to make it look like a grocery store. No matter how difficult the transportation is, even if we have to pay a loss for every product sold, we have to open a branch in the village to cultivate the loyalty of the customers. Just treat it as advertising fees. All right. Wang Wan agreed. I don't think that the loss will be too much.
Every village has their own local specialties. Usually they can't sell them, so the grocery store will buy them. Then, when it's time to deliver the goods, it will be transported by manpower or carts to the next branch. This way, we will have products from all over the country. Basically, the profits will be balanced. Even if we earn less in the first 1 or 2 years, when you use Li Longji's money to start building roads on a large scale, we will be able to benefit from it. Did you think of this earlier? No. How could a kind-hearted person like me have any ideas about public affairs? Our lives will get better and better in the future. When we grow old, we won't stop. I don't want to think about the day when we grow old. I want to enjoy my youth. Wang Wan knew what Zhang Xiaobao wanted to say. She was already sick of it. These words might be able to scare others and motivate the servants, but they were not effective on her. All right. We will always be young. Xiaobei will never grow up. Although she always wants to grow up faster, sigh. Life is actually a besieged city. When one grows up, one will realize that the best time is one's childhood. Just like us, we are carefree. Zhang Xiaobao's lips curled up into a smile. Wang Wan's lips twitched. I really don't know what it means to be carefree when I'm with you. The one who has fewer worries is Li Longji. He doesn't know how many things we have helped him settle. At this point, Wang Wan suddenly thought of something. Xiaobao, do you think we should let Li Longji establish a constitutional monarchy? That's too far away, and we can't force him to establish a constitutional monarchy. When the time comes, the emperor will realize that he can't handle the development of society by himself, and there are many things that he can't understand. At that time, he will definitely consciously or unconsciously hand over his authority. This is inevitable. If we just push him down now, it won't do Great Tang any good. We need the loyalty of the people to the imperial power. Do you think we should publicize it now and print it into a book to tell the people that it doesn't matter if there is an emperor or not? Everyone should stop thinking about the emperor and focus on their own matters. How will the people react then? Zhang Xiaobao had already considered this matter. The disadvantage of having too much power was that once one idea was wrong, everything would be over. The advantage was that once it was right, the country would develop very quickly. It was a double-edged sword. Wang Wan pondered for a moment before saying, I think the people will be dumbfounded. They will feel as if the sky is collapsing. If there is no emperor, what is the reason for their existence in this world? It's very scary to not have faith. It's even scarier than having faith in chaos. When faith is in chaos, everyone will believe in their own beliefs. In fact, most of the beliefs are for the sake of the people with power. But without faith, what should we believe in? As Wang Wan spoke, she became confused. If we don't have spiritual beliefs, we will consciously choose material beliefs. Whoever can control and allocate more survival resources is the best. More accurately speaking, it's money. Without faith, there is no morality. There is only money. For money, people can do anything. There is no trust between each other. The purpose of communicating with others is to earn money or be earned by others. If it is not corrected by then, the result will be that the race will lose its spiritual pillar and split internally. It will be taken advantage of by people with faith. In the end, after paying a huge price, they will re-establish their faith or die out. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the wall. He seemed to be talking to himself, but also seemed to be discussing with Wang Wan. This topic was too heavy. Wang Wan nodded and looked at Zhang Xiaobao. What is your faith? Mine. I thought that I had no faith when I first started. I just wanted to eat my fill, listen to the dean, follow my brothers and sisters, and bring up my younger brothers and sisters quickly. Later on, I didn't have any faith. I only had longing and the thought of living. When I found that I could live well, that longing turned into faith. This is what the dean wants to do. For this goal I worked very hard. I didn't dare to stop. I was afraid that once I stopped, I would lose my memories of my grandfather. While waiting for the dean to complete his ideas, I came into contact with many things in the process. At that time, I realized that my faith is actually an incomplete copy of the dean. Now that you mention it to me, I understand. I am independent, but I have my own inheritance hidden deep in my subconscious, or even in the depths of my soul. Zhang Xiaobao analyzed his own inner thoughts and turned to ask Wang Wan, what about you? Me. Speaking of this makes me angry. I realized that my faith seems to have been affected by you. From the moment I investigated you, I was gradually changed by you. For a period of time, I almost couldn't define what justice was. Look at the things you did. It was a mess. It made me feel uncomfortable for a long time. I originally thought that the law was justice. Later on, I realized that there is a kind of justice called morality. When the law and morality clash, justice becomes blurred. When the world wants to use the law to punish you, you stand on the moral high ground. When the world wants to use morality to attack you, you are the representative of the law of the jungle. In the end, I realize that you are at the edge of the law of morality and the law of humanity. You are everything but also nothing. It was only when I came to the Tang dynasty that I understood that there is no need to give you an accurate definition, and there is no need to give myself an accurate definition, because we are all ourselves. As Wang Wan spoke, she would occasionally look at Zhang Xiaobao with a smile. Occasionally, she would roll her eyes. Zhang Xiaobao nodded happily. I never realized that I could be so great. Thank you. You're welcome. When you recover, we will settle the score. Wang Wan looked like she was very easy to talk to. Make plans, make plans. It is more important to get down to business. I thought of a good idea. Let's have the army and people organize a few small activities in the capital, and let the generals of the Tang dynasty observe. Then, they will give their opinions and suggestions. We will provide all kinds of expenses and help them fulfill their needs. We will create an atmosphere for them to discuss. We will highlight the relationship between the army and the people. What do you think? Zhang Xiaobao was just about to write when he stopped and asked Wang Wan. However, he did a natural habitual action, using his empty hand to tap on his face. Wang Wan was confused by Zhang Xiaobao's suggestion at first, but after seeing Zhang Xiaobao's actions, she understood. You have a stomach full of bad things. Just by chatting, you can think of a way to scheme against others. I really admire you. Aren't you tired of living? General, you also have to scheme. Why do you have to do this? Wang Wan shook her head helplessly. Zhang Xiaobao put down his hand and retorted. How is this scheming? This is teaching. As an instructor, you have to know how to cultivate the ability of a general at all times. The saying that all is fair in war refers to this. Well, then tell me, what do you want to do by using the honey trap of supplies? Wang Wan looked at Zhang Xiaobao's serious expression and laughed in anger. Do you know what it means to retreat? Zhang Xiaobao asked. Can you not use the method of leading to answer questions? Isn't it just to gain more strategic space? Wang Wan said disdainfully. Oh, you really do know. Then what is it to do in the open and in the dark? Zhang Xiaobao asked again. It is to deceive people. One thing in the open and another in the dark. Continue asking. Wang Wan cooperated. In Sun Tzu's Art of War, there is a chapter called Strategic Attack. It says that if you know yourself and your enemy, you will never be defeated. I will tell you the answer directly. Is this what you want to ask? Wang Wan asked. Yes, you are so smart. I am too busy right now. In a few days, there will be a military expedition. I want to delay it and gain more strategic time. To be precise, I want to use money to buy time. Give me time to gather troops and scout. I am not ready yet, so I can't fight a blitzkrieg battle. Zhang Xiaobao revealed an innocent expression, indicating that he was not lying and that he was doing everything according to the art of war. Wang Wan suddenly understood. Yes, now that you mention it, I realize that we still have a lot of things to do. You are right. Let me think. After thinking for a while, Wang Wan smiled. We can start a big discussion in the army. Who said that the army can only charge and break through the enemy lines? We also need to have a certain level of culture. Later, I will suggest to Li Longji that we first have a written exam. We will not test the art of war or battle formations, but only the relationship between the army and the people. Using the logistics camp in Izhou when I was fighting in Tubo as an example, we will discuss it as part of the military expedition. This will be enough to make it difficult for the generals for a while. You should quickly go and gather information. As for my written exam, you don't have to worry about it, right? No need. You are in this line of work. I understand. You must have read a lot of theses. Just copy one will do. Aya, this is called using one's strong points to attack the enemy's weak points. Okay, wait for me to draw the form. Then we will go to the palace. Zhang Xiaobao laughed along with Wang Wan. Their eyes narrowed into crescents,
giving the impression that they were a pair of foxes. When the two finished the general framework of the plan and went to the palace, the generals of Tang were gathered together to discuss how to defeat Wang Wan in Jiangnan province. They didn't know that the war had already begun. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao, who they were going to deal with, were playing the strategy of exhausting the enemy and waiting for them to rest. Before Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan met Li Longji was looking at a map. It was a regional map of the northern part of Hebei province. Even if it was the northern part of Hebei province, he didn't have a complete map. There was no more north from Bohai Commander-in-Chief's mansion. It is probably colder here than in the capital. I need to prepare more. I can't take the Empress and other concubines out. Li Shi, how much do you think we should take? Li Longji asked Gao Li Shi. Gao Li Shi had just arrived and wanted to report about the heavy snow in Lingzhou. It snowed again last night and many houses collapsed. The local officials activated Chongping Warehouse and asked for support from the capital. Gao Li Shi wasn't angry about this. He complained that the officials of Lingzhou didn't know how to solve the problem by themselves and instead asked for help from the capital. In his opinion, this was a good thing. It meant that the local officials weren't as secretive as Xiao Bao said. A real good official was one who worked actively, had the courage to take responsibility, didn't hide the truth, and prioritized the lives of the people. Hearing the emperor's question, Gao Li Shi helplessly persuaded, "Your Majesty, it's just a small matter. I have something important to do." "What? Something important? Okay, we'll talk about it later. Get to the point." Li Longji threw down the map without hesitation and said solemnly. Seeing this, Gao Li Shi was very grateful to his godson, Xiao Bao. In the past, the more others didn't want him to think about fun, the more he wanted to think about it. He was afraid that he would be rejected. Now it was not like this. If he wanted to play, he could look for Little Treasure at any time. Little Treasure would definitely have fun ideas, and he would also provide money. That was why he liked to play and was not so infatuated. He took out the translated telegram and said, "Your Majesty, it's snowing in Lingzhou again. We sent a telegram to the capital last night, but it didn't get through until this morning. We suffered a great loss. We asked for help from the capital, and we also told the capital that the Yellow River might freeze early." "What's the loss?" Li Longji's expression turned serious. He didn't want any place to be affected. He felt that it was better for all places in Great Tang to have good weather. However, sometimes, things didn't change according to one's will, especially when it came to nature. Therefore, what he feared would happen eventually happened. Li Longji remembered that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo talked about Mo Fei's law. He let out a long sigh. Gao Li Shi shook his head and said, "Not yet, Your Majesty. The snow is probably too heavy. They only said that many houses had collapsed. The various prefectures and counties have already sent out troops last night to help the affected people. Chongping started the operation early. I think the people's grain was buried under the snow and couldn't be taken out. Go find Xiao Bao. It's too slow for the government to take action. Ask his family to help." Li Longji narrowed his eyes and gave the order. As soon as he finished giving the order, the eunuch Luo Bin ran in with a translated telegram in his hand. He stopped in a hurry, gasped for breath and said, "Reporting Your Majesty, a call from Fengzhou." "Speak." Li Longji glared at Luo Bin. "What's the hurry?" "A report from Fengzhou. The snow has crushed more than 614 houses. 3,722 people have been evacuated, and there are no casualties. The Zhang family and Wang family's ranches have been activated, and they have provided countless food and clothing. Li Shi, do you see that? This is the speed of Xiao Bao and Wang family. I have nothing to say." Li Longji didn't wait for Luo Bin to finish and said to Gao Li Shi. A smile finally appeared on Gao Li Shi's face as he replied, "Your Majesty, there is no comparison. If Xiao Bao and Wang family didn't have such speed, I would find it strange and wonder if they didn't help." Luo Bin nodded and said, "Yes, Your Majesty, Gao Li Shi is right. I think so too." Luo Bin was speaking from the bottom of his heart. He wasn't surprised at all when he read the contents of the report. This was the foundation of the Zhang family and Wang family. Li Longji's mood improved a bit. "Indeed, there is no comparison. Continue." "Yes, Your Majesty. The Zhang family and Wang family's ranches have sent out eagle flocks, dog teams, and deer plow. They have set off for Lingzhou at 4:45 a.m. The Zhang family and Wang family's fleet in Fengzhou stopped unloading and went against the current to cooperate with the other three teams. It is said that they intercepted a telegram from Lingzhou at 6:45 a.m. last night. The disaster situation is very serious and they are going to provide assistance. The Fengzhou government has requested the capital to verify this, and the army is on standby. Luo Bin continued to report. Only now did he catch his breath. Li Longji frowned. He understood the latter part of the report very well. The army wasn't on standby to provide assistance, but to deal with the Zhang family and Wang family. It wasn't his idea, but the other officials, including Gao Lishur and Zhang Zhong, had all agreed to it. Even if it was just for show, it couldn't be that there were no restrictions or precautions against the Zhang family and Wang family. In Fengzhou, once it snowed heavily, the three beast teams of the Zhang family and Wang family would be able to respond quickly. If one had to describe them, there was only one word to describe them. Fast. They were so fast that they were even faster than when the roads were not blocked by snow. All the officials, including Li Longji, knew that one of the reasons why the Tujue gave up resistance was because of the rapid response forces of the Zhang family and Wang family. Speed was the most important thing in war, and the speed of the army itself was a type of deterrence. Order the garrison in Fengzhou to change their standby and prepare to provide assistance at any time. Cooperate with the Zhang family and Wang family. Quickly go and call Xiaobao over. Li Longji mentioned Zhang Xiaobao again. Gao Lishur knew that the emperor had to explain to his godson so that his godson wouldn't think too much. I'm going to provide the fastest response to the disaster, but you're guarding against me? Although Gao Lishur knew that his godson wouldn't care about it, the emperor still had to show his attitude. After Li Longji gave the order, before Luo Bin could leave, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan arrived with a telegram in their hands. Not long after they left, he also received the news. Compared to the imperial court, his speed was much faster. The two didn't need to be announced and could directly enter. This was the authority given by Li Longji. Not to mention Xingqing Palace, if there was a need, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan could directly barge into the palace when it was closed at night. Even if Li Longji was pampering a woman in the palace, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had the authority to pull him out of bed. Li Longji knew that if it really reached the point where Xiaobao and Xueqi had to barge into the palace, something big must have happened. Something so big that the two of them couldn't directly solve it and had to go through the imperial court. Just thinking about it made people afraid. How critical was it? Of course, such a thing hadn't happened yet. Li Longji was very gratified that Xiaobao and Xueqi were still able to handle it with ease. Your Majesty, you also received the news? Then I won't say more. My family's team has already been dispatched and just sent me the news. Your Majesty, don't worry, nothing big will happen. When Zhang Xiaobao came in and saw Luo Bin and his godfather with the telegram in their hands, he knew what was going on. After exchanging a glance with Wang Wan, he said to Li Longji. Li Longji didn't know why, but as long as he saw Xiaobao and Xueqi, he wouldn't be worried. It was as if he had eaten a calming pill. He ordered Luo Bin, in addition to what I just said, also send a telegram back to Ling State. Tell them that Feng State's ranch has been dispatched. The dispatch time will be 6 quarters later than Ling State's first report. Luo Bin accepted the order and left. Li Longji turned around and said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan with a smile, Xiaobao, Xueqi, I'm already jealous of your family's reaction speed. When the Ling State sends the report at 6 quarters, it will take at least 7 layers to reach Feng State. Your family's team was actually able to complete their preparations and set off in less than 2 hours after the Ling State's report. Can you tell me how they prepared? It will take some time before the report is sent out. Li Longji was speaking from the bottom of his heart. That kind of speed was terrifying because if it were Zhang Xiaobao, it would only take 1.5 hours. An hour and a half later, the news was sent from the spiritual state to the 7th level. Then, the Fengzhou state received the news and packed up the necessary items. After waking up the eagles, dogs and deer, they set off. The fleet also stopped during the rest and unloading period to reload the necessary items and set off against the current. If one had to compare it to something similar, it would be the reaction speed of the logistics camp in Wing State during the journey to Great Tang. Li Longji exclaimed. However, Zhang Xiaobao didn't think much of it. It was normal. He looked at Wang Wan, and Wang Wan also had a natural expression on her face. They both knew that the reaction speed of their army was equivalent to a global 6-hour counterattack. It wasn't like intercontinental missiles, which usually flew over within half an hour and circled outside the atmosphere. 6 hours meant that when something happened, the troops would be ready and set off. The airborne troops, fighter planes, and bombers would arrive at the designated location, and the tactical arrangements would be completed. That was why the big countries didn't fight each other. Instead, they deterred each other and tried to rope in the smaller countries. If they played this game and started a war, they would all die together. Hence, Zhang Xiaobao appeared to be very calm. He replied, "Your Majesty, their reaction speed is indeed not fast enough. There's no other way. After all, they're not a strong seedling protection team. Although they're a little slow, I believe they'll be the first team to arrive. It seems that the Yellow River Shipping Company will have to speed up, and Your Majesty will have to set off earlier. Your Majesty, you must be prepared so that you won't be flustered." Li Longji ignored Zhang Xiaobao's humble words. He didn't know the speed of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's army back then, so he thought that Zhang Xiaobao was pretending to be humble. Therefore, he said, "The Chongping warehouse in Spirit State has been moved, and it will probably leave a lot of empty space. What do you think about this?" "I don't think so. I just hope that there are no casualties in Spirit State." "Your Majesty, please issue another order and ask the medical colleges in the surrounding areas to hurry to Spirit State. It's too slow. It's really hard to live without planes." Zhang Xiaobao didn't have a better idea. Spirit State was too far away from capital city, and it was beyond his reach. "Planes? What's that?" Li Longji heard something different from Zhang Xiaobao's words and asked immediately. Zhang Xiaobao realized that he had misspoken and explained, "It's something like a hot air balloon. It can fly in the sky very fast, but it can't fly very far. It needs that thing made by the Ministry of Works that separates oil. Without it, it can't fly. I'll add that it can fly a little farther from capital city to Spirit State. I don't know when the Ministry of Works can make it, but I don't think it can be done in a short time. Let's wait." Wang Wan nodded repeatedly to prove it. She couldn't add that the planes could fly even farther with the help of the big planes that could refuel in the air. Li Longji understood a little and said regretfully, "Let's work hard. If we really have that thing, it will be more convenient for me to go to Jili State. Xiaobao, Cuckoo, you don't have to worry about other things. Let the other officials do it. You two should prepare yourselves. Since I'm leaving early to inspect Jili State, we should start the military selection as soon as possible to avoid wasting time." Li Longji hadn't forgotten about Wang Wan's participation in the military selection. Zhang Xiaobao was the top scorer in the military selection, so Wang Wan was the top scorer in the military selection. This couldn't be changed. Wang Wan signaled Zhang Xiaobao to speak. Zhang Xiaobao said, "Your Majesty, we're here for the military selection." "You're planning to start it early?" Li Longji asked. "Yes and no, it's like this." Zhang Xiaobao repeated what he told Wang Wan to Li Longji and emphasized that the army supported by the people was the only army that could win. Li Longji listened quietly and nodded from time to time to show his agreement. He felt that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had thought it through very well. He didn't know that the two of them had other tricks up their sleeves. After Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, he said, "That's good too. Then the battle on the sand table? It can be carried out on the ship. The ship is divided into several levels. One level is for the big sand table, one level is for the generals, and one level is for me, Cuckoo, and my family. If that's the case, it won't cause any delay." Zhang Xiaobao explained. The sand table deduction he was talking about wasn't two people sitting face to face with a sand table in the middle. One person would place a flag, and the other person would place another flag. That was called a debate. The military selection was like this. There would be a special place to place the big sand table. Both parties would first set the rules. For example, when the enemy and their side countered each other, the losses, the terrain, the types of troops, and the influence of the weather would be calculated. There were specific data from the past and also rough data from recent experiments. Then, at the sand table, there would be a special judge who would put up the flag. According to the rules, the judge would judge whether the two sides had met and what the situation was. Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, and the generals at home were separated. They were in small rooms and didn't communicate with each other. Everyone had their own sand table in front of them. Then, They had an opportunity to have a meeting before the battle. After the meeting, they returned to their own places and began to command their own troops. The generals of the Tang Empire were the same. You couldn't sit together and discuss. No one would give you that opportunity. You could communicate by telegram, but there was a prediction of the time and various influences. When two generals could be together, it was when their troops encountered each other on the sand table. In this case, the two generals could move to the same room. When the troops under their command began to separate, they also had to separate. The judge in the large sand table would summarize the situation on both sides. If the logistics troops under Zhang Xiaobao's command were discovered when they were hiding, according to the judgment, the judge would give the data first, and the judge would tell Zhang Xiaobao. The judge would say, "Your troops are like this, like this, like that, like that. You will command at the last minute, and we will continue to evaluate the rules." And if they suddenly encountered a general who had really plotted against Zhang Xiaobao, they would also receive a prompt from the judge, saying that they had accidentally encountered the logistics troops of the enemy and had ambushed the logistics troops of the enemy. You will command at the last minute. This was the best method that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan could come up with at the moment. It was also the sand table deduction that was closest to the actual battle. Wang Wan really wanted to have a set of electronic equipment and put it on every soldier. Then, she could send soldiers to set up a formation in the Real Jiangnan circuit. Both sides would respond according to the electronic record. If they had to die, they would die, and if they had to break through, they would break through. If you suddenly sprained your foot in that situation, then you sprained your foot. If you accidentally fell off a cliff and died, then you really died. There was a death quota. Chapter 966. Wang Wan missed the military exercises of that time. The only difference between this and a real war was that the soldiers did not feel the pressure of facing death. Anyway, everyone knew that even if they died, it would be a fake death. Of course, this was excluding those who accidentally fell to their deaths. That was much more fun than the sand table now, and it cost more. It was not like now, where they just needed to make some money. At that time, the satellites in the sky really needed to cooperate. After the two sides came into contact, the first would be electronic warfare, followed by long-range warfare, and finally, an annihilation battle. Tanks, rocket launchers, and other cannons would really fire shells, but the shells would not explode. They would emit electronic signals. If there were enemy forces around the place where the shells landed, they would explode according to the irregular signals. There would be a simulated signal of flying shrapnel. If one was injured, one would be injured. Some of the functions would not be used. If one was killed, one would leave the battlefield. With a protective helmet on the head, even if the shell landed on the head, it would not be easy to die. If one was sniping from a tall tree and a shell suddenly landed on the head and smashed one down, then one's name would be on the death list. However, the current sand table deduction judgment, no matter how perfect it was, there would always be loopholes, and the ability of individual soldiers to fight could not be reflected. For example, if one side used bows and arrows and flying knives, and the other side used guns, under normal judgment within a certain distance, the one with a gun would kill you. However, in reality, there might be a situation where the one with a bow and arrows and flying knives could get close to you and kill you with a flying knife without any rules. A small team of elites could even determine the success or failure of a local strategy. The sand table could not accurately reflect, and the difference was very big. The simplest example was to let Zhang Xiaobao lead the people of the protection team to carry out tactical cooperation. Under the situation where the opponent had guns and cannons, Zhang Xiaobao's 100-man team could appear and completely defeat the opponent's 300-man team or even 500-man team. The individual qualities of the soldiers were not the same. How could you reflect it on the sand table? Did you want everyone to compete again? Therefore, Wang Wan felt regret as she set the rules. She could only do her best. It was better than sitting on the left and right sides of the sand table and arguing. Li Longji did not know about Wang Wan's regret. He thought that the current situation was already very good. Whether one was capable or not, one would know after a try. He immediately arranged for people to inform the generals and let them prepare for the written test. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan left satisfied. The generals were dumbfounded when they received the emperor's notice. It was just a normal war. How did they get involved with the common people? Could it be a joke? Zhang Xiaobao didn't have time to consider what the generals were thinking. He left the imperial palace with Wang Wan and went straight to the Ministry of Works to find Zhang Xiaobao's father, Zhang Zhong, to discuss the business expansion of the family. Before they arrived at the Ministry of Works, they received news that Zhang Zhong was not in the Ministry of Works. Instead, he had gone to the experimental site that the Ministry of Works had cordoned off. The two of them found a carriage and headed out of the city. When they arrived, there were quite a few people gathered around to watch the show. Zhang Zhong was also in the crowd. He held a pair of binoculars and looked at a diesel engine 200 meters away. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan got closer and took the binoculars from the person beside them, they saw that the diesel engine was operating normally and making a deafening sound. The other end of the engine was not connected to a hand tractor, but to a lathe. The axle on the lathe was connected to the diesel engine. As the diesel engine rotated, the cutting tool on the lathe also rotated. Someone had painted a little dot on the blade. What Zhang Xiaobao saw were lines of coils. After looking at them for a while, he felt that they were turning in the opposite direction. It was like a wheel. It was obviously turning forward, but the lines formed by the holes on the wheel were turning backward due to the rotation. It was a visual deception. It was a very common thing. Beside the lathe, there was a cabinet. Oh no, it was a person. He was wearing armor made of some unknown metal. He was holding a metal rod in his hand and was approaching the cutting tool. Zhang Xiaobao understood. This person was wearing armor to prevent the cutting tool or the metal rod from hitting him. It was also to prevent the diesel engine from exploding. It wasn't easy, hero. The crowd was also watching. They watched as the person touched the rotating cutting tool with the iron rod. With a burst of sparks, the iron rod broke. Suddenly, the crowd burst into cheers. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan felt that the diesel engine's noise was not very loud. The person picked up the broken iron rod on the ground and ran toward the crowd with it in his hand. However, his movements were very clumsy. After running for a dozen steps, he lost his balance and fell to the ground with a bang. Immediately, some people who were not afraid of death rushed over and dragged this person back. After helping to take off the person's clothes, the crowd looked at the two pieces of the iron rod that had been cut in half. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also came forward and looked together. After learning, the crowd did not stupidly touch the cut just now. They knew that it was hot. Not bad. The cut is very neat. The cut surface is smooth and flat. This means that the blade does not have a large horizontal surface. Zhang Xiaobao commented after looking at it. Wang Wan nodded. The quality of the cutting tool was most directly reflected by the cut surface of the object being cut. Looking at the iron rod in front of them, the cut surface was not bad. It was just that they did not know how much the cutting tool was worn out. After hearing Zhang Xiaobao's words, Zhang Zhong realized that his son and daughter-in-law had come. He quickly pulled his son and introduced, "Xiaobao, look. This is steel that has just been smelted from the blast furnace. It is very hard. It will take a lot of effort to break it using normal cutting methods. Also, the cut needs to be polished again." The people from the Ministry of Works were wondering if they could use diesel engines. In the end they succeeded. Look at this cut. It is flat and smooth. It will increase the efficiency of the diesel engine. But the diesel engine is not very stable. We intend to produce more of this steel and use it to make diesel engines. Zhang Xiaobao nodded. This was how the industry worked. It was like a lathe. First, the finer parts were made by hand, and then the more finer parts were made by the lathe. Then the more finer parts were used on the lathe, and the more finer parts were used on the lathe. The process was repeated again and again. There was nothing that could be created out of thin air without the development of a system. Dad, the diesel engine should stop. Zhang Xiaobao reminded. Stop. No. Wait for the oil to finish burning first. After it finishes burning, it will stop. If it does not finish burning and suddenly breaks down, we will know what went wrong. Zhang Zhong told his son. Zhang Xiaobao looked at Wang Wan, and Wang Wan winked. That means she knows how to spend money. Zhang Xiaobao was impressed by the technicians from the Ministry of Works. They knew it was not easy to build a diesel engine, but they still want the diesel engine to break down. This was another version of the saying, "You are worried that the charcoal is cheap and the weather is cold." Building over and over again. Testing over and over again. Take one step at a time and steadily move forward. Bold ideas and careful verification. This was the spirit of science. Other than their theoretical knowledge, they were not worse than the academicians from the Academy of Science. Zhang Zhong was still excited and said to his son, "With the new steel, we can make better cutting blades."
The lathe should also be replaced. Xiaobao, why are you here? Zhang Zhong remembered that his son did not come over often. Today, he must be here for something. Zhang Xiaobao was sure that his father had started to change from an administrator to a technician. Wang Wan did not give his father any lessons, but he had learned a lot. He replied, I have discussed with Xueqi. We plan to expand our business and open more branches. We will come to the Ministry of Works to take a look at the waste. Waste? You mean the branches also need to produce steel? Zhang Zhong asked in surprise. Zhang Xiaobao waved his hand and said, That is not the case. I was thinking that no matter how bad the waste from the Ministry of Works is, it is better than the farming tools outside. I want to make a few sets of things that the people can use and sell. This way, the Ministry of Works will not waste too much. Many things do not need to be reheated. For example, if the cutting blades break, the quality is not good. It is not up to the standards of the Ministry of Works. But it is not a problem to use the shards to grind out some knives for carving. Zhang Zhong thought for a while and said, That is true. But the parts cannot be sold casually, especially the parts with shapes. It is easy for others to get them. I don't care if we open branches at home. You ask your men to take note. If there is any meteorite, they must take it back. Just like what you said, there might be some very good alloys inside. The Ministry of Works will take a look and choose the ones that can be used to produce new parts. Xiaobao, do you think the newly produced steel can be used for the cold rolling that you and Xueqi mentioned? Zhang Xiaobao's eyes widened. My father dares to think of anything. Cold rolling? Is there such a press equipment? Wang Wan continued. Father, it is not possible for now. Let's continue with the hot forging. When the smelting technology is improved, we will see if there is the ability to produce a large press equipment. This matter needs to be done slowly. Come up with a theory and discuss it with everyone. Do not rush. We will think of a way to find the meteorite when we go back. Actually, if we ask the Ministry of Works to mix different metals according to different proportions and smelt and forge, there might be different materials with different properties. For example, very hard, easy to mold, etc. Since we have already thrown caution to the wind and are not afraid to spend money, then let's experiment with all our might. Every small step in the project is a big step in the industrial system. Zhang Zhong could not hide the disappointment on his face, but he still replied, Oh, fine. Let's do as Xueqi says. After all, his daughter-in-law was the professional. Zhang Zhong firmly believed in this point. Wang Wan was embarrassed. Was she a professional? Her profession did not seem to be this. She pondered for a while and said to Zhang Zhong, Father, isn't the oil used to separate various materials? You can ask someone to put it in the oil when annealing the steel and adjust the temperature to see what the effect is. You can put it in the oil? This was the first time Zhang Zhong heard of this. Let's give it a try. Maybe there will be an unexpected surprise. Wang Wan said, Okay. Anyway, we have a lot of money. With all kinds of materials and all kinds of mixing methods, I don't believe that we won't be able to find something good. At least we can guess one or two things, right? Zhang Zhong made up his mind. Zhang Xiaobao quickly agreed. Yes. Father, you are absolutely right. Science is developed by trying accidents again and again. Of course, we have to think about why it is like this. First, we have to guess. Then, we have to analyze the good things that we guess. I know. There are experimental records. If we can't repeat according to the records, it means that we have missed something important. Zhang Zhong put on a scholar's face. Yes, Father is right. Then, Father, let's stop here. Xueqi and I will go back first. We will summarize the theory and see if we can come up with something better. Zhang Xiaobao saw that his father kept glancing at the experimental diesel engine and the lathe when he was talking to him. He knew that his father was not paying attention to him, so it was better to leave quickly. Xiaobao, you and Xueqi go do your work. I will take a look. Zhang Zhong waved his hand. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan left. They passed through the layers of defense and stood at the foot of the mountain. Looking at the coachman who was sitting on the shaft and dozing off, Wang Wan asked, Xiaobao, do you think that when science develops, there will be a lot of people who will lose their jobs? For example, this coachman. How is that possible? The more science develops, the more industries are divided. There will be more people needed. It's just that technology has become more advanced.
The coachman who drives the cart can be a driver. Zhang Xiaobao was not worried about this kind of thing. The so-called not being able to find a job was relative, not absolute. Those who could not find a job disliked the work that could be done easily. The low income was not a problem of ability, but a problem of perception. That's true. There are not many people in Tang right now. I am worrying too much. Let's go back. Wang Wan did not want to think about this matter anymore. They woke up the coachman and took the carriage back home. Xiaobei and the group of children had already packed up and were reading books. If there was something they did not understand, they would ask each other. The others did not know how to memorize it, so they would wait for their brother and sister to come back and learn. Because Xiaobei's development direction was different, she did not learn much. She quickly memorized what she needed to memorize and told stories to Li Jun and Panner. The two children were already more than 2 years old. They liked to listen, point at things and ask questions. They also liked to see something and run over to take a closer look. They were so serious that they seemed to want to do an atomic analysis of that thing. After looking at it, they felt that it was not fun and ran in another direction. They would casually throw a rubber ball on the ground and they would be able to run for a long time. They were very happy. Under the temptation of candy, the two children were now guarding Xiaobei's left and right, listening to Xiaobei's sister tell stories. At this moment, Xiaobei finally understood how difficult it was for his brother and sister. He clearly knew things, but he could not let Li Jun and Panner understand them. He had to become as stupid as them. Telling stories became teaching vocabulary. Ball, rubber ball, gulu gulu, far away, rubber ball, gulu gulu, look, it's far away, right? Xiaobei awkwardly organized his vocabulary and threw the rubber ball around on the ground. The two children were clearly more interested in the way the rubber ball was rolling. As for what gulu gulu, after playing with the rubber ball, they might be able to learn a few words. So stupid, so stupid. Teaching them is too tiring. Xiaobei looked up and sighed. Xiaohai turned to look at his sister and said, "Brother and sister have never said that we are stupid. We also grew up at this time." Okay, I won't say that they are stupid. They are smart. I can't remember when I was their age. The things I know seem to be very natural. What's going on? Xiaobei couldn't understand for a while and felt very confused. He watched Li Jun and Panner kick the rubber ball around, but they always missed. He calmed down. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan came in, they saw Xiaobei in a daze. "Xiaobei, are you done with the candy house?" Zhang Xiaobao asked. Xiaobei nodded, then suddenly turned around and asked, "Brother, when I was their age, how did you teach us? Was it very difficult?" "It wasn't difficult," Zhang Xiaobao said with certainty, "because you are smart. I, Zhang Xiaobao, have the best little brothers and sisters. You play first, I'll go in with your sister to discuss some things." Zhang Xiaobao said this and went in with Wang Wan. Bei Bei thought for a moment, then smiled and clapped her hands towards Li Jun and Panner. Panner, come here. Big sister will tell you a story. You're both very smart. Big sister Bei. My little brother and little sister are the best. I'm very happy today. The technicians are all working hard. I believe that soon, we will have a new surprise. Zhang Xiaobao sat down and made tea. He helplessly pushed it in front of Wang Wan and poured himself a cup of water. He was afraid that the tea would hurt his stomach. Wang Wan didn't hold back. She touched the handle of the teapot and said, "Yes, it's really not easy to build it bit by bit. Once the industrial system starts to be used, a lot of raw materials will be needed. Some can be extracted from oil, and some need to be refined from other things. For example, from ores, plants, animals, and even aquatic products. When the time comes, I'm really worried that there won't be enough materials. If we can advance." At this point, Wang Wan stopped and began to size up Zhang Xiaobao. She looked at him from top to bottom, and then from bottom to top. Zhang Xiaobao's hair stood on end. "My water is not as good as your tea. Do you want to change it?" Zhang Xiaobao pushed his own cup in front of Wang Wan. He needed to use his words and actions to relieve the psychological pressure under Wang Wan's gaze. Wang Wan pushed the water back. "Aya Xiaobao, my good husband, you actually plan to hide it from me. Don't you see who I am? You are my wife, my wife. What did I hide from you?" Zhang Xiaobao still didn't understand. "Humph. Humph. Humph. Wang Wan coldly snorted and continued to stare at Zhang Xiaobao. When Zhang Xiaobao was about to run away, she said, "When I asked you why you gave away your family's aquaculture technology to others for free, you didn't tell me. When Li Longji asked you what crops to plant as compensation, you also didn't say. Do you really think I can't guess? I'm just giving you face. Now, I'll tell you what your plan is. You actually want to monopolize the industrial production technology. You're afraid of lacking raw materials. Is this how you act like a good person?" Zhang Xiaobao heaved a sigh of relief. He thought it was something else, so he sighed and said, "If I had known, I wouldn't have gone to the Ministry of Works with you today. Women can't be too smart. I only had a little thought. But you guessed it. I was careless. Actually, this is what I was thinking. When the industrial technology is applied, it can't be given to others. It can easily leak the secret. What can I do? I have no choice but to trouble you, right? Then think about it. What should we do if we don't have enough raw materials? All right, let's do a great kindness and give away the aquaculture technology that can be refined into raw materials for others to use for free. We also have to subsidize the farmers and let them plant specific things." Wang Wan followed along with Zhang Xiaobao's words. She had a smug expression on her face that said, "I can guess even if you don't tell me." Zhang Xiaobao bowed and said, "My wife is really amazing. I only had this little thought, but my wife still saw through it. I'm impressed. I'm really impressed." Wang Wan nodded in satisfaction. Then, she suddenly realized something and said, "No, if I really guessed everything, you wouldn't be like this. Tell me, what else is there?" Chapter 967. 2 months before the new year, the weather was even colder. A light snow fell in the capital and melted as soon as it hit the ground, but it still made people feel cold. Yellow and red leaves fluttered to the ground, bringing with them endless desolation and sorrow. When small ice shards began to appear in the upper reaches of the Yellow River, the people of Ling State and Feng State were in a lively mood. The people who were affected by the disaster didn't have to spend a single copper coin, and all the resources were provided by the imperial court. They actively built new houses that were sturdier and more beautiful than before. Some families who had more people built 5 houses from the original 3 houses. They weren't afraid of the freezing ground, and they dug with picks and set fires. Countless building materials were piled up into mountains. Even the families whose houses were not crushed could take them and go back to repair or rebuild their original houses. At first, the people were embarrassed. They had already eaten Chong Pingsong's food for free, so how could they take materials for free? Why would they let the imperial court spend money on them? Later, Li Longji issued an imperial edict. It wasn't an imperial edict, which was usually issued when the imperial court couldn't help the people. Now that Li Longji had the ability to provide good conditions for his people, he wasn't convinced. In the end, he issued an imperial edict that shocked countless people. It was an imperial edict that condemned the heavens. He then told the people that the imperial court should give them money and goods. Why? It was because the people had paid their rent, and the imperial court couldn't just take the people's money and watch them suffer. The imperial power began to fight against the heavens, and the people were anxious. When the disaster struck and they ate meat porridge, they leaned toward the imperial power without much thought. The imperial edict saying that the heavens were wrong was written by Xiao Yuan, and Xiao Yuan made a draft based on Xiao Bei's words. Xiao Bei said, "You're too unreasonable. Who offended you? What else can you do when it's snowing? You're a child and don't know anything. You didn't snow when it was time for you to. Ask him, do you still want to be good?" Thus, Xiao Yuan wrote, "The people sacrifice 3 animals. Spring and autumn have not stopped, summer and winter have not stopped, yellow rice is bright, incense is far away, take the lanterns, release the boats, and worship the mountains. When have they painted black? Ask the heavens. Ask if they are jealous of the human world? The human world is deep in autumn and is happy with the family. Why is it snowing? Ask the heavens. Ask how many envious Sherhuan is. Could it be that there is no good in the common people? How can they bear the punishment? When the heavens do evil, Huang Yupian, vast and endless, the heavens overturn." Someone from the spiritual state explained the situation to the people. After some consideration, the people realized that this was indeed the case. Damn it! They had taken all the food from the heavenly sacrifice for nothing, They might as well keep it for themselves. The emperor is still the best. She lacks clothes, food, and shelter, yet he really gives her gifts. The commoners accepted Li Longji's goodwill and accepted the gifts. They prepared to build a new home and celebrate the new year. They would work harder next year and continue to pay their rent. The officials from the Ministry of Rights were depressed. What should they do in the future? Most likely, the common people would not agree to do something in the name of the heavens. They could only endure the helplessness in their hearts, change their etiquette, and accept their fate. At this time, Li Longji was preparing to engage in a verbal battle with the officials. However, what surprised him was that the officials were very calm. No one actually objected in the imperial court. After Li Longji sent out the imperial edict, he thought that someone would smash their head against a pillar or something. Thus, he arranged for the golden guards to guard every pillar. However, the truth was that Li Longji had been discussing other matters, but none of the officials stood up to mention this matter. When the court was dismissed, he asked Gao Lishur, and Gao Lishur also asked someone else. Only then did Li Longji understand the reason. Less than an hour after he sent out the imperial edict, the Zhang family and Wang family sent gifts to all the officials, including those who objected to their family. At first glance, the gifts seemed very valuable. However, after being introduced, the officials realized how rare these gifts were. They were the rewards for their investment in the Ministry of Works. Each family had 5 bolts of silk and cotton woven together. They were extremely fine, and no one knew how they were made. Of course, they did not know that the Ministry of Work secret was due to the mechanical textile machine. There was also a can of liquefied petroleum gas. It was not that the Ministry of Works could not make it, but that they did not want this technology to be leaked. Once the door was opened, the fire would be ignited. If the door was slightly opened, the fire would be ignited. Along with the gift was a new set of hot pot utensils that specifically used liquefied petroleum gas. It was said to be the main item of the Zhang family and Wang family restaurant. The officials found it novel and thought that using this utensil would increase their value. Only Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan knew that no one would be willing to use this lousy utensil when eating hot pot. It was convenient, used electricity, and had to be made of charcoal. However, they could not use it. The process of refining petroleum gas was a byproduct. If they did not use it, it would be gone. It was also good to use it to cook. At the very least, they could use it to make some dishes. When the utensils and liquefied petroleum gas were sent, the officials were happy. Even the officials who objected to the Zhang family and Wang family temporarily chose not to oppose and not to compromise. Along with the utensils, there was also a sentence. The person who sent the utensils said, "These 2 utensils were sent by His Majesty when he looked at the heavens and lamented that it was not easy for the officials." The officials were not stupid and immediately understood. His Majesty looked at the heavens and then sent the utensils. Between the heavens and His Majesty, there had to be a choice. To accept the utensils or to give up the utensils and make trouble for the emperor. All the officials made a decision within a few breaths of time. They removed the other words in the sentence. Confucius did not speak of strange forces and gods, and only left, Confucius did not speak of gods. They also made a new translation and explanation, which meant that Confucius did not speak of gods and gods. I am too smart. If the officials were so smart earlier, they would have been the top scorer in the imperial examinations. After Li Longji heard Gao Lishur's words, he was speechless. He was too spineless. Wasn't it just that if they objected, they might not get a return on their investment and would lose out on the benefits of the Zhang family and Wang family? Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are truly selfless. Some officials even spoke ill of them behind their backs, but they did not take revenge and still sent the utensils and liquefied gas jars. How rare! Li Longji praised them in front of Gao Lishur. Gao Lishur hesitated for a moment before saying, "Your Majesty, actually, there are some discrepancies in this matter." Speak. The jars aren't important. What's important is the gas inside. The jars don't cost money, and the return on investment is that once the gas is used up, a portion of people will have to spend money to get a second one. It's said that it's not easy to get a second one, and a single jar costs 10 strings of cash. Furthermore, because we can't reveal the secrets of Great Tang's pressure-bearing technology, the jars can't contain too much gas. It's estimated that after a few hours a day, it will be gone in half a month. Gao Lishur explained. He had many jars in his family, and if he couldn't use them,
he would exchange them for them. How could his godson ask him for money? However, his heart still ached at the price. 10 strings of cash. Half a month would be gone in half a month. Li Longji looked at the sky and thought for a moment before saying, half a month, 10 strings of cash, it's actually so cheap. Cheap? Gao Lisher swallowed. Your Majesty, do you think you're the one who doesn't feel bad about spending more than 500,000 strings of cash for spiritual state? That money isn't yours. I've misspoken. Ah, right, I didn't earn the money myself. If it were a few years ago, I would feel bad for spending 500,000 strings of cash. Xiao Bao didn't care, so I don't care. 10 strings of cash isn't a lot, right? Li Longji gestured for Gao Lisher to not apologize and did a self-analysis. He found that it wasn't that money wasn't important, but that it was too easy to earn. Gao Lisher said, how is it not a lot? Millet is worth 12 strings of cash. 10 strings of cash is equivalent to half a house of land. Yes, the Sanongsi contributed a lot to increase the yield of each mu, and Great Tang ate fewer and fewer millets. Then, maybe it's because liquefied gas is precious. Li Longji was still looking for an excuse. Gao Lisher rubbed his face with his hands. Your Majesty, Xiao Bao once told me that the refining technology couldn't keep up, and the liquefied gas storage wasn't perfect when decomposing oil. Most of it was burned and thrown away. Don't you think it's precious? Li Longji frowned and asked, why throw it away? Since it can be used to cook, why not use it? Xiao Bao said that it can't be used unless someone queues up to buy the liquefied gas. The gas isn't important, but it's hard to make the jars. If we use pipes, the pipes won't be easy to get. Xiao Bao said that the investment is not proportional to the gains. Gao Lisher also felt that it was a pity that so much gas was wasted, but he understood that he couldn't stop the Ministry of Works. In order to save gas, he stopped the Ministry of Works' research. If that was the case, Xiao Bao would probably go crazy with anger. Li Longji wasn't clear about the specific situation, but he knew that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had a special insistence on certain things. Even if it was a waste of money, they had to push forward the development of the industry. This was how the diesel engine technology of 4 million strings of cash was created. A small country's annual revenue was used to create such a thing. If it were anyone else, they would have been scolded to death. But so what if Zhang Xiaobao lost? Li Longji thought about it and suddenly realized that he couldn't understand Xiaobao and Cuckoo. It was as if the two of them weren't from this world. They didn't seem to care about anything, but they also seemed to care about everything. They knew when to advance and when to retreat, they knew how to compromise, but they never backed down. When he was with the two of them, he didn't feel the respect of the other ministers. But why did they want to push the imperial power? Li Longji, who really couldn't understand, shook his head and decided not to think too much about it. It was tiring. He said to Gao Lisher, find Xiao Bao and ask him if we can build a pipe in the capital. If it's possible, let him take the money from the bank. We can think of it. If everyone in the capital uses liquefied petroleum gas, there will be less smoke and life will be more convenient. Your subject will remember. Your Majesty, Xiao Bao said that we can set off the day after tomorrow. The fastest is 15 days for a round trip, and the slowest is 20 days. He wants Your Majesty to prepare in advance. Gao Lisher nodded and reported again. We're leaving? What should we prepare? Li Longji was happy again. Going out to play was such a good thing. He was bored of being cooped up in the palace all day. Xiao Bao said that he wants Your Majesty to be mentally prepared. He has prepared the other things. Also, how many guards do you want to bring? He can arrange it. Gao Lisher said. Li Longji thought for a moment and said, indeed, the preparation of a trip is nothing more than logistics. Who dares to compete with Xiao Bao in logistics? We will bring Empress Wang and Wu Huifei, as well as the eunuchs and palace maids. That's all. What about the guards? Gao Lisher asked. What guards? With Xiao Bao around, do we need to bring our own guards? If the two of them have other thoughts, how many guards will we bring? That was Jili province. To be honest, it was the world of the two of them. We will bring 100,000 soldiers. Can you guarantee that we will be fine? If the two of them don't have other thoughts, why should we bring people? We took a gamble at Xuanwu Gate. Why can't we take another gamble today?
Li Longji's words were powerful and resonant. Gao Lisher was stunned, but then he nodded immediately. Your Majesty, I will gamble with you. I will gamble with you. The news that Li Longji didn't bring any guards soon reached Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's ears. Zhang Xiaobao nodded and said admiringly, You are indeed an emperor of a generation. Good, you have guts. You are not worse than Mao. If he dares to go to Jili province with me, I will give him an iron country. Xiaobao, in fact, is also gambling. What's the name again? Oh, it's called persuading the king to change his mind. It is really a gamble. Well, let's not care about him. He can think what he wants. If he thinks too much, he will not have a good time. It has nothing to do with us. Let's discuss and see if we can arrange a big sand table on the ship. The generals are so anxious. I am puzzled. So what if they defeat me? Are they that impatient? Wang Wan considered the matter of the sand table, and planned to start the military examination with the generals on the ship. Yes, it is easy to arrange a sand table. A 4-story ship is easy to do. I am almost ready. Do we need to call our people and practice a few more sets? Zhang Xiaobao didn't care about what Li Longji was thinking. He pushed the information of a Daluo on the table and said. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Li Longji, Empress Wang, Wu Huifei, a group of maids and eunuchs, and Gao Lisher met up with Zhang Xiaobao and the others by the river. What surprised Zhang Xiaobao was that Wu Huifei actually brought her son, Li Qing, who was about the same age as him and Wang Wan. To be precise, he was a little older than Zhang Xiaobao. She was too bold. It seemed that people who could play in the palace were not ordinary. Empress Wang also saw Li Qing, but she didn't care. She only focused on her children. After seeing her son Li Jun and daughter Panner, she, who hadn't seen them for a long time, wanted to go forward and hug her children. But she also knew that children didn't remember people. Once they left for a long time, it was very rare for them to recognize their parents. Of course, there were special cases. For example, a mother and her son were connected. As long as they saw each other, the indescribable kinship would appear. Mother, why don't you go and see Juner and Panner? Wang Wan asked beside Empress Wang. She was Empress Wang's adopted daughter. Of course, she had to accompany Empress Wang. I'm scared. Empress Wang said 2 words. Mother, don't worry. They will definitely remember you. Wang Wan promised. Empress Wang chose to believe. Step by step, she walked towards her son and daughter, who were playing happily with Xiaobei. Do you think it's the connection between mother and son? Wang Wan asked. Not all of them. Zhang Xiaobao replied. Some of them don't immediately form a sense of closeness. This seems to be a kind of genetic magnetic resonance. Another one is potential. You know about sleepwalking, right? I know. When sleepwalking, under normal circumstances, the sleepwalker's physical limits will be displayed. Scientists have studied this through drugs. When sleepwalking, the reaction speed of the human subconscious is faster than one would expect. It's just like how when some people are sleeping, a long time will pass in a slight trance. Some people feel that a long time has passed, but in the end, only a few minutes have passed. In theory, sleepwalkers are almost invincible. They can feel the slow transition of time and distance. Then, their muscles, nerves, and bones will react to the limit. In other words, they can see the trajectory of a bullet. Just like in a science fiction movie, at a certain moment, everything else stops. In contrast, they can do whatever they want. Therefore, many sleepwalkers can cross a very long distance. They can even fall from a height of more than 10 meters without any problems. Xiaobao, tell me, why are you fine? As Wang Wan spoke, she realized that Zhang Xiaobao's ability to leap onto roofs and run on walls had something to do with what they were talking about now. Zhang Xiaobao nodded. Yes, I can perform psychological hypnosis. I can tell myself that if the height is high, then even if it's 1 meter, you will sprain your ankle. If the height is not high, even if it's more than 10 meters, in theory, your muscles and bones can reasonably distribute the force. Then you can jump without any problems. At this point, Xiaobao took a deep breath and continued, however, I can jump a height of 15 meters, 2 or even 3, but I can't keep jumping. Other than the fact that it's easy for me to wake up from my self-hypnosis, there's another reason. What's the reason? Wang Wan asked. I've already reached my limit.
You saw me jump from a height of 15 meters. It didn't hurt me, but in fact, it hurt me a lot. My cells are very tired. There's a hormone that makes my cells excited. But, it's like a drug. This hormone. I understand. Someone has studied this before. Hormones are also toxins. If I have to describe it, it's like a super efficient machine. It's just that the human body is a more precise instrument. What does that have to do with Empress Wang and the child? Wang Wan didn't need Zhang Xiaobao to finish speaking to understand. She had received such training, but she couldn't reach Zhang Xiaobao's level. It had to do with talent. Zhang Xiaobao pondered for a moment and replied, "This is subconscious. In fact, when we find someone pleasing to the eye, it's not because they are pleasing to the eye, but because their eyes, bones and muscles are relaxed enough to make us feel pleasing to the eye. This isn't important. We can imitate it, but there's another kind that doesn't need to be imitated. If we don't look in the mirror, we don't know what we look like. But if a person has been learning how to draw, for example, Xiao Zhu, your biological sister, and you let her draw herself without looking in the mirror, she will still look like herself after she draws. Rather than saying that it is the soul at work as in religion, it is better to say that one's subconscious has already sketched the outline of oneself. Then, when genes are passed down, the parts that look similar and the genes affect the body's endocrine system to produce odor. This odor has always existed, but as human intelligence increases, their sensitivity to odor decreases, so. Xiaobao, can I assume that people who can feel a sense of closeness are actually feeling different because they subconsciously have the same genetic growth outline, body odor, and magnetic field? Wang Wan tried to use the concept of science to describe it, not theology. Even if she and Zhang Xiaobao came to the Tang Empire, it could be attributed to the special effect of the electric wave energy of consciousness in a special environment. Yes, so you see, when Juner and Panner see Empress Wang, they can definitely recognize her and call her mother. This is a kind of deception. You said a lot of subconscious. Does it have anything to do with Li Jun and the others knowing Empress Wang? Wang Wan questioned. How does it have nothing to do with it? Zhang Xiaobao asked. You still have the nerve to say that. You asked me to draw a lot of pictures of Empress Wang from various angles, and then you asked someone to make a model. You found a person who sounded very similar to Empress Wang and put the model on her head. Then you told Li Jun and the others that you were their mother and played with them. You still have the nerve to rely on other aspects? Wang Wan understood too well. Once Empress Wang went over, the two children would definitely know each other. Zhang Xiaobao touched his nose. Is that so? Oh, then it belongs to another aspect. While the two of them were arguing, Empress Wang had already arrived less than 10 steps away from Juner and Panner. She squatted down and looked at her children with tears in her eyes, but she couldn't say a word. She was really afraid that her children would become strangers to her. When they met, they would look at each other blankly. That kind of feeling was hard to describe. However, reality was completely different from what she had imagined. As soon as Li Jun and Li Panner saw her, they immediately gave up on playing with Sister Xiao Bei and ran towards her, calling her mom. Panner had already opened her arms and was waiting to be hugged. At this moment, Empress Wang didn't know what to say. She hugged the two children in her arms and kissed them. The others were shocked. It was too strange. Especially the palace maids and eunuchs who knew that Li Jun and Panner hadn't seen Empress Wang for almost a year. They were all dumbfounded. How was this possible? Could it be that the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family were a blessed land? Could it be any more exaggerated? The few people who knew the situation really admired Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. For example, Gao Lishir, Li Longji, and Wu Huifei all knew the reason. Everything was because of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's hard work. Wu Huifei no longer had any feelings of jealousy or resentment. It wasn't that she didn't want to, it was that she didn't dare. She was clear in her heart. She believed that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan both knew what kind of person she was and why they wanted to deal with her. However, she still had to be grateful because Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't kill her. She felt that the wisest thing she had done in her life was to scheme against Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan twice. When she didn't succeed, she retreated. She didn't insist. This was because she understood Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. When they did things, they would leave a way out for others. It was just like the bridge over the river that led to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's villages. It depended on your intentions. If you didn't cross the bridge,
It was fine even if you scolded them and they ignored you. If you crossed the bridge because you wanted to scheme, then it wouldn't be a stone bridge, but a bridge of helplessness. It was said that when men and women expressed their feelings, they didn't need to swear to the heavens. As long as you finished speaking and calmly walked across the bridge, it meant that you weren't lying. When you stood on the bridge and trembled, there was no need to say anything else. It was said that it was very accurate. People with ulterior motives wouldn't dare to cross that bridge. This was because that bridge pointed directly to one's heart. One step to heaven, one step to hell. Of course, if Wu Huifei asked Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, the two of them would definitely laugh. In fact, there was no problem with the bridge. The only thing that couldn't be crossed was the heart's demon. Wang Wan would also tell Wu Huifei that the bridge was useless against Zhang Xiaobao. This was because even a lie detector wouldn't be able to detect it. Even if they used drugs, it might not be successful. His psychological quality was good. If you saw him vomit blood even once, your life would be worth it. Wu Huifei had never studied psychology. Li Longji also didn't know what she was thinking. He only knew that giving the child to Xiaobao and Cuckoo was the best choice. Because Pan was already telling a story to Empress Wang. She said that there was a mountain in front of the mountain, and on the mountain there was a hat, temple. In the hat there was a big bite, and a small bite, jump. The big bite, jump, gave the small bite, jump, to tell the story of Hozi, jump. The Hozi, jump, there was a mountain, in front of the mountain, and on the mountain there was a hat, and in the hat there was a... Li Longji clearly knew why the two children were able to recognize Empress Wang. He clearly knew that it was arranged by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, but he never would have thought that the last time he asked the two children to play with Xiao Bei, it would result in such a result. Wasn't this too monstrous? A child who was not even 3 years old was telling a story? What kind of joke was this? How was he supposed to teach this? Gao Lisher also opened his mouth in surprise. He had no choice but to be impressed. Not to mention an ordinary teacher. If such a young child was thrown to the grand tutor of the crown prince and asked if he could teach to such an extent, who would dare to answer? Xiao Bao and Cuckoo didn't object and allowed their younger sister to play with them. The result was what they saw in front of them. Li Longji walked over to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and said to the two, "We must thank the two of you for teaching Jun and Pan. Zhang Xiaobao quickly waved his hand. "Your Imperial Majesty, this has nothing to do with me and Cuckoo. I can't teach the two children myself. Otherwise, someone will be unable to eat or sleep. That will force me to make a move. I don't want to do that. It's all Xiao Bei's 9 children. They're playing with the 2 children." Li Longji stared at Zhang Xiaobao and believed his words. Indeed, if people knew that Li Jun had been taught by Xiao Bao, many people would be unable to sleep. They would then come up with ideas to deal with Xiao Bao. Needless to say, if they wanted to scheme against Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, their skills were not enough. Many people had tried, but the results were very tragic. He could be said to be a pioneer, but didn't he become helpless after every confrontation? At this time, Xiao Bei pulled Xiaofang over and had someone bring a guqin with 7 strings. She arranged it properly and had Xiaofang sit there. Zhang Fang, or Xiaofang, only tried a few notes, but she didn't deviate much. At least, she didn't notice it. Her sensitivity to music made even Wang Wan jealous, because Wang Wan could hear the difference of a quarter of a note, but Xiaofang could hear it more clearly. Wang Wan estimated that it was a quarter of a note. The so-called semitone refers to the relationship between E and F, as well as B and C in the 12 equal temperament. 2 semitones make up a whole tone. Starting from C and going all the way to B is called C D E F G A B, which is do re mi fa sol la ti. According to the pentatonic system, it is gong shang jiaoqing jiaozi yu changgong. The corresponding C D E F G A B of the 12 equal temperaments was the whole whole half whole half whole half whole half one whole double. There were a total of 12 notes. A quarter of a note meant that half a note was divided into 8 parts. If the note was slightly off by an eighth, Xiaofang would be able to tell. This was because she felt uncomfortable, which meant that it wasn't harmonious. However, normally speaking, most people wouldn't be able to tell. It was already good enough to hear half a note. Unless it was a 7th degree harmony, a 9th degree harmony, or an even higher 11th degree harmony, the disharmony of a semitone could be reflected. If someone said that this semitone was incomplete because a semitone was off by half a semitone, that would definitely be abnormal. Wang Wan knew that there was a person who could. His name was Mozart. Without comparing the actual standard sound with the small letter A, he could tell if someone was off by half an eighth just based on his experience and ears. There was a time when the genius Wang Wan thought that this was just a legend. However, when she followed Zhang Xiaobao to the Tang dynasty and heard the grassland songs, she realized that many folk songs actually had a quarter of a note in the singing process. This was because she could only hear a quarter of a note. However, when Xiaofeng heard it, she could hear an even finer half of a note. According to Zhang Xiaobao's words, foreign things can only be bragged. Don't think that they're really that awesome. If you don't believe me, I can find a shepherd to compare with them. Let's see whose tone is more ethereal. Compared to the vastness of the snowy mountains, church music is nothing. Have they ever seen a real eagle? Do they want to resonate and fly above the clouds? They say that the dolphin sound is good, but how many people can resonate? The truly amazing one is Xianti on you. Do they think that they're amazing just because they can play a few coloratura in an opera? Have the male and female voices in the Peking opera spoken yet? Wang Wan once said that Zhang Xiaobao was a nationalist. He always said that his own things were good. Then she asked Zhang Xiaobao if he knew how wide the range of the violin was. Zhang Xiaobao said at that time, I don't know the 4 octaves of the violin. I only know that the horse-head zither can make a camel cry. I don't know how high the resonance of the organ can be. I only know the depth of the chimes. I also don't study the rap of foreign blacks. I only know what is called shilabao. At that time, Wang Wan felt that even if she played the flight of the bumblebee with the violin, Zhang Xiaobao would still say that the guangxing of the eru was pleasing to the ear. If he were to say that the horns were distant, Zhang Xiaobao would definitely say that the horns were profound and that there was no way to communicate with them. You could say that Zhang Xiaobao didn't know anything, but he knew everything. He could even name all the instruments and vocal arrangements in Western music. Then, he would take out his ethnic instruments to mock Western instruments. What kind of person was he? If you said the horizontal flute, he would say the bamboo flute. If you said the clarinet, he would say the vertical flute. If you said Carmen with rich background music, he would say the flowing water from the guzheng. Anyway, it was best to use things that belonged to one's own family. Other people's things could be used, but they would definitely not praise you. When Wang Wan was recalling, Xiaofeng had already started playing. It was the Spring River Moonlit Night that Wang Wan had taught her. Originally, this song had the name of a poem, which was said to cover the whole of Tang. However, Zhang Xiaobao had written a songline with many words, more than Bai Juyi's Song of Everlasting Regret. Wang Wan really couldn't bear to hurt Zhang Xiaobao, so she didn't mention his Spring River Moonlit Night. After all, when Zhang Xiaobao wrote the songline, he was busy with other things. It was impossible for him to only work on words. Wang Wan believed that Zhang Ruoxu didn't have the ability of Xiaobao. Lob lalub du relasob sob so solub dorami, mi remiso mizolub la dor, remi. Xiaofeng's music had already started. Without any other accompaniment, the Spring River Moonlit Night solo really gave people a feeling of coming from afar. In fact, the difference between zither wasn't too big. It was just a matter of the material of the strings and the resonance of the resonance box. Most of the problems could be solved by industrial means. The only problem was that Wang Wan liked the violin. The wood for the piano was easy to choose, but good wood for the violin was hard to find. The most standard kind of wood needed to be soaked in seawater. If it didn't rot after soaking, then it would be made according to the feeling. The requirements for the zither might have similar conditions, but it wasn't necessary. The person's playing skills wouldn't change much when the difference between the instruments wasn't big. When Xiaofeng played, the surroundings became even quieter. There was no way to not be quiet, because the mood of this song was like that. It was a pure pentatonic mode. Li Longji liked to play the jie drum. When he heard it, he thought of the rhythm of the drum and was completely immersed. Jun and Pan danced with the song. This didn't need to be taught, because everyone would have a reaction to the sound, unless they were deaf. In fact, even the truly deaf had a sense of rhythm. The sound of the drum didn't completely require the ears. It had a vibration frequency with the human body and could be transmitted through the skin to affect the heartbeat of the person. Jun and Pan dance was honestly not good to look at. It didn't have the stretch and naturalness of dance art,
but they were immersed in it and could step on the rhythm. Wang Wan's evaluation of this was that this was the true stretch and naturalness. Naturalness wasn't a show of strength or stretching, but relaxation and nervousness. There was no need to deliberately do it. Even if you rolled, it was still art. It was impossible to pursue perfection. If it was perfect, there would be no art. True art was regretful. Without flaws, it would lose its characteristics. No one who saw it laughed at it. It wasn't because of Li Jun's and Pan Er's identity, but because of their age and movements. For such an old child, even if they cried or laughed, they would be cute, let alone dance. Even if it was snowing and the ground was slippery, they would still be different from adults. In the snowy north, children wore very thick clothes, like balls. When they fell, they would always roll a few times. It was very fun. A 60-year-old could laugh at the actions of a 30-year-old, but a 30-year-old definitely couldn't laugh at the movements of a 2-year-old child. This is? Li Longji turned to ask Zhang Xiaobao. This is Xiao Bei's matter, I don't care. Since you gave Li Jun and Pan Er to Xiao Bei and the other 9 children, I agree, Zhang Xiaobao replied. Zhang Xiaobao's meaning was very clear. This matter wasn't done by him, so it had nothing to do with him. If you want to know the details, ask Xiao Bei and the others. It really has nothing to do with you? Li Longji asked in disbelief. It's true, Zhang Xiaobao said with certainty. Then how should we thank Xiao Bei and the others? Li Longji asked. Zhang Xiaobao understood Li Longji's meaning. Li Longji didn't want to pay, not because he lacked money, but because once he did, it would break the rules of the game. It was clear just by looking at Xiao Bei and the others' clothes and decorations. The imperial court definitely wouldn't make such things for them. Xiao Bei could wear them because their clothes were made according to their own ideas by their family. Li Longji didn't say anything. How could the current him care about this kind of thing? Even if Xiao Bei wore the dragon robe, he would at most tell him in private that he couldn't wear it. It was easy to be seen by others and cause a lot of trouble. He wouldn't punish Xiao Bei and say that Xiao Bei wanted to rebel and so on. Li Longji knew that the Zhang and Wang families wouldn't rebel. If they wanted to rebel, they wouldn't have waited until now. Thus, he was very tolerant of Xiao Bei and the others. If they wanted to wear it, then wear it. Was he not allowed to let the children be happy? Chapter 968. Wu Huifei looked on enviously from the side. She could imagine that it was not important who the crown prince was. What was important was who could enter the eyes of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Not to mention the son of the empress, even if it was the former prince of Huaining, Li Sun, and Zhang Xiaobao, who had interacted more often, how many people were on tenterhooks? Now, he was still in the Bohai commander-in-chief's office and had not returned to Xuzhou. Qing go and meet him. Wu Huifei was so bold. She clearly knew that Zhang Xiaobao and Empress Wang were close, but she still dared to bring her son here. Li Qing knew the relationship between his mother and the other party. He braced himself and went over to greet Zhang Xiaobao. Xiaobao, I've always heard about you. It's good that I can finally meet you today. Zhang Xiaobao was quite familiar with Li Qing. It was not that they had met often, but the other party involved a person, Yang Furong. Li Qing was Yang Furong's first husband. Wang Wan had already explained the situation to Zhang Xiaobao. Li Qing still had another name, Li Mao, which meant that his wife was Yang Furong and Yang Yuhuan. This was a person that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were very wary of. After meeting, they had to firmly suppress him and not give Li Longji any chance. However, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were not very interested in this matter now. With them around, who could cause trouble? Wang Wan felt that Li Longji was wrong to steal his son's wife, so she had to help him. How pitiful! Zhang Xiaobao looked at Li Qing with pity and said, Okay, what are you busy with now? You're not in Jiannan, are you? Li Qing did not know that Zhang Xiaobao had a good impression of him because he was a coward in history. Hearing Zhang Xiaobao speak, he felt that Zhang Xiaobao was a good person and easy to communicate with. No, I'm currently in charge of Haozhou in Hunan province. I've troubled you a few days ago. Really? Zhang Xiaobao turned to ask Wang Wan. Wang Wan carefully recalled and shook her head. Where? It was decided a few days ago. Li Qing explained to Zhang Xiaobao and Zhang Xiaobao. Oh, then what happened a few days ago has nothing to do with you.
It's not troublesome at all. The Ministry of Justice, the Supreme Court, and the Censorate are in charge of the lives of the arrested officials. I'm just going to take a look. You are skilled in archery? Zhang Xiaobao warmed up to Li Qing. He found that Li Qing was still very honest. She did not rely on her mother to be arrogant and despotic. Li Qing was confused by Zhang Xiaobao's enthusiasm. He did not know what Zhang Xiaobao was thinking. If he knew, he would be very helpless. His mother was imperial concubine, but there was still the empress. What's more, who would dare to be arrogant in front of Zhang Xiaobao? Li Qing was stunned and quickly replied. I'm skilled. Do you want to hunt? Yes, but you don't need to be skilled. We don't use bows and spears. We can't ride horses in the mountains. Don't always think about riding a horse. You should practice your spear on the road. Don't hit people. Zhang Xiaobao said something that made people speechless. Since you said it was useless, why did you ask him? Wu Huifei raised her eyebrows. She could not understand why Zhang Xiaobao was so enthusiastic. Li Longji did not pay attention to it. He just watched his son and daughter perform. In less than half a month, Xiao Bei had already trained the two children to the point where they were almost as good as her. She always liked to show off in front of others. Pan was very smart. She already knew how to do math. She knew that 1 + 1 = 2, 2 - 1 = 1, 1 + 1 = 2, 1 + 1 = 3, 3 = 1 - 1 = 1. When the adults heard this, they felt it was very complicated. Xiao Bei patiently corrected them over and over again. From time to time, she would accompany the two children and laugh foolishly. Xiao Fang played the zither on the side, making people feel more lively. She played the song Spring River Moonlit Night over and over again. She only knew this one song and never got tired of it. Wang Wan accompanied Empress Wang and Wu Huifei to chat. Dignified and elegant, they talked about the fabric of the clothes, the workmanship of the jewelry, and so on. If Wu Huifei did not know about Wang Wan's family, she would have thought that she was born in a famous family. Of course, she did not know that Wang Wan was born in a rich and powerful family. She had to learn diplomacy from a young age. When the fleet was ready, the group of people boarded the ship. They lifted the anchor, left the shore, and went downstream. The west wind blew, making the sails creak. In the cabin, Empress Wang first accompanied the two clingy children to play with building blocks. When the children were sleepy, they climbed onto the bed and fell asleep. Only then did Empress Wang have time to go to the other cabin to thank Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. She thanked the two for being willing to play with the children and thanked them for their guidance. Cuckoo, it's been hard on the two of you. June and Pan are not like other children. I've troubled the two of you a lot. Empress Wang thanked Wang Wan. Wang Wan denied. It has nothing to do with me and Xiao Bao. Xiao Bao saw it just now and said that we have to find a way to make June and Pan play. It's not good for the children to be too obedient, so Xiao Bei will be responsible. It was the first time Empress Wang heard such a thing. Wasn't it good for the children to be quiet and stable? She didn't understand, so she didn't think about it. She believed that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo wouldn't harm her children. She would just let them play. She asked with concern, the military exam may be held on the ship. Cuckoo, are you ready? Almost. It's best to wait for a while. When we're on the shore, let them deepen their theoretical knowledge on the ship. Let them compete with each other first and be more familiar with each other. Wang Wan had a look of, I'm doing it for their own good. Empress Wang didn't say anything else. She chatted with Wang Wan again. In fact, the generals couldn't wait anymore. They rubbed their hands and wanted to fight. A few days ago, they were tortured by them. As a general who led the army to war, they didn't test the military formation and ranks. Instead, they had to test the relationship between the army and the people. When they finally got through it, they found someone to discuss it and colluded with each other. Only then did they finish the written test. In the end, the emperor had to go out again. It was almost the new year. What was the point of going out? They had to solve the seasickness problem first before the military exam. For a while, the generals were still pondering. They thought that Wang Wan would take this opportunity to start the exam immediately. In the end, they got the news that they should familiarize themselves with it. Moreover, the sand table was from the Jiangnan circuit. This made them feel relieved. It was a good buffer. Only Li Longji and Gao Lishur knew Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. They thought that the two of them were definitely up to no good and would come up with bad ideas again. The two of them muttered to each other but couldn't figure it out. They could only put it aside for the time being. Wang Wan accompanied Empress Wang. Li Longji called Zhang Xiaobao over. He first asked with concern, "Xiaobao, have you recovered from your injuries?" Okay, it's been half a month. If it's still not good, I'll have the people of the medical college die with me. They can make my illness worse. With such ability, I'll take them to harm others." Zhang Xiaobao patted his stomach to prove that he was very healthy. That's good. Li Longji already knew that Zhang Xiaobao had recovered from his illness, so he tried to find a topic to talk about. Zhang Xiaobao should have followed up with a question, but he didn't say anything. He smiled bashfully and waited. Jun and Pan I'm very relieved to see you two today. Xiao Bei is really capable. Li Longji started talking about his children. Zhang Xiaobao was still bashful. Yes, your majesty is right. Have you eaten? Li Longji was really at a loss for words. He suddenly asked the usual greeting. I've eaten. Is your majesty hungry? Zhang Xiaobao was about to get up as he spoke. Li Longji was hungry, so he had to go cook. He really owed Li Longji something from 800 years ago. Li Longji hurriedly stopped him. I've eaten. I'm not hungry. I just drank a big bowl of shredded potato soup before I came out. It tasted very good. Yes, I also like to make shredded potato soup with a layer of chopped green onions and oil on top. I also like to make radish strips, taro heads, pickles, and dry pancakes with a pan. It's the simplest and most acceptable combination. Many people will eat until they're full. Zhang Xiaobao wasn't afraid that Li Longji would talk to him about food. He could choose any of the 8 major cuisines. Li Longji didn't want to talk about food, so he was silent for a while. After a quarter of an hour, he asked Zhang Xiaobao, who was about to fall asleep. Xiaobao, you planted potatoes in the northern part of Hebei province. It's said that you planted a lot of them. Do you still plan to go back? This was the main topic, so Zhang Xiaobao paid attention to it. Whether I go back or not depends on my father's arrangements. If I enter the imperial court, my official position can't be low. However, my father's official position is higher than mine. With father and son in the same court, I might have to side with my father. It's easy to give people the impression that we're in control of the imperial court. Then, what if you send your father out? Li Longji suggested. He planned to keep Zhang Xiaobao in the imperial court so that he could ask him about it. After all, being an official in the capital was also a kind of honor. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. Why don't I continue to stay outside? My father's role outside is not as good as staying in the Ministry of Works. I'm fine with going anywhere. I'm not picky. Yes, I know you're not picky. The people in the places you go will enjoy life. However, no matter how much you manage, it's just one province. How many provinces and prefectures can you manage? I can't let you manage half of the country. Li Longji was speaking the truth. Gao Lishur had already discussed with Li Longji before Zhang Xiaobao came. At this time he played along and asked, Xiaobao, I see that you like to stay in the Bohai Commander-in-Chief's office. Is that place important? Zhang Xiaobao lowered his head and thought about how to explain the importance of the Northeast to Li Longji and his godfather. At present, the Northeast didn't have any heavy industry, so it couldn't be considered a heavy industry. The resources weren't particularly good either. Other than animals and plants, Great Tang also had other resources. If one had to say that there were good resources, there were oil and coastal resources. There weren't many other places. However, he was only using the oil that was easy to find for research. He didn't plan to exploit Great Tang's energy and mineral resources. He wanted to leave them for future generations. When did they say that they weren't capable enough? If they couldn't get what they wanted from others and were beaten back, then they would just pick their own. If they were beaten back, then there was nothing they could do. They couldn't just wait for their ancestors to do everything. Their ancestors couldn't control the future generations. If there was really something that was hard to find in other places, it would naturally be the amber produced by the Fushun coal mine. It belonged to the economic category. It could be sold for money, but it had no other use. There was a fly in it, so its value could be raised. The importance of the Northeast lay in its climate and geography, as well as, I want to go and snatch energy. The Bohai Commander-in-Chief's manor continues north and east. There are many energy sources and tribes there. I can't wait for them to grow stronger and leave behind a hidden danger for Great Tang. I have to eliminate them or assimilate them. Zhang Xiaobao pointed in the direction of Russia and said to his godfather. Gao Lishir was still puzzled. You've always wanted to occupy territory, but have you considered population? Without enough people, who would be willing to go north with you? The further north you go, the colder it gets. Li Longji also nodded in agreement. I don't intend to occupy the entire world tomorrow. There are many new species now. Other than those from Duoshire, there are also those that were found from distant places. I can wait for population to increase, but I have to hold on to my current position. The cold isn't a problem. I have to wear more clothes, live in a warm house, eat more oily food, and drink more wine. Otherwise, if I really lose that place, I will regret it for the rest of my life. Zhang Xiaobao couldn't talk about history with Li Longji and Wang Chong. He could only express his determination. Li Longji couldn't guess why Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were so stubborn about a place that seemed to have no future, but they were still prepared to support it. Then you should go back and be a regional commander. Don't just stay there and not come back. Come to the capital 2 or 3 times a year and cook for me. Don't you want to build a railway there? It'll be more convenient and less time wasted on the road. Li Longji couldn't bear to part with Xiaobao and Wang Wan in Beijing. He would feel very safe if Xiaobao and Wang Wan were to stay in Beijing. He wouldn't have to worry about anything. He could call them over for a meal and chat, and he would be able to get good ideas immediately. It wasn't easy to have someone to talk to. This was especially so for Xiaobei and the others. Although they liked to show off in their official robes, they didn't show the emotions of an official in front of him. They were afraid of saying the wrong thing. They were very peaceful and were closer to him than his own children. When they ate together, they were unrestrained and called him Uncle Emperor. This made him feel less lonely. It was just like the book of poems written by Wang Wan. Oh, she said she copied it. The most heartless imperial family. Almost everyone was afraid of him. Only Zhang Xiaobao and his siblings were not afraid of him. It was rare. Zhang Xiaobao felt awkward when he heard Li Longji speak. You're a man. Why are you being so sentimental with me? Seeing that Li Longji wanted him and Wang Wan to go back, he quickly rejected. Your Majesty, it's better not. Send a prince or someone from the imperial family. This subject won't go. Are you afraid that people will say that you have too much self-respect? There's no need for that. Zhuge Wuhou also had a lot of troops in his hands. He was also one of them. However, Lu Shan still ascended the throne. Your current position in the imperial court is still far from his. Li Longji was open-minded and used Zhuge Liang as a comparison. Zhang Xiaobao's eyes widened. He didn't know how to reply. Gao Lishir didn't agree with Li Longji's words. How was it far from his position? If he wasn't in the imperial court, wouldn't Xiaobao and Cuckoo's words be of no use? Not to mention managing money, even if they took over the current position, Yuan Qianyao wouldn't even have a chance to resist. A few days ago, when Cuckoo went to Hunan province, she didn't even need to discuss with the imperial court. She could mobilize the entire Hunan province army with just a word. Although His Majesty gave her the power, she didn't say that she was no worse than Zhuge Liang. It was almost the same. She didn't need the throne. But if there was a difference, it would be that she was better than Zhuge Liang. Did Zhuge Liang know how much oil to use when frying shredded potatoes? His godson, Xiaobao, knew. Did Zhuge Liang know how to teach children? If he really knew, Lu Shan wouldn't be like that. But look at his godson, Xiaobao. What did he teach Xiaobei and the others? If they could meet at the same age, Lu Shan would be bullied to death by Xiaobei. That. Zhang Xiaobao encouraged himself and tried his best to treat himself as someone more awesome than Zhuge Liang before replying. That, Your Majesty, I don't care what others say. As long as no one stops me, I will let them say whatever they want. What I mean is, you can send a prince or something over there to hold down the fort. I will still command from afar. I have discussed with Cuckoo. This time, I will go back to the Turk's place and stay there. I will bring 100,000 soldiers there to graze and train. I will plant potatoes, corn, and so on. Then, I will exchange rice and wheat with other places in the Great Tang. For a year, I will not do anything else. I will stay there obediently. Occasionally, I will come back to see my parents. When Japan and Shinlua are settled, I will bring countless supplies and cooperate with Xueqi to attack and eat more. Zhang Xiaobao finally spoke of his future plans. His tone was calm, as if he was chatting normally. However, Li Longji couldn't treat it as a normal conversation. As soon as Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, he sat up straight, his eyes filled with shock. No matter what, he had never thought that Xiaobao and Xueqi would send troops. Gao Lishir also trembled. Couldn't his godson and daughter-in-law stay put? If Zhuge Liang knew, he would definitely be jealous. He was so tired that he wanted to vomit blood. When it came to Xiaobao and Xueqi, it was as if they were playing. Yes, this was the feeling they gave people. No matter what they did, they seemed to be very relaxed. In the end, they either doubled the Great Tang's grain output or created medical, industrial, and other systems. Moreover, they would often plot against the country. They would look at the two of them all day, study how to eat and drink, tell stories to their younger siblings, play games with them, and then run around as if they were traveling. In the end, Tubo was gone, Turks were gone, Shinlua was crippled, and Japan was also troubled. The more Gao Lishir thought about it, the more he felt that he was right. Zhuge Liang's life was really sullen. He was busy with this and that, and he was always busy. Looking at his godson and daughter-in-law, he could even accompany the emperor for a stroll. It was all thanks to Zhuge Liang that he met Zhou Yu and Sima Yi. If he met Xiaobao and Xueqi, he would probably die even earlier. Li Longji had the same thoughts as Gao Lishir. He still had doubts in his heart and asked, Xiaobao, is Japan worth so much of your attention? Can't you go to war if you don't pack up? That's not the case. Even if you don't pack up, you can still fight. However, it is difficult for the soldiers to adapt to the environment. This subject wants to transfer 100,000 soldiers from Tubo to the Turks. The changes in the climate there are even greater. This subject has to let the soldiers familiarize themselves with it before they can go to war. War is not a game. No matter how good Cuckoo's command is, she does not want to always fight a war like the one in Tubo. Who would be willing to dance on the tip of the blade for no reason? If they all fight like that, Cuckoo will die of exhaustion. After a year of adaptation, the chances of victory will be higher. This subject also wants to do something in this 1 year. We cannot let the people of Tubo be idle. We cannot stop small-scale conflicts. Firstly, it is to train the soldiers. Secondly, it is to confuse the enemy. Zhang Xiaobao said. Li Longji listened and nodded his head. He admitted that Wang Wan's battle was awe-inspiring, but he really did not want to let Wang Wan always take risks. He also understood what training soldiers was, but he could not describe the confusion. He then asked Zhang Xiaobao, how do you confuse them? What kind of goal can they achieve? To be proud of the soldiers? Speaking of which, things are getting interesting. Zhang Xiaobao chuckled. Chapter 969. Li Longji thought hard about it, but he still couldn't figure out what Zhang Xiaobao was talking about. Looking at Zhang Xiaobao's smile, he was certain that the so-called confusion was definitely not simple. Gao Lishir was also puzzled. Xiaobao, stop smiling. It's scary. Tell me, how confused are you? When Zhang Xiaobao thought about the methods he would use, he couldn't help but laugh. Hearing his godfather's question, he vaguely replied, it's just that it's sometimes strong and sometimes weak, making people feel nervous and at ease. It's the same idea as harassing the enemy at night, but it's more fun to use. Li Longji still couldn't figure out what Zhang Xiaobao was going to do. Zhang Xiaobao continued. Let me give you an example. If an official commits a crime, normally speaking, he should be convicted. However, I won't directly convict him. I need to find evidence and lock him up first. Through a channel, news from the outside world will be passed to him from time to time. One moment, it will be said that the emperor is angry, making him worry. The next moment, it will be said that the emperor is happy, making him feel relieved. The next moment, it will be said that the evidence is enough to behead him, making him feel fearful. The next moment, it will be said that the evidence isn't complete, making him feel hopeful. After a year and a half, he will realize that he is aging very quickly. The psychological torture is the most unbearable. I plan to do this to Duosher. After hearing this, Li Longji couldn't help but swallow a few mouthfuls of saliva. He was thankful that the two experts had come to Great Tang and not the surrounding countries. Ruthless, this method was too ruthless. Xiao Bao wasn't even 20 years old yet, so how could he be nurtured to such an extent? How powerful were the experts' abilities? Gao Lisher's reaction was slightly better. This was because he had learned many methods of interrogation from his godson and daughter-in-law. There was a lot of that psychology, such as using strong light, or locking someone in a dark place, or using soft objects in a house to prevent them from knocking themselves to death. These methods caused more harm to the person than physical harm. If they were used with torture tools, the effect would be very obvious. That's what it means, right? I don't care. As long as it can reduce the number of casualties when the army goes over, it's fine to do more, right? Zhang Xiaobao said some comforting words. Li Longji nodded. That's right. When we return to the capital, Xiaobao, once you've confirmed your position as the champion, you should head to the Turkic Khaganate. Aya, it just so happens that the weather is at its coldest right now. You must take good care of yourself. If anything were to happen to you, my great Tang wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I'm not risking my life. Besides, I still have to take care of Xiaobei and the others. While taking care of them, I'm also taking care of myself. Zhang Xiaobao replied. Xiaobao, can we still eat the small garlic growing on the mountain now? We are hungry again. It would be even better if we had some wild vegetable soup. After Li Longji asked about Zhang Xiaobao's motive, he realized that he was hungry again. This startling action was very taxing on his body. I'll make it. Your Majesty, the wild vegetable soup you mentioned is cat's ear soup, right? It'll be ready in a moment. What else could Zhang Xiaobao say? He had to break up the stuffing so that the Li siblings could have a taste. This would depend on one's skills. The fried box couldn't be cooked, and it couldn't be too brittle. It had to be soft after being fried. Seeing Zhang Xiaobao leave, Li Longji said happily to Gao Lisher, the palace doesn't have the ingredients to make it now. Only the Zhang family and Wang family can do it. Even their restaurants might not have a small garlic. In the future, when Xiaobao is far away, where can we find food to eat? Gao Lisher agreed. Indeed, when it came to food and lodging, the best place in Great Tang was definitely between the clouds and the water. Even the Jade Sea and Silver Sand were slightly inferior. However, even better than between the clouds and the water was the Zhuangzi of the Zhang family and Wang family. The only place better than Zhuangzi could only be the main residence. Xiaobao's greatest hobby seemed to be cooking. He was truly someone who never got tired of eating. He would always think of ways to prepare ingredients for the 4 seasons so that he could eat them whenever he wanted. Licking his lips, Gao Lisher said, Your Majesty, since Xiaobao went to the Turkic Khaganate, let's look for Zhang Zhong. I believe that Xiaobao won't let Zhang Zhong suffer when it comes to food. We won't look for Zhang Zhong. If we look for you, Xiaobao won't suffer. Back then, when we wanted to eat something, we had to rely on you. We believe that the items in your residence aren't inferior to ours. How can the tea you drink be the same as the ones offered to us? Li Longji directly targeted Gao Lisher. It's the same. You've taken plenty of things from this subject. Xinyang Maojian and West Lake Longjing tea, you didn't drink the ones offered to you as a tribute. Aren't the subordinates afraid that if you get too used to it, they won't be able to answer to you? Facing Li Longji's questioning, Gao Lisher felt somewhat wronged. However, he still had a trace of righteousness. Was it wrong for his godson to take care of him? We're not an unreasonable person. Let's not talk about this anymore. Go and get someone to make some cucumber and cold dishes. The other chefs will definitely be able to make it. We'll drink a cup later. Li Longji instructed. He decided not to let himself suffer. It wasn't easy for him to come out and play, and he didn't know if he would be able to find another place to go next year. If he really wanted to go out, he would have to go to the place where Xiaobao and Cuckoo were staying. Otherwise, the officials wouldn't allow it. If it weren't for Xiaobao and the others, he wouldn't have been able to come out. The officials were too infuriating. Could it be that they wouldn't be worried just because he was with Xiaobao and wouldn't affect national affairs? Couldn't they go out by themselves? When Li Longji ate the box and drank the wild vegetable soup, the other people in the group also followed and enjoyed. Zhang Xiaobao made a very big pot of soup. If they couldn't finish it, they would have to share it with others. The people who felt the happiest were not the bodyguards, palace maids, or eunuchs. This was because they usually served the emperor. If the emperor couldn't finish eating, they would eat it. It had nothing to do with wastage. The main thing was that the food was better than their own food, especially the food made by Zhang Xiaobao. They were very grateful to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao would always make a portion for them to eat. After all, some of them couldn't eat on time. There was no official who could be like Zhang Xiaobao and eat with the emperor and still think about the servants. The palace maids and eunuchs thought this, so they would always pass on the news in the palace. They didn't ask for much. Sometimes, they would repay the kindness of a meal with their lives. What they ate was not the meal, but the respect of Zhang Xiaobao. They didn't think that there was anything wrong with blocking other officials when they were looking for trouble with the Zhang family and Wang family. There was nothing wrong with saying bad things about those officials. They were used to it. When they thanked someone, they would also return the favor. The ones who truly felt blessed were Feng Qiao Masao and the others. They were the ones who stirred up trouble and angered Zhang Xiaobao. Even if they failed at that time, they were still the smartest people that Japan could send. The people in Japan understood that it wasn't that they didn't work hard. It was that Zhang Xiaobao was too difficult to deal with. Zhang Xiaobao's strength was that when he didn't care, he was very peaceful. Once he paid attention to something, the troublemaker would definitely not be able to escape. No matter what tricks you used, you wouldn't be able to compete with Zhang Xiaobao. Thus, Feng Qiao Masaro once again took on the responsibility of renting a ship. Other than him, there were also Yamamoto and Yamanji. They were the two people who played with the silver ore and the agricultural byproducts. They were the ones who completed the handover. After being schemed against many times, the three of them became more experienced. They tried their best to keep a low profile and not cross Zhang Xiaobao's bottom line. Since they couldn't face him directly, they could only walk around the edges. Master Zhang, please eat. Speaking of which, it's all thanks to you that we were able to eat such delicious food, Feng Qiao Masao said to the manager of the Ministry of Works in front of him. This manager was Zhang Tianyu. He was a talent who was selected from the competition. Now, he was in charge of many things in the Ministry of Works. He and some other top talents learned physics and chemistry under Wang Wan's intermittent teaching until Wang Wan's junior high school level. Yes, junior high school. Graduating from junior high school was not enough to complete 12 years of compulsory education. This was because they didn't learn about the acceleration of free fall. They only completed 9 years of compulsory education. But this level was already enough to make them worship Wang Wan. It was the same for those who studied mathematics. They hadn't come into contact with calculus and linear algebra, but they were shocked by Wang Wan's talent. When Wang Wan told them that what they were learning now was only a part of the foundation and that it was still too shallow, even she didn't learn much, they could only sigh at how vast her knowledge was. Just like what Xiaohai had asked at that time, when one learned mathematics to a certain extent, they could be said to be omnipotent. Xiaohai's current goal was to be able to calculate the trajectory of a cannonball one day. He didn't dare to think about anything more than that. It seemed that mathematics shouldn't exist in this world. However, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan both knew that it was nothing. For real prime numbers, it was just the foundation. Just like how Zhang Xiaobao never dared to say that he was the best in the financial world, Wang Wan also felt that she was still too young. There was the solar system outside Earth, and there was the Milky Way outside the solar system. There was also. The more you learned, the more you would discover your own ignorance. Therefore, Zhang Tianyu was very humble. Or rather, he had an inferiority complex. He wasn't as arrogant as when he first selected me. Just like how students like Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan could tell who was a new student and who was a senior in a famous university just by looking at their temperament. Those who had just entered the university would walk with their head held high, afraid that others wouldn't know what they were capable of. If you saw someone with a deep and humble face, you would know that they were about to graduate. They were afraid that others would ask them what they had learned. Therefore, after hearing Feng Qiao Shoji's praise, Zhang Tianyu became very nervous. He said, "I'm also lucky. To be honest, I didn't accompany you to eat Zhang Xiaobao's soup because I didn't complete the task. I failed you." Zhang-san, don't be so humble. You're just like this. Feng Xiaoshuji gave him a thumbs up. Sigh. Zhang Tianyu knew what Feng Xiaoshuji was talking about. He made the seal himself using rubber. Based on the Japanese technology, it was indeed impressive. The Japanese might not even know how to make rubber seals. However, he knew. Wang Wan had told him that other than rubber seals, there were also metal extended seals, water seals, oil seals, inert gas seals, etc. She asked him to study it. After hearing so many methods, how could he still be proud? He didn't know how high the sky was until he was above the clouds, and he didn't know how deep the ground was until he dug into the cellar. Zhang-san, this steam engine doesn't use coal. Can we use firewood? Feng Xiaoshuji didn't know what Zhang Tianyu was thinking. He had just seen the steam engine on the ship, and he couldn't wait to ask. Well, it's a long story. Zhang Tianyu didn't forget what he had told him before he came here. So, as a technician he knew how to speak. Feng Xiaoshuji immediately took out a small paper bag from his sleeve and pushed it in front of Zhang Tianyu. Zhang-san, thank you for your hard work. Yamamoto and Yamamoto lowered their heads and cursed in their hearts. Can't you make it short? Zhang Tianyu didn't care about that. He took the paper bag and opened it slowly. I need to say something about the heating efficiency of the boiler and the pressure it can withstand in a short period of time. The paper bag was opened, and it was filled with notes worth 100 strings of coins. Feng Yu pinched the notes and estimated the amount. There were about 100 notes, which was equivalent to 10,000 strings of coins. Zhang Tianyu nodded to Wei Wei. 10,000 strings of coins could be used to make dozens of accessories. He could still keep 5% of the money, which was 500 strings of coins. Zhang Xiaobao had said earlier that he could use the money to buy things for his own research. Young Master Xiaobao, you are really smart. Zhang Tianyu was impressed. He had really bribed him. Zhang-san, please continue. Feng Xiaoshuji's heart was bleeding. Money was not easy to earn. Because of Watanabe Juchiro's scheme against the Hunan province officials, Tang dynasty had imposed a 200% tariff on Japanese exports to Tang dynasty. At the same time, Tang dynasty had also lowered the prices. According to the original price, every time they sold something worth 1 string of coins, they would lose 4 strings of coins. The people in Tang dynasty were living frugally and couldn't bear to waste a single coin. But Feng Yu had to give the money away. What were the Japanese researchers doing? It was just the first generation of steam engines, and they had not made it yet. Zhang Tianyu did not care about what Feng Xiaoshuji was thinking. He had gotten the money, and he had to reveal some secrets. Actually, it's very simple. Wood is not good. Because at the critical moment, it is not burning enough, and the power of the steam engine cannot be increased by much. So how can this problem be solved? When coal is not used, it can still maintain a certain speed and efficiency. This is related to the supply of heat per unit of time. At the same time, it is also related to the heating area of the water during the steam generation process. What do you think? Feng Xiaoshuji nodded. Yamamoto and Yamamoto beside him were writing down what Zhang Tianyu said. However, this problem is not unsolvable. Whether it is coal or firewood, as long as they can provide heat, it will definitely work. If there is a difference, it is that when coal is burned, the heat produced per unit of time is continuous, but firewood is unable to do so. One is the problem of the flow of oxygen, and the other is the problem of the energy carried by the body. To give a simple example, if you spray some water at the place where the coal is burning, the fire will be stronger. If you spray water at the firewood, it will be over. Unless there is enough firewood and it is burning at the same time, right? Zhang Tianyu was not lying this time. This was the case in theory, but it would be difficult to make the corresponding changes according to the theory. He did not understand other aspects. For example, when a rocket was launched, no matter what fuel was used, the final goal was the efficiency of the unit of energy released per unit of time. Even if you used other fuels to provide oxygen when burning, the basic principle would not change. What would change would be the supporting technology, including nuclear power. This oxygen was not referring to oxygen, but the supporting conditions for combustion. Some things needed an anaerobic environment to release energy. It was very simple, but Feng Xiaoshuji was stunned. It was too professional. He said, Zhang-san, can you go to Japan and settle down there? My family is under the protection of the Ministry of Works, Zhang Tianyu said. When he said this, Zhang Tianyu was already full of admiration for Zhang Xiaobao. This was because when Zhang Xiaobao told him about this, he had even warned him about the questions he might ask. Little young master, is there anything you can't predict? Continue to tempt me. I still have something to say. Fengqiao Shoji did not know how much research Zhang Xiaobao had in psychology. As expected, he followed Zhang Tianyu's idea and said, Zhang Sen, a good man does not have to worry about not having a wife. There are countless beautiful and considerate women in Japan, as long as, I know. If I go there, can you promise not to send me back if Tang dynasty asks for me from Japan? Zhang Tianyu followed the script. This, Zhang San is so important in Tang dynasty? Fengqiao Shoji did not dare to guarantee. Humph. Zhang Tianyu snorted. Fengqiao, you should ask the important people. I won't waste any more time. After saying this, Zhang Tianyu stood up and left angrily. This, sigh. Fengqiao Shoji saw Zhang Tianyu leaving but could not stop him. He sighed regretfully. The 10,000 strings of coins were taken away by Zhang Tianyu, leaving only the steamed buns and soup on the table. This meal was too extravagant. After Zhang Tianyu left, he did not go back to his resting place. Instead, he went to find Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao was also drinking soup and cooking. After being smothered by the oil, he did not want to eat anything else. He made himself a bowl of ginger soup, the kind without sugar. He also cooked some prawns and ate them while peeling them. Little young master, little young master? When Zhang Tianyu found Zhang Xiaobao had already eaten 2 prawns. Did you earn money? Zhang Xiaobao asked as he passed a prawn to Zhang Tianyu. Yes. Do you have steamed buns? I have been thinking about things and did not have time to eat. Zhang Tianyu took the prawn and threw the shell into his mouth. He asked as he chewed and looked around. I don't have any. Go to the kitchen. There is still a small box of garlic in the kitchen. Dip it in the chili sauce and eat more. Don't forget to arrange for others to interact with the Japanese, so that they will not give up hope. Zhang Xiaobao pointed at the things on the table and said to Zhang Tianyu. Zhang Tianyu nodded. I knew that little young master would leave something good. He gave me 10,000 strings of coins. Little young master, you eat your food. I know. I will send someone over later. Zhang Tianyu happily went straight to the kitchen and left the money. Zhang Xiaobao did not touch the money as he found it dirty. He peeled another prawn and said to himself with a smile, the good days are yet to come. What good days? Wang Wan came over with a fruit plate and heard Zhang Xiaobao's words. She put the fruit on the table and asked. The good days of the Japanese. Before the fleet arrives in Jili, they will definitely get what they want. 10,000 strings of coins. You put it away first. When the time comes, you can distribute it to others. If it is too little, the Japanese will not be happy. Why take money so seriously? Zhang Xiaobao raised his chin and motioned to Wang Wan to take the money. Wang Wan took the money and counted it quickly. Can I say that it is easy for you to talk and that a full man does not know the hunger of a hungry man? Chapter 970. The ship continued to sail on the Yellow River. The days of suffering for the Japanese had begun. Fengqiao Masato and the others didn't know that even if they didn't bribe him, Zhang Xiaobao would think of a way to let them understand the technology of the first-generation steam engine. What made them happy was that the technicians from the Ministry of Works were on the same ship as them. Furthermore, no one was watching over the technicians from the Ministry of Works, so they could easily come into contact with them. When will we have so many technicians in Japan? If we can bring all of them back to Japan, we won't be suppressed by Great Tang. After sending off another person from the Ministry of Works, Fengqiao Masato wrote down the technology that the other party mentioned. He was so tired that he shook his writing arm and said to Yamamoto and Yamanji. Yamamoto's gaze was still on the door of the cabin. From there, he had just spent 3,000 strings of cash. He calculated in his heart. 3 days. In 3 days, he had spent a total of 50,000 strings of cash. There was still more than half of the technology that he hadn't grasped, so he had to continue spending. Yamamoto was also under great pressure. He had to bring the technology back. On the sea, speed was life.
Those who hadn't seen how fast a steam engine ship was would never understand how powerful it was. Once the battle started, the steam engine ships could easily circle to the upwind side. Even if they didn't have cannons, they could still shoot a wave of flaming arrows with the wind. A ship without a steam engine couldn't run away, couldn't catch up, and had nowhere to hide. If they didn't work hard to develop the technology, when Great Tang attacked, they wouldn't even have the ability to defend themselves. Great Tang won't let us go. We have to learn from Great Tang and build our own industrial system. Before we left the capital, didn't the Great Tang Emperor say that we can exchange labor for points? He wants to send 200,000 people over from Japan. Yamamoto thought about the exchange of labor for technology, and felt that he should make a decision to send people over to Great Tang. Yamamoto and Feng Qiao looked at each other, and their eyes were filled with worry. Yamamoto sighed. This probably has something to do with Zhang Xiaobao. Could it be a trap? Even if it's a trap, we have to jump into it. Even if all 200,000 people die in Great Tang, as long as we can exchange for the technology, they will still be proud. The Great Tang of the past wasn't like this. Feng Qiao wasn't stupid. He knew that Zhang Xiaobao was scheming, but he couldn't figure out what Zhang Xiaobao, who could mobilize the power of a country, was thinking. Yamamoto also recalled what Windy Bridge had said. In the past, the Great Tang was very easy to talk to. If one came over to give a small gift, one would receive a generous reward. If one said a few nice words, one could even receive a large reward. But it was useless. Japan. They had set up a technical college and spent a lot of money to get in. But they could not learn anything. Even the most basic technologies were locked up. Li Longji could not even reward the craftsmen to Japan. All the changes were because of the Zhang and Wang families. The more Yamamoto thought about it, the angrier he got. He suddenly said, "Why don't we think of a way to sink the ship?" Feng Qiao put his index finger in front of his mouth. Yamamoto had already covered his mouth. "Do you want to die?" Feng Qiao asked in a low voice. He knew that Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, and Li Longji were on this ship. How could he not be on guard against them? Yamamoto waved his hand, indicating for Yamamoto to let go. After Yamamoto let go of his mouth, he lowered his head and sighed. Compared to the various negative statuses of the three Japanese people, Li Longji's cabin was a lively atmosphere. Li Jun and Pan were thinking that they had a father. After this father gave them so many things, they felt that he was a good person like their mother. He was the kind of person that they could tell stories to. Thus, Li Longji began to listen to his daughter tell the same story over and over again. Every time he heard it, he would praise her and make Pan more energetic. Accompanied by the music, Pan danced again. From time to time, she would stop and look at Li Longji. She would continue dancing after Li Longji praised her. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan accompanied her. Occasionally, they would listen to the news from the people who were monitoring Feng Qiao. Wang Wan had just received the latest information. Looking at the lively scene in front of her, she said to Zhang Xiaobao, "I thought of a poem." "What poem?" Zhang Xiaobao asked subconsciously. The curvature of the postnatal confinement shines on the 9 provinces. Wang Wan only said one sentence. Zhang Xiaobao knew what she was going to say. "I also thought of a poem. Waning Orchid sends guests off in Xianyang Way." Wang Wan rolled her eyes and nodded. She knew what Zhang Xiaobao meant. The next sentence of "Waning Orchid sends guests off in Xianyang Way" was "If the heavens have feelings, the heavens will also grow old." However, Zhang Xiaobao was definitely not referring to this poem. He was referring to another poem. "Should the remaining brave chase after the cornered enemy?" I'm not saying that I pity the Japanese. I just feel that the 3 of them are really patriotic. I'm lamenting about the vicissitudes of life. It's not easy for everyone. I want to make it easy for them. I want to find them and tell them that I'll teach them all the techniques. I'm afraid that they won't accept it and suspect that there's something fishy going on. Humans are like this. Let them work hard to bribe. Only then will they believe that it's true. Zhang Xiaobao expressed that he was helpless. He didn't want to waste too much time with Feng Qiao. However, they didn't want to cooperate, so he could only slowly grind them down. Wang Wan changed the topic. "Where's Xiaobei? I saw them wandering around the door just now." "Ask them."
Zhang Xiaobao waved his hand and signaled for someone guarding the door to come over and ask. This person was really clear. Xiaobei and the others went outside to the deck and said that they wanted to feel the wind on the river to see if it was tough. They wanted people to wear skewers and eat barbecue. There was only one opening left around the barbecue. The other 3 sides were covered with cloth curtains. They were afraid that the wind would blow the smoke in all directions. They were probably already eating by now. Look, they learned it all from you. They say one thing and do another. How can they feel the wind when they're surrounded by 3 curtains? Wang Wan said to Zhang Xiaobao with a smile. Wisdom, this is called wisdom. Moreover, they didn't learn it from me. They learned it from you. You know how to attack a city and weaken the enemy's morale. Surround 3 sides and lack 1. Otherwise, the losses will be great. It's easy to have the effect of a desperate army winning the battle. Zhang Xiaobao argued irrationally. Who said that? I can surround them completely and not attack. I can surround them from all sides. Wang Wan argued. Then I won't commit suicide. I'll cross over. Are you scared? I'll make it so that you can't sleep well. You'll always dream of me killing my way back and making you scream for help in the middle of the night. Zhang Xiaobao chuckled. Help! Help! Someone has fallen into the water. Just as Xiaobao's voice fell, a cry for help could be heard from outside. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao got up and ran outside. They were afraid that their younger brother and sister would fall in. The Yellow River was very cold. What if they caught a cold? Crow's beak. Wang Wan even complained to Zhang Xiaobao. If it's really that effective, then I'll call for the entire world to be unified and put under Great Tang. Zhang Xiaobao had already rushed to where his younger brother and sister were barbecuing. Seeing that Xiaobei was gone, he immediately stood at the side of the boat and looked down. Beside him was Fengqiao Masayoshi, who felt aggrieved in the cabin and came out to call for help. This made Zhang Xiaobao instantly think that the 3 of them were the ones who pushed Xiaobei down. Fengqiao Masayoshi didn't care about the people around him and didn't know that Zhang Xiaobao suspected them. Just now, when he came out for a stroll, he smelled the fragrance of barbecuing and looked at the scenery on both sides of the Yellow River. He planned to wait for Xiaobei and the others to finish barbecuing and ask for 2 skewers to eat. He believed that Xiaobei wouldn't refuse. In the end, he saw a woman washing clothes on the shore not far away. She was hitting her clothes with a stick. Beside her, a 3 or 4-year-old child wanted to reach for something in the water and fell in. Hence, he anxiously shouted for help. At this moment, his thoughts were all on Xiaobei. He didn't care about the people on the other boats who kept jumping down. This was because after he shouted that someone had fallen into the water, Xiaobei suddenly rushed out of the water. He looked around and then jumped down. He did a series of actions in the air and took off his half-cotton clothes, leaving only his undershirt on. Fengqiao Masayoshi had to admit that he was dumbfounded at that moment. He was afraid. If something happened to Xiaobei and he shouted for help, wouldn't Zhang Xiaobao skin him alive? Hence, he stared at the water and prayed that someone would save Xiaobei. But when he saw what happened, he was stunned. Xiaobei, who had jumped into the water, shuttled through the waves of the Yellow River at an astonishing speed. It went straight for the child who had fallen into the water. As the child floated up and down, he could only see a small black dot with hair. Fengqiao Masayoshi watched without blinking. He saw Xiaobei's amazing swimming ability and saw the people who had jumped down from the boats either gather or disperse. He saw the life-saving equipment falling down like rain. For a moment, he felt like he was in a dream. The woman washing clothes on the shore also jumped down anxiously. However, she didn't know how to swim. As soon as she jumped down, she floated up and down with the waves. Immediately, a few people took the initiative to swim over to rescue the child. Zhang Xiaobao also came over to take a look. He saw his sister stop moving for a moment. Then, her head dived down and disappeared. The people who had jumped down from the boat in front of them and swam closer were doing the same thing. Fengqiao Masayoshi felt that time was passing very slowly. The sky seemed to have darkened. Zhang Xiaobao also took a few deep breaths. Suddenly, Fengqiao Masayoshi felt that the sky was bright. The sun had risen. He saw the child who had fallen into the water earlier being held up like the moon surrounded by stars. At the bottom was Xiaobei. While the people on the boat cheered, Xiaobei had already placed the child on the platform that everyone had raised with their arms and started performing first aid. Fengqiao Masayoshi had learned this first aid movement in the Four Seas Academy, but he had never seen anyone perform it in such a situation. After a short while, the child reacted. First he coughed. Then, he looked around blankly. Then he started crying. This caused another round of cheers on the boat and on the shore. The woman was also brought over by someone. They found life-saving equipment and put her on. Then they approached the boat and used a rope to hoist her onto the boat. At this time, they were already very far away from the place where the accident had happened. The water was still flowing, and the boat was still moving. However, many people's hearts were frozen in that short period of time. When Xiao Bei came up, Zhang Xiaobao didn't need to go over. Someone wrapped Xiao Bei up with clothes. Someone also brought over bowls of ginger soup and distributed it to the people who had jumped down. It was the same on the other boats. Fengqiao Masayoshi secretly wiped away the cold sweat and excited sweat on his forehead. He stared fixedly at the busy scenes on the boats and the blooming smile on Xiao Bei's face. However, there were huge waves in his heart. He finally experienced the power of the Zhang family and the Wang family. From the moment the child fell into the water to the successful rescue, it only took a short while. However, what was reflected was the speed of the Zhang family and the Wang family's emergency response speed. Everyone was on the boat, and the ginger soup was ready. Tacit understanding, efficiency, and division of labor were so clear. They were busy but not chaotic, fast but not impatient. Zhang Xiaobao walked in front of his sister and touched her dripping hair. "Ah, great hero, quickly change your clothes." Xiao Bei was still in a state of excitement. He shook his head and said, "It's nothing. My cotton robe was washed away, and the goldfish bag and silverfish bag on it are gone. It's worth it. Children can't swim well. Why didn't they obediently stay by the river? Why did they go to the middle of the river? They were washed to the middle of the river. You can't do that. If you don't change your clothes, you'll catch a cold and get an injection." Zhang Xiaobao smiled and threatened. When Xiao Bei heard about the injection, he hurriedly ran into the cabin. His legs moved a few times and disappeared without a trace. After Xiao Bei left, Fengqiao Masayoshi carefully came over and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Lord Zhang, I was the one who shouted for help just now." He came to apologize. If he didn't shout, Xiao Bei wouldn't have been the first to jump. The people on the other boats naturally saw the situation and arranged for rescue. He was grateful to Xiao Bei in his heart. He was good at swimming. Not only did he not get into trouble, but he was also the first to save someone. Zhang Xiaobao didn't understand what he was thinking. What did he mean? Why did you specifically tell me when you shouted? Do you want me to reward you? I plan to reward you with the technology of the first-generation steam engine. How can you be at ease with it? Got it. Zhang Xiaobao could only reply casually. If I didn't shout, Inspector Zhang wouldn't have jumped, Fengqiao Masayoshi explained. Oh. Zhang Xiaobao understood and comforted him. Just jump. Other than the water being cold, there's no other problem. Don't take it to heart. I still have to thank you for shouting. If you were any later, the child might not have been saved. I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Fengqiao Masayoshi didn't expect this outcome. He thought to himself, Zhang Xiaobao, you're really not worried. The Yellow River in early winter. Aren't you afraid that your sister won't be able to come up? Even though he thought this, he said something else. Thank you, Lord Zhang. Treat me to dinner. There's no need. I was also shocked just now. I'll go back to the cabin to rest first. He didn't dare to eat at the same table as Zhang Xiaobao. He was afraid that he would be schemed against. Anything could happen when he was with Zhang Xiaobao. All right. Men, get a doctor to take a look at Fengqiao. Zhang Xiaobao made the arrangements out of courtesy. He turned to the remaining 8 siblings and said, "Thank goodness you guys didn't jump. I wanted to jump, but I didn't dare to. If I jumped, I might freeze and cramp. I would have to wait for someone to save me," little Yuan said honestly. It's rumored that Xiao Bei is good at swimming. Today, I've seen it for myself. Look at the Jinwu guards that I brought with me. They are said to be the best at swimming. Look at your family's protection team. They really can't compare. Li Longji's voice sounded. He was in the cabin just now and heard someone shouting that someone had fallen into the water. He also came out to take a look. He walked slower than Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, but he also saw the scene of Xiao Bei rushing towards the child who had fallen into the water. Then, he saw the cooperation between Zhang Xiaobao and the Wang family's guards. He sighed in his heart. Zhang Xiaobao had to be humble. He said, "Your Majesty's guards are used to protect your Majesty. They won't be separated. Furthermore, all my guards are good at swimming. Not all of them jumped just now. Those who felt that they couldn't swim well would be a burden if they jumped. I don't intend to rely on the protection of the Jin Wu guards. It's fine as long as my guard of honor is set up properly." Xiao Bao, do you know why the child fell into the water? Li Longji didn't care about the face of the guards at all and said on the spot. The Jin Wu guards lowered their heads and didn't say anything. Firstly, they didn't dare to refute the emperor's words. Secondly, they knew that they were the ones who had jumped down just now. None of them would be able to come up. Li Longji asked for the reason. There was no need for Zhang Xiaobao to send someone to ask. The mother and son who had been rescued had already changed their clothes and came over to kowtow. At first, the woman didn't know what the fleet was for. Because it was rented to Japan and Xinlua, there was no flag on the ship. While the woman was grateful, she was also worried that she wouldn't be able to go home in time. The ship had already gone far away. She was afraid that the ship would have to wait for a place with a dock before it could dock for her. If that happened, the man at home would definitely be anxious when he came back. When she learned from the maid who had changed her clothes that this ship was not only the fleet of the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang families in Sanxue County, but also the emperor, the woman was completely relieved. No matter how ignorant she was, she knew that there was no more reassuring combination in the Tang Empire than the current team. According to the reliable way that the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang families did things, the men at home should be able to get very accurate information. She brought her son and left with the fleet. Whenever the emperor wanted to let her go, she would go down. Of course, she still had to kowtow to thank him. This kowtow had to be kowtowed. Not to mention saving her life, even if she didn't save him, she still had to kowtow when she saw the emperor. Her son was really lucky. Even when he fell into the water, he could still meet a heaven-like benefactor to save him. Thus, the woman brought her son over. The child had already forgotten the danger just now. He was holding a piece of cake in his hand and eating it with all his might. He felt that it was very delicious. Under his red eyes, there was a small mouth covered in cake crumbs. From time to time, he would stick out his tongue and lick it. When the mother and son arrived in front of Li Longji, the woman's legs had already begun to tremble. This was the emperor. After taking another step, she could no longer control her legs. With a plop, she knelt down and kowtowed with all her might, but she couldn't say a word. Without Li Longji's instructions, the woman had just kowtowed a few times when someone came over to stop her. The woman took 2 deep breaths and found that her son was still standing there eating. She hurriedly scolded, "Li Zi, foodie, why haven't you kneeled down to His Majesty yet? Have you not been beaten enough?" As she shouted, she stretched out her hand to get her son to kneel. Li Longji impatiently said, all right, I don't lack people who want to kneel. Your son was lucky to have encountered Xiao Bao's team. Otherwise, we wouldn't even be able to retrieve his corpse. I ask you, why did your son fall into the water?" The woman was frightened by Li Longji's words. Her face instantly became deathly pale. Only when Li Longji asked for the reason did she regain her composure. She looked at the child, then looked at the emperor and said in a low voice, This woman was washing clothes. Lotzi fell down while playing. This child really doesn't let people have peace of mind. Why did you bring the child to wash the clothes? If we leave the children in the school, there will be someone to take care of them." Li Longji first thought of education and suspected that the school there was not good enough. Your Majesty, not, enroll age, enroll at school, 5 years old, otherwise, children, make trouble, the teacher cannot teach lessons. The woman explained and looked back at her son. Her face was full of helplessness. Li Longji nodded his head and turned his head to look at Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao had been waiting for a long time. He knew that Li Longji would look at him. After looking at Li Longji's eyes, he spoke first. Your Majesty, do you have something to ask this subject? Chapter 971. Li Longji looked at Zhang Xiaobao and thought to himself, since you know that I'm going to ask you, how can you not know what I'm going to ask? Seeing that Zhang Xiaobao was playing dumb, Li Longji said to the woman, tell Xiaobao what I just said. The woman knew who Xiaobao was. That Zhang Xiaobao who had given birth to a child that looked like Zhang Xiaobao, and the one beside him was naturally little fairy Cuckoo. This time, the woman wasn't nervous anymore. She looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and whispered, good, very good. They're a pair. How did these children grow up? Look at them. Zhang Xiaobao could tell what the woman was trying to say from the movement of her lips. He quickly interrupted, I heard it just now. The villages are scattered, and transportation is inconvenient. Many of the villages have a small population. I really don't have any good ideas. Money doesn't help. After saying this to Li Longji, Zhang Xiaobao turned to the woman and said, sister-in-law, I'll get someone to send you back in a moment. I'll think of a way to solve the problem of the children's safety. This matter is too important, and it can't be taken lightly. The woman only understood the first part of Zhang Xiaobao's words. She didn't understand the second part, so she thanked him again and again. She led her son, who was still eating, back to the cabin. She didn't need to return the clothes she was wearing. She was lucky because her son was wearing Li Jun's clothes. They were around the same age, and they fit quite well. After the woman left, Li Longji was worried. He asked Zhang Xiaobao, Xiaobao, you really can't think of an idea? I've never seen you in such a difficult position before. Zhang Xiaobao patted his head in distress and looked at Wang Wan. Wang Wan also frowned. To Li Longji, this was a small matter, but to her and Zhang Xiaobao, it was a huge matter. The problem of the children's safety and guidance seemed small, but it was thousands of times more difficult than the questions in the imperial examinations. It would affect a country system and involve many aspects, which would give rise to even more difficulties and problems. Li Longji didn't think that it would be difficult. Spending money was like having merchants pay for schools. If the merchants couldn't do it, he would do it himself. His bank had a lot of money. Xiaobao, you can use my money as you please. Settle this matter well and I will reward you handsomely. Zhang Xiaobao didn't reply. He cursed in his heart. Of course I can use the money from the bank as I please. Do I need you to tell me that? If I really do things well, the child's happiness will be my greatest reward. What kind of reward can you give me? Gao Lisher was also worried and asked, Xiaobao, you usually have a lot of ideas. Look, you did a good job with Operation Chaoyang. You even solved the problem of the older children. Wouldn't it be easier for the children? How is it so easy? Why didn't I notice? Zhang Xiaobao mumbled. He rubbed his temples and said, wait for me to go back and think about it with Cuckoo. After saying that, Zhang Xiaobao didn't wait for Li Longji to say anything. He pulled Wang Wan and went straight into the cabin. He didn't even care about his sister, who had just dried her hair and ran out to continue the barbecue. The two of them went into the cabin one after the other. Zhang Xiaobao leaned against the couch and said, oh my God, Li Longji is just standing there and talking. A full man doesn't know the hunger of a hungry man. When Wang Wan heard Zhang Xiaobao's complaints, she wanted to laugh but couldn't. This was because she knew what Zhang Xiaobao had to face. After thinking for a while, she asked, Xiaobao, can we have a woman in each village who is responsible for taking care of the children? She doesn't need to do anything else and is only responsible for looking after the children. What do you think? No. As soon as Wang Wan finished speaking, Zhang Xiaobao immediately objected. For example, there are 20 families in a village with 9 children. 5 of them are studying in school. Every day, they have to walk for more than 2 hours to go to school and then walk for another 2 hours to come back. Or they can just live in school. There are still 4 children left. They are still young and can't go to school. It's too far away, and they can't live in school. They can't bear not seeing their family for a long time. According to what you said, it's not a problem to find a woman to take care of the remaining 4 children during the slack season. But since it's not busy, why let her take care of the children? It's better for the mothers to take care of the children themselves. During the busy season, normal women also have to work with the children. In your village, there are 20 families, and one of them is idle. Even if there is only 1 child, the other 3 mothers have to do her work. Each of them has to do 1/3 more work. Do you think it's possible? Wang Wan shook her head.
Impossible. 1/3 is too much. How can we divide the work equally among the villagers? Why should we? That's called eating from the same big pot. Those who benefit and those who don't benefit will have to contribute, and those who don't benefit will naturally not do it. Zhang Xiaobao asked again. The two of them had a heated discussion about the problem of preschool children. It wasn't because of Li Longji, but because they wanted to do better. They were worried about the road conditions and transportation. Outside, Li Longji didn't plan to return to the cabin, so he barbecued with Xiao Bei and the others. Li Jun and Pan Er also looked on eagerly. Xiao Bei thought for a moment, then asked someone to bring over eggplants and lamb slices for the two little guys to eat. The two little guys were very happy. They didn't care about what they ate, as long as they played with them. Xiao Bei, what did you think of when you were saving people? Li Longji suddenly asked. Xiao Bei lowered his head and smiled. The expressions of the other 8 children were also very rich. This was because their older brother had said that the most disgusting thing was when a person did something at a critical moment, and someone insisted on asking them what they thought. For a question like this, there was a formula for the answer. One was that I didn't think of anything. The situation was very tense, and I only thought that I had to save people. My older brother had said that this person was also disgusting. Since you didn't think of anything, then what did you think of? There was also another formula, and that was... Uncle Emperor, when I heard someone cry out that they had fallen into the water, the first thing that came to my mind was that this was my Tang Empire. The person who had fallen into the water was most likely someone from my Tang Empire. Moreover, they had fallen into my Tang Empire's water. I couldn't just watch and do nothing. Secondly, the reason why I made this decision was because of you, Uncle Emperor. You are the Emperor, and I often accept your teachings. You taught me to be a caring person, a kind person. Thirdly, I thought of my grandfather. I remember that when I was very young, my grandfather... Xiao Bei. Li Longji interrupted Xiao Bei's words in a deep voice. He really couldn't bear it anymore. It was too fake. Those who could face this kind of statement calmly were all capable people. They were even more capable than him, the Emperor. Xiao Bei chuckled twice and fed Li Jun and Pan Er a mouthful of eggplant. He said, okay, I'll tell you the truth. At that time, I first thought about where the person who had fallen into the water was. I had to see them before I could save them. After I found a shadow, I directly jumped. When I jumped, I found that the cotton robe was too much of a hindrance, so I had no choice but to take it off. Fortunately, I moved quickly and took it off in the air. Otherwise, it would have been more difficult for me to jump down. I even had time to adjust my position when I entered the water. It was so painful to hit the water directly. After entering the water, I didn't think about anything else. I just swam towards the place I just saw. The place I said I saw was not the original place. The water was still moving, so I had to calculate the position. All that was left was to swim as fast as possible. As for the movement and the frequency of the chi summoning, I have already practiced it to the point that it has almost become instinct. There's no need to think about it. When I caught the person under the water, all I thought was, don't die. That's all. Swim. Swim. Li Jun opened her mouth and pointed at the grilled fish. Xiao Bei nodded. Yes, it's swimming in the water. Jun Er is really smart. Wait for sister to pick out the bones and I'll give it to you to eat. This fish was caught by Xiao Bei. She woke the child up and taught the others to take care of it. She swam to the side of the boat and grabbed a fish that was watching but not helping. She gouged out the fish's eyes. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to catch it. She then carried the fish with a rope in her arms and boarded the boat. Li Longji was also clear about the origin of this fish. He really admired it. He had seen heroes catch fish with their bare hands in the Yellow River, but he had never seen a child catch fish with her bare hands. Seeing Xiao Bei, as a child, patiently pick out the bones in the fish and feed the meat to the younger child, Li Longji felt a sense of enjoyment in life. Thinking of children, Li Longji became worried again. He sighed again and asked Xiao Bei, how do you think we should arrange for the children who aren't in school to be protected together? Look, it was the adults who brought the children to work today, but the children fell into the water. Take the money and choose a place. When the adults work, put the children there. Set up several places like this in a county. Xiao Bei flipped the fish over as she spoke. The side that she had just eaten had already been eaten. Children were also very good eaters. But a village is very small. There are only a few children, and it's also very far from the county. If we arrange for someone to take care of the children, we'll have one less person to work. The children can't walk too far by themselves. It's troublesome. Li Longji also thought of this point and blurted it out. When Xiao Bei was feeding Li Jun and Pan again, the two children couldn't eat anymore and turned their heads away. Xiao Bei put the meat in his mouth and said, "Let's move together. A few villages or a dozen villages together, and choose 2 or 3 people to take care of the children. If they can't work, we'll give them money. Uncle Emperor, you have a lot of money in the bank. This year you have 100 million string of money. How much money does a village have? You can take out a small portion. It's enough." Li Longji didn't take Xiao Bei's words seriously. He was just saying it to vent the depression in his heart. When he heard Xiao Bei mention moving, he smiled and said, "The adults work far away. It's still not enough." "Why not?" "It's better for the adults to work far away than the children who can't go far by themselves. People who do business like to have more people. Farmers, didn't you release a lot of military horses? When people work faster, they can make up for the time lost. Military horses are not farm horses. They can be ridden. When they reach a place, they can rest for a while before working again. Uncle Emperor, horses are really important. When there are more horses, they can work faster. They can be several times more efficient than a person." Xiao Bei ate 2 pieces of fish and remembered that there were other people who hadn't eaten yet, so she sent the fish over. Xiao Hai took the fish and said, "It's not several times more efficient. It's dozens of times more efficient. How much is the difference between a person's land and a cow's land? Horses plow faster than cows. I reckon that older brother and older sister will have to worry about food in the future." "That's right. It's not easy to deal with more food." Li Longji agreed. Suddenly, he was stunned. He stared at Xiao Bei and asked, "What did you just say?" "What did I say?" Xiao Bei was startled. "Quick, call Xiao Bao and Cuckoo over." Li Longji didn't need Xiao Bei to repeat himself. He already had an idea. He ordered people to call Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. While Li Longji and Xiao Bei were talking, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were also discussing in the cabin. "If there's no other way, then let's combine the villages. Children can't run back and forth, but adults can. Besides, with military horses, it's convenient to travel. Horses can be ridden. Since we can't eat from the same big pot, then let's use a centralized model and form an incentive system. It looks like we need to get more oil and use the diesel engine on farming as soon as possible. That way, there's no need to be afraid of the distance. The diesel engine is so fast. After going back and forth, it's back to efficiency. Only when people have more time can they rest, have fun, and take good care of the children." When the people sent by Li Longji arrived at the door, Zhang Xiaobao summarized the 2 people's thoughts. There was a knock on the door, and the person said that Her Majesty had summoned them. The 2 people walked out. Wang Wan said while walking, "After combining the villages, the conflicts will become more prominent. Many villages are mainly based on surnames. The competition for the village chief position will be very fierce. There will also be more conflicts between small interest groups. That's the matter of the local officials. If the local officials are not capable and can't handle the affairs of the villages, then we will let Xiao Bei handle the local officials." Zhang Xiaobao delegated the responsibility. Wang Wan paused for a moment. "It looks like we have to do more promotion work for Li Longji. Once we have the film and phonograph, the publicity work will be easier to do. We still have to finish the cartoon first. Xiao Bei asked a few days ago, and the standards of the current artists are too low. Just ask them to draw a simple cartoon. As for expressing too much of the style from the lines, it's not like it's a landscape painting. Don't they understand that simple is the most popular? Don't tell me they want the children to see whether the lines of the characters and scenery in the animation are bold and graceful? If they really want to express it, they can just use the actions of the characters and the environment in the animation to render it. Why bother with the lines? Just draw a 2-meter-tall bear with a fierce expression. Even if the children are stupid, they won't think that it's gentle, right?" Speaking of this matter,
Zhang Xiaobao started to criticize the person he had found to draw the animation. There were many artists who insisted on doing this and that. Even if they could use their brushes to pierce through 1,000 layers of paper, could it be reflected in the animation? Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan talked along the way. When they arrived at the younger brother and sister's barbecue stall, Xiao Bei was roasting chives. It was not that she wanted to eat them, but she was really setting up a stall to sell them to the other people on the ship. Chives for 1 copper coin for 3 skewers was considered very cheap. Because it was already early winter, if she sold 3 skewers, she would earn 1 copper coin for 9 skewers. Next to her, Xiao Yuan was roasting squid neck. This was not for sale, so he planned to eat it himself. Of the 5 skewers, he would eat 3 skewers. He brought 2 skewers for Zhang Gang and helped Xiao Bei roast 4 skewers of garlic. When he sold them, he would earn 1 copper coin for 2 skewers. Li Longji and Gao Lishir, as well as Empress Wang and Wu Huifei, were watching from the side. Li Longji lamented to Gao Lishir. These were really Zhang Xiaobao's younger siblings. It was not a matter of money, but the way they thought about how they could earn back the money they spent by eating barbecue. It was really difficult for them to decide to spend 3 million string of cash without hesitation when they were at Hong Farm. Gao Lishir expressed his agreement. Empress Wang smiled but did not say anything. Even Wu Huifei, who did not get along with Zhang Xiaobao and the Wang family, could not put her resentment on Xiao Bei and the others. This was because when Xiao Bei and the others were seriously roasting things for every copper coin, they could easily throw away the goldfish bags and silverfish bags when they were saving people and then say that it was worth it. The strong contrast made Wu Huifei blush with shame. She could not judge Xiao Bei and the others. She knew that Xiao Bei and the others had a precious candy house. The things inside were really good. It could be said that they strived for perfection, but they were also really expensive. Ordinary people could not afford them. However, it was such a candy house that when Xiao Bei and the others followed Her Majesty outside the city, they were willing to take out a large amount of candy to give the children in the capital to eat. If one said that they were stingy, that was right. They haggled over every penny. If one said that they were generous, that was also right. If one said that they were very afraid of death, there were 2 experts beside them whose movements could not be seen clearly. They were usually surrounded by guards. If one said that they were willing to sacrifice themselves, Xiao Bei would be the first to jump in without hesitation when he knew that someone had fallen into the water. Wu Huifei was momentarily at a loss. She muttered, Xiao Bei and the others should not be in heaven, but they definitely do not belong in hell. Where exactly are they? In the human world. Wang Wan, who was walking over, happened to hear it. She added, it has nothing to do with Maxim Gorky. Then who is it? Wu Huifei asked passively. A person who talks about the Haiyan. But I don't care, because we have the Xueyun. The Haiyan's struggle is self-defense, while the Xueyun's fight is for the common people, Zhang Xiaobao explained. Wu Huifei knew who the Xueyun was. It was the male eagle that the storyteller said, who dares to fly in the sky, alone guarding 1,000 miles with a soaring eagle. It was said that when one eagle soared to the sky, the other eagles retreated. Just like Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan when they were in their respective fields, no one dared to go against it. When the moon was full, the stars would dim. Li Longji did not care about the riddle. When he saw Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, he rubbed his hands excitedly and said, Xiaobao, Cuckoo, I just asked you 2 about the matter. You still haven't thought of a solution, right? Hehe. I was eating barbecue when I suddenly thought of this matter, so I asked Xiao Bei. Guess what Xiao Bei said? Let me give you a hint. The problem has been solved. Hehe. Li Longji wanted to say that he had solved the problem himself. If it were any other official, he could only tacitly agree and not say anything else. But when he saw Xiao Bei working hard for every copper coin, he really could not say it. How shameless would that be? If he really dared to say it, Xiao Bei would only reply with an innocent smile and he would jump off the boat. That was because there was no place in this world for his face. It was too big. Zhang Xiaobao did not ask for the details. He first went to his sister Xiao Bei and asked, How much are you selling it for? 3 skewers of Chinese chives for 1 copper coin. If I sell 3 skewers, I'll make a profit. Is it expensive? Xiao Bei's Chinese chives were almost done roasting and she asked as she sprinkled seasonings on them.
It's not expensive. You're too honest. Normally, you sell 3 skewers for 1 copper coin. It shouldn't be the fresh Chinese chives that you eat. It should be brushed with gutter oil and then roasted with Chinese chives that are about to rot. Zhang Xiaobao spoke about business. Xiaobei's hands trembled. Then what if I get a stomachache? Aren't you going to rub sauce on the Chinese chives? You can mix the anti-diarrhea medicine into the sauce and rub it on the Chinese chives and you won't get a stomachache. Zhang Xiaobao continued to give ideas. Then if I rub flu medicine on the Chinese chives, will it be able to treat colds? Xiaobei deduced. Wang Wan's eyes widened when she heard this. Zhang Xiaobao, you're going to teach Xiaobei this? With your status, do you really need to do this? Zhang Xiaobao understood that Wang Wan was not talking about his current status. He smiled and said, I'm just playing with Xiaobei. I have to let her know some of the dark methods. Only then will she be able to hold up the light. After speaking to Wang Wan, Zhang Xiaobao turned to Li Longji and said, Your Majesty, what did you want to say just now? Your Majesty, Your Majesty? Li Longji did not say anything. He was already dumbfounded. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaobao did not use his methods on Great Tang. Chapter 972. The chives are ready. Who wants more? Xiaobei shouted. Someone immediately came in to take the chives and give Xiaobei the money. After Xiaobei gave the change, he took the chives and left with satisfaction. They were not craving for barbecue. If they wanted to eat, they would go to the kitchen and tell the chef, who would cook for them at night. They were just there to play with Xiaobei. Xiaobei didn't think too much about it. He happily accepted another roasted hairy egg deal. He took out the cooked hairy egg and skewered it on a bamboo stick to roast. This egg was not an accident during the incubation process. It was man-made and stopped from hatching. There were no germs in it, and it was specially made for the guards of the inner courtyard to eat. It was a non-medicinal supplement to strengthen the body. The 9 children all had work to do, but they were not busy. After roasting the egg, Xiaobei was not busy, so he did not have to worry about it for the time being. He turned his head to listen to his brother. Li Longji had already told Zhang Xiaobao what he had just said to Xiaobei. After Zhang Xiaobao heard it, he did not say that he and Wang Wan had also thought of it. It was not important who had thought of it, and there was no need to deliberately prove that he was smart. Xiaobao, tell me, what do you think? Li Longji asked. It's okay. Since your Majesty is willing to pay, why not add another one? Zhang Xiaobao could not come up with a better idea. It was too affected by technology. Li Longji was looking forward to Zhang Xiaobao's idea. Wang Wan also wanted to hear what Zhang Xiaobao had considered. Zhang Xiaobao first helped Xiaobei flip the egg and said, Each family will have 2 children and let them raise them. For every child born, the imperial court, your Majesty, will take out a portion of your own money as a reward to the person who gave birth to the child. The child must be alive. The initial rule is that it can be 20 strings of coins or 30 strings of coins. Then, every child will receive a sum of money from birth until the age of 15 as child support. For example, 3 strings of coins a year is not a small amount. This money is enough to raise a child. A child can earn 3 times a year, and the discount is 250 copper coins a month. You won't even need to use up all your clothes and food. You can buy toys and storybooks for your child. Li Longji listened attentively, but more than that, he didn't understand. If the person speaking wasn't Zhang Xiaobao, he probably wouldn't have been able to hold himself back from slapping him. Isn't that stupid? If I have money to burn, why should I give money to someone else for giving birth to a child? The merchants were willing to pay for the school because they needed people with knowledge to work in the future. There was a rule that merchants who did not pay were not allowed to work with graduates of the school. Merchants had another purpose, and that was to sell their goods. As long as they were large-scale merchants, they would not fork out the money, and the people would consciously not buy their goods, forcing the merchants to fork out the money. But why would he care if the people had children? They would have children of their own and were willing to have more. After Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, Li Longji asked in doubt, Xiaobao, do I have enough money? If we really do as you say, won't there be people who don't work and just focus on giving birth to children? If those who are willing to work find this way to slack off, what will the country do? Gao Lishur also felt that it was impossible. Xiaobao, Do you think there will be problems? There will be. Zhang Xiaobao nodded. There will be many problems, but there is no need to be afraid. There is a circle here. There will never be a lack of welfare, tax, production, consumption, and conflicts. It will just keep shifting, cycle by cycle. As for me, I am only in charge of medical care and education. I will not provide any help to the elderly with children. I will only increase the punishment for the children who don't want to retire. If there really comes a day when it reaches that level, it means that the social system is rotten to the core and needs to be reshuffled. Wang Wan fell into deep thought. She understood what Zhang Xiaobao meant. If there came a day when the government needed to use other means to provide help to the elderly in society, it would mean that the income of the individual was not enough to support the elderly, and it would also mean that there was a decline in morality. When the government provided help to the elderly, not only should they not praise the means used by the government, they should instead question how the government had turned society into such a state. Then they realized a problem. This government was not a machine. It was full of living people. This government did not appear out of thin air. It had gradually developed to this point under the influence of society. Everyone in society, or rather, their ancestors, were responsible for this. Then when did it start? Wang Wan could not think of a reason. Zhang Xiaobao could not think of a reason either. He could only guarantee that he could still control it. If he really wanted to find a reason, then he would take it that people followed the laws of the earth followed the laws of the heavens followed the Tao, and the Tao followed the laws of nature. The blooming and withering of flowers, the rolling clouds, and the development of society could not escape this circle. As such, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan began to face each other in silence. Li Longji and Gao Lishur could not think of what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were thinking. They could only consider the problems in front of them and the problems that might arise. Li Longji's thoughts were very simple. He was worried that there would be a day when he would not have enough money. When Xiao Bei shouted in alarm and hurriedly sprinkled seasonings on the hairy eggs to get someone to take them, Zhang Xiaobao and the other three came back to their senses and listened to Xiao Bei apologize to the guard. I'm sorry, I was distracted and one side of it was burnt. You eat it first, and I'll cook it for you again. It's free, and I'll cook it for you later as well. I'm sorry for wasting your time, so consider it my compensation, okay? If you don't agree, we can still discuss it again. Xiao Bei handed over a few strings of hairy eggs and sincerely said to the guard. Although the guard was part of the seedling protection team, Xiao Bei did not want to use her authority as a master to pressure him. After all, her current identity was that of a businesswoman. She had always believed that businessmen who only knew how to shirk their responsibilities and did not know how to protect the interests of their customers would not be able to do business for long. Unless the government and the businessmen protected each other, then as her brother said, society was on the verge of a reshuffle. Of course, Xiao Bei did not know that the reshuffle that her brother was talking about did not mean that there would be a reshuffle tomorrow. Perhaps it could still persist for a few hundred years. After all, there was the suppression of force. However, when it really could not be controlled, the people who connived and promoted the situation would pay the price with their lives. No one could blame anyone. Compared to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who thought too much and tired themselves out, the life of the guard was much happier. He only needed to train hard, protect the people of the main family, and then live a happy life with the main family. He did not need to make any policies in the Tang Empire. If one had to say that he had to pay more, it would be the current situation. He held the skewer of hairy eggs that had been roasted on one side and said to Xiao Bei, "As a buyer, I have to say something." "Say something? Then say it. Just don't scold me. Being scolded is not within the scope of the compensation I promised. I can only compensate you in terms of money and attitude. This attitude does not include being scolded by you." Xiao Bei corrected her identity as a businesswoman and emphasized the extent of what she could bear. The guard thought to himself, "Even if you want me to scold you, I don't dare. Who in the Tang Empire dares to scold you?" "However," he said, "when I said that I wanted to buy hairy eggs, you did not ask me what kind of hairy eggs I wanted to eat. This shows that you do not value me. Do you admit this?" "Yes, I did not ask." "Okay, then what kind of compensation do you want?" Xiao Bei wanted to explain, but the guard did not let her. If she took the initiative to explain, it would show that she was guilty and quibbling. "First, you have to compensate me with a skewer of chives and then satisfy my request for the heat of the hairy eggs," the guard said. Just a skewer of chives? You are not allowed to go back on your words. Hairy eggs, what do you want? Xiao Bei was overjoyed. This person's request was too low. I like to eat hairy eggs. I want to eat hairy eggs on both sides. You have to roast the other side of the hairy eggs as well. The guard made his request seriously. Xiao Bei was stunned. She nodded and said, "Then give me the hairy eggs in your hand. I will continue to roast them. This is simple. Thank you. I will roast another set of hairy eggs for you. This is not a compensation, but a reward. In the future, I will definitely ask others what they want first." The corner of the guard's mouth twitched slightly, but he still looked serious as he nodded. Zhang Xiaobao could see that the guard was nodding with difficulty, probably because the texture of the black hairy egg was really not that good. Xiao Bei happily turned around and continued to roast the hairy eggs. Zhang Xiaobao bowed slightly to the guard and said, "Zhang Yong, thank you." The guard called Zhang Yong by Zhang Xiaobao hurriedly returned the bow and said, "Young master, please do not be like this. This is what I should do. I am a member of the vigorous protection team, not a cavalry that is only responsible for killing." After Zhang Yong finished speaking, he went out and continued to perform his duties. Li Longji sighed with emotion again. He understood Zhang Yong's words. The vigorous protection team was more powerful than the cavalry. Not only did it protect the safety of the people being protected, but it also took care of psychological matters. Otherwise, how could the seedlings grow strong? The vigorous protection team was a laughable and childish name, but it was a group of people who made their enemies tremble. Those who could enter would be honored because of this name. After sighing with emotion, Li Longji returned to the previous topic. "Xiao Bao, will I really not run out of money?" "Not at all," Zhang Xiaobao said with certainty. "Actually, I have wanted to do this for a long time. This is called the central government stimulating consumption. But in the past, the Sanongxi Temple and the Ministry of Works could not keep up with the pace. I have endured for a long time, but it is about time now. When this policy is implemented, there will be a burst of consumption in a short period of time. Within a year, not only will Your Majesty's money not decrease, it will instead increase like a geyser. That will be the time when I need to be busy. I need to promote productivity while suppressing the depreciation of the currency. Because I have decided to enter the circle that was mentioned earlier." Li Longji and Gao Lishur still did not understand. They only felt that the circle should be very large and difficult to control. Otherwise, Xiao Bao would not have made an expression that looked like he was going to commit suicide outside the Meridian Gate. Wang Wan comforted, "It's fine. At most, we can use unconventional methods. First, we will come up with a law. Whoever dares to cause trouble will be dealt with. There is no need to draw a fixed line there. The true balance is not left, right, and not in the middle. We have to act according to the situation. I am not worried. Don't we have a way to divert the domestic conflicts?" Zhang Xiaobao became relaxed again. Wang Wan took a deep breath and nodded. "Xiaobao, in terms of calculation, I am really not as good as you. Did you think about many things during the imperial examinations? Especially when you were talking to your father?" Wang Wan recalled. At that time, Zhang Xiaobao was very happy. Then, the people from the Ministry of War came and gave the idea. Gao Junmin and the people were happy. Then, Jiang Tsen from the Sanongxi sent vermicelli. Zhang Xiaobao told the other party that he would give up his family's technology. Then, he expanded the capital and said that he would give up military horses. After that, he planned to go to the original place of the Turkic Khaganate. After a year, he would stabilize Japan and Xinhua and start to attack Duoshi. In other words, even if the preschool children incident did not happen today, Zhang Xiaobao would still push the Tang dynasty's economy to explode. Then, when it was the most difficult to control, he would send troops and shift the economic pressure in the country. When he won against Duoshi, he would have military benefits, economic benefits, and resources. Politics would also be more stable. This was the true ability and style of an international swindler. Li Longji and Gao Lishur were also aware of the series of actions Zhang Xiaobao had taken since the imperial examinations. The two confirmed once again that Zhang Xiaobao did not want to be emperor. Otherwise, he would have succeeded long ago. Li Longji looked at Xiao Bei, who was working hard to finish Mao Dan,
and said softly, "You guys have to work hard and learn all the skills of your brother and sister." Then, he looked at his eldest son, Li Jun, who had eaten his fill and was sleeping in his mother's arms. His eyes swept over Empress Wang and Wu Huifei. He pondered for a moment but did not say anything. When Gao Lishur saw the emperor's action, he took a deep breath and looked at Li Jun in a different light. Zhang Xiaobao also secretly observed for a moment. He helplessly shook his head and said, "It's not that I want to scheme. Sometimes some things are forced. Running away will never solve the problem. Since that's the case, let's face it head-on." Wang Wan exhaled. "Actually, it's not that big of a deal. It's fine if we progress quickly. If there are problems, we'll find a way to solve them. If we don't consider the environment, I can fight until the end right now, so I'm not worried about losing. But it's precisely because of the environment that we can't avoid that we have to push forward bit by bit. I don't want to rely on advanced weapons and go deep alone. In the end, others will suffer a crushing defeat and lose more than just the lives of a group of soldiers. Yes, we can't lose. I'd rather increase the cost than bring craftsmen and technicians with me just to save time and money. I'm willing to take the risk of being attacked if the supply line is too long, but I definitely won't bring non-combatants with me and let others have a chance to steal them. In that case, if one of our armies is completely wiped out, the enemy will only steal weapons and ammunition, as well as clothes and food. They can take people as slaves, but if they want to..." Without waiting for Zhang Xiaobao to finish, Wang Wan interrupted, "If they want to rely on the finished products of firearms and ammunition to develop technology, we'll tire them to death. I can give them 100 telegraph machines, but they won't be able to copy them. Even if we give them diesel engines, they won't have the metallurgy skills." Li Longji listened from the side and felt extremely proud. How many people were jealous of the great Tang's industrial and agricultural system? He could easily fly into the sky with a hot air balloon. This is what it means to be an emperor. How could the other small countries dare to declare themselves kings? Have you ever flown before? As he thought about it, Li Longji's mind became restless. He stood up and used a pair of tweezers to pick up a few oysters from the barbecue in front of Xiao Yuan. He dripped 2 drops of soy sauce on each oyster and sprinkled a handful of chopped green onions. He smiled at Xiao Yuan, who had been robbed of her food, and brought it back. He first tasted one oyster, closed his eyes, and enjoyed it. Then, he asked Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. "Xiaobao, Cuckoo, I'm always bored in the palace. Look, I've created a pear garden. In fact, I have nothing to do. When you go to fight Duoshi, can I hold the fort for you?" Empress Wang and Wu Huifei, who were chatting, suddenly stopped talking. Gao Lishur, on the other hand, opened his mouth wide. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan nodded at the same time and said, "Sure, it'll be fun to lead the imperial troops." "Xiaobao Cuckoo you." Gao Lishur didn't need to close his mouth. He directly pointed at Zhang Xiaobao. "But..." Zhang Xiaobao spoke on behalf of him and Cuckoo. "But, while we can guarantee your safety during war, we can't guarantee that your majesty can adapt to the climate. You have to train and adapt for a period of time. Otherwise, the doctors may not be able to think of a solution." When Gao Lishur heard Xiaobao say "but," he was relieved. Empress Wang and Wu Huifei continued to talk about the fabric of the clothes. Li Longji was most annoyed by Xiaobao saying, but, and so on. Once he said that, his wish couldn't be fulfilled. But now, he was the one asking for help, so he couldn't be angry. Otherwise, without the support of Xiaobao and Cuckoo, the officials would definitely not let him go. Thus, Li Longji asked softly, "Xiaobao, you usually have the most ideas. Think about it, how can I adapt? How can I go to the original Turkic place where you are going to spend a few months after the new year?" When Xiaobao heard Li Longji's words, he fell silent again. He used his sleeve to take 2 oysters, one for Wang Wan, and the other for himself to eat after it cooled down a little. Xiao Yuan came over with a small bowl in his hand and said, "Brother, sister, I have oyster sauce here. It's pure. I'm not afraid of salty. When I have time, I'll make real oysters for you. There's no need to roast oysters. They're only delicious when eaten raw. I have to process them first before I choose. I don't want you to get sick from eating them." Zhang Xiaobao signaled his younger brother to put the oyster sauce on himself. Wang Wan also hadn't eaten yet, so she waited with him.
Xiao Yuan, when we go back, I'll treat you to good food. Li Longji also pushed the oyster over. Oh, there's also Uncle Emperor. I forgot just now. Xiao Yuan deliberately said. Li Longji endured it. Who asked him to snatch other people's things? He was in the wrong. Zhang Xiaobao slowly ate the oyster, then smacked his lips twice and said, Your Majesty, you don't have to go to the original Turkic place. There are soldiers everywhere. It's cold and not lively there. You can go to the original Tubo place after the new year. Li Longji gave Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan an oyster each and asked, Is it fun there? It's not fun, it's to adapt to the climate. Not only do you have to go to the original Tubo place next year, you have to go there more often. It's best if you go there 3 times. If your body can take it, you have to go for at least a month each time. Zhang Xiaobao replied. 3 times? Isn't that too much? Li Longji wanted to go, but he was afraid that others would object. Zhang Xiaobao waved his hand and said, It's not much. If not for the fact that you still have to stay in the capital, this subject would want you to stay there for half a year. The last time you go there is when this subject and Cuckoo go on an expedition. This subject has to ensure that the supply line is unimpeded. Furthermore, there can't be only one supply line. Wang Wan added, That's right. Although it's a forceful attack, I don't want too many people to die. Ammunition is just money. I want to continuously fire the cannons. Even if the other party is only one person, as long as he can pose a threat to the soldiers of Great Tang, I'm willing to bombard him with 10,000 cannons. My air force can't keep up, and I don't even have a plane. Therefore, I'll use the artillery battalion to make up for it. I request that every member of the special forces at the front be equipped with a radio. Even if I lose the support of the air force, I want to reach the level of a single soldier. If he sends a report, I will fire the cannons. Even if he says fire at me. Chapter 973. Wang Wan's tone was firm, which meant that no one could refute her words. Li Longji was excited when he heard this. He wished he could become a scout and rush to the front. Xiao Yuan, who was delivering the oyster sauce, also became excited when he heard that there was going to be a war. He took the bowl of oyster sauce and quietly returned to his seat. He pulled Xiao Bei over and whispered to him. Xiao Bei contacted them one by one. After this batch was done, they did not take on new jobs. A group of children gathered together to discuss something. Gao Lishir was also very happy. He had the official position of a general and wanted to go to war. He thought that once the war started, he would go to Tubo with the emperor to win the hearts of the people and help Xiao Bao ensure the supply line. Then, when the front line was smooth and there was no danger, the emperor would go to the front line personally. First, it could increase the morale. Second, show the emperor's power. And third, relax. Empress Wang was also very excited. She waved her fist and said, Fight, Cuckoo, fight for me. When the time comes, His Majesty and I will hold the line for you. She was like this. When Li Longji wanted to be promoted, she helped to plan. Unlike ordinary women, who were worried and helpless, she took the initiative to help Li Longji. It could be said that she was learned from her family. However, later on, because they did not have children, Li Longji, as the emperor, needed women who could fight. Coupled with Wu Huifei's excellent genes, she fell into a passive position. But because Wang Wan liked her, everything changed. She was still the empress, overseeing the great Tang imperial harem, and she had a son and a daughter. At the same time, she learned more tricks, but the things in her bones did not change. She still liked to play sports with the palace maids in the imperial harem. She also wanted to participate in the war. Now, the opportunity came. Wu Huifei, who was beside her, frowned deeply. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan rose at an unstoppable speed, she played 2 small tricks. When others easily saw through and counterattacked, she was afraid. She knew that Wang Wan and Wang Wan had a bottom line. Because of her own identity, the extent to which she gave in was greater than the other county magistrates who caused trouble in Xueqi County, and the officials who caused trouble in other places. However, she would not indulge them endlessly. Now, she no longer planned to overthrow Empress Wang. She only wanted to stabilize her position. However, after hearing the conversation between Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, she did some calculations. If Wang Wan was willing to throw down tens of millions of cannons for the life of a soldier of the Tang Empire, It would require an astronomical amount of manpower and money to produce and transport supplies. Thus, worried that Wang Wan would destroy the foundation of the Great Tang in one battle, she had no choice but to speak up. Cuckoo, Xiao Bao, those who like to fight will surely perish. According to your plan, it will be a waste of manpower and resources. Do you really want to squander all the capital that you've saved up over the years? Duosher is very far away from our dynasty. Why would he take the initiative to find trouble? Is it really because he had some friction with Duosher in Tubo that he launched an expedition? You have to know that a superior army should break the enemy's schemes. Why not use the momentum of an army to force them to retreat, just like the Tubo and the Turks? Sister, you can't think like that. We have to fight for our country. It's better for us to fight than them. Isn't that right, Cuckoo? Empress Wang saw that Wu Huifei wanted to make trouble and interrupted. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao sighed at the same time. Then, Wang Wan signaled Zhang Xiaobao to speak. Zhang Xiaobao had long been used to taking the lead. He explained, I also don't want to fight. I want to subdue the enemy. However, the Duosher tribe won't surrender. They are expanding very quickly. There will be a battle sooner or later. Since that's the case, let's fight. If we don't fight, where can I get oil? If we dig up all the oil in the Tang Empire, won't we leave behind war preparations for our descendants? After Zhang Xiaobao spoke, Wang Wan added, it's inevitable to use the people, but it won't hurt the money. War is a very profitable business. The prerequisite is to win. I'm confident that I can beat them strategically and tactically. I guarantee that I have an absolute military advantage. Zhang Xiaobao nodded repeatedly. In fact, there was oil in the sea, but he couldn't extract it. He could only stare at it. Even oil on land was not easy to extract. If he wanted to extract oil from Daqing, it would be troublesome. He could only dig. Wu Huifei didn't deal with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family, but she had always been concerned about the Tang Empire. A few days ago, she learned about the separation and collection technology of the diesel engine and oil. Now that she heard Zhang Xiaobao mention it, she asked, can you make the diesel engine run and can be filled with oil? Do you have Duosher? I've seen the cans. They are very good for burning, just like methane. It's a pity that you can't light a methane lamp. Yes, Duosher has it. It can't be judged by just having it. It's very rich and convenient to extract. It's relatively convenient. It's better to leave it for them to use in the Tang Empire. Zhang Xiaobao first answered the first question and then introduced the second one. Methane lamps? Yes, oil separates. In fact, there is something more convenient than methane lamps that can be used as a lamp. It's kerosene. To be honest, if we only use kerosene for lighting, it's better to use methane lamps and steam to generate electricity. That's because it's a waste. It has more uses. In my opinion, oil is more precious than gold. Gold can only be used when the military force between countries is equal, but oil can determine whether the military force is equal. There was no doubt that Wu Huifei's genes were excellent. When she heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, she understood that the black thing had many uses and could even determine the outcome of a war. She then asked, if we win, can my son Qing help? Yes, if he is willing and can withstand that kind of environment, it's not a problem to let him lead a large number of troops to guard the strategic location. I believe in him. Zhang Xiaobao gave a quick affirmation. When these words came out, other than Wang Wan, everyone was stunned. Wu Huifei was especially affected. How magnanimous and confident must one be to dare to say this? Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan agreed to let Li Qing lead a large number of troops to guard the strategic location. It was very useful to the Tang Empire and could even determine the strategic location. Firstly, it showed that they were open-minded. Between the interests of the Tang Empire and their own selfishness, the two of them were willing to choose the former. They also believed that they wouldn't use this to blackmail them. Secondly, they were showing their strength. If there was a problem, they would be able to solve it immediately. Just like before, they didn't care if the other party caused trouble. If they really wanted to deal with the other party, it would be a piece of cake. Your Majesty, why don't? Wu Huifei said gently to Li Longji. Before she finished her words, her meaning was clear. Li Longji did not look at Wu Huifei. Instead, he looked at his son and said, Qing doesn't have much to do recently. He's looking for Xiao Bao and Cuckoo to ask about his knowledge. He's also playing games with Jun and Pan. As an older brother, he should act like one. Gao Lisher had been with Li Longji for many years. How could he not understand Li Longji's meaning? He said, "Your Majesty's words are exactly what I'm thinking. When I look at Xiao Bao, I feel that they're very good. After I took Xiao Bao as my adopted son, I chatted with Zhang Zhong in my spare time. Zhang Zhong even said that he was worried that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were smart and would scheme against their younger brother or sister to fight for the family inheritance in the future." Later, when he arrived at Luzhou and learned that his wife was pregnant with twins, he was busy helping the people and mountain people in Luzhou deliver the babies so that the doctors could familiarize themselves with the twins. It was only then that he learned that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were very caring toward their younger brother and sister. When he saw the abilities they had learned, he was at ease. The two of them were willing to give up the family inheritance with a smile. In my opinion, Li Qing isn't inferior to Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. At this point, if Wu Huifei continued to say that she did not understand, she would be pretending. When she looked at Li Jun, the first thought that came to her mind was that Great Tang might have another crown prince. The son of the first wife was indeed extraordinary. At this moment, Wang Wan glanced at Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao responded with a slight pout. Hence, Wang Wan smiled non-committally. Her thoughts were the same as Zhang Xiaobao's. It was not because of one's identity that they would let one do whatever they wanted. Instead, it was because of one's abilities. If Lu Shan were to step up, it would be a real trap. Wu Huifei's heart sank for a moment, but she quickly recovered and said, "Speaking of Qing, she's slow-witted. She can't compare to Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, but she has a good heart. She'll definitely help Great Tang for a long time." She understood that as long as Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were around, her son would never be able to rise to the top. This was the result of birth. Li Jun was lucky enough to be by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's side at a good time. How many skills did she learn from them? Looking at Xiao Bei's 9 children, it was clear that they had nothing to do with their birth parents. This was because they did not have the same parents. All of them were by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's side almost every day, receiving their education. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were all elites. They were really smart. Although Xiao Bei was usually the only one making a fuss, the other 8 children were not stupid at all. They just let Xiao Bei take the lead. Even the children of the royal family were not as fortunate as them. They would not scheme against each other. Every time they encountered a difficult problem, they would immediately work together to think of a solution. For example, just as Wu Huifei was thinking about all kinds of things, Xiao Bei and her 9 children walked over majestically. As usual, Xiao Bei took the lead. The other 8 lined up with Xiao Bei as the center. Not doing business? Zhang Xiaobao asked with a smile when he saw his siblings coming over. Yes. Xiao Bei was a little nervous, so her smile was the brightest. She was like this when she was nervous, thinking that she could confuse others. However, she definitely did not know that her brother studied psychology, and her sister was also proficient in interrogation techniques. Zhang Xiaobao also smiled and waved his sister over. He hugged her and asked, "What kind of business are you going to do? Or candy house? Opening a branch to duo fu? Are you going to say that the sweetest thing is the honey pastry from Baby Candy House, and the happiest way to eat it is to taste it with your family?" Wang Wan burst out laughing. She had already thought of this when Xiao Yuan left just now. Xiao Bei pouted and nodded. Then she said with grievance, "The saddest thing is that when you think of many ways to hide your goal, you realize that there is nowhere to hide." Ha ha. This time, even Li Longji laughed. The other 3 also laughed. "Brother, we can also help. Really, we can fight anyone. We have been worried at home since the last time we fought against Tubo." Xiao Bei saw that there was no way to make her brother fall into the trap, so she could only say it directly. "Of course. How can my siblings be bad?" Zhang Xiaobao said with certainty, "But selling candy won't work. Go back and think of other business. Tell me when you have thought of it. When the time comes, I will bring all of you to war." Xiao Bei became spirited. She jumped out of her brother's arms and said to the other 8, "Solve it. Retreat. Go back and discuss. I don't believe that there is anything that the 9 of us can't do." Chapter 974. When the moon crept up from the east, the fleet was already brightly lit. Singing, dancing, drinking games, poetry, and the aroma of barbecue and hot pot mixed together and permeated the night sky. It didn't feel like the emperor was on an inspection tour, but more like a party on a flower boat. Feng Xiaozhengi and the others were currently hiding in the cabin, eating biscuits and drinking water while learning the techniques that they had spent a lot of money to buy. This was what Wang Wan appreciated, but that didn't mean that she would let it go. The three of them listened to the commotion outside and felt an indescribable irritation in their hearts. They wanted to rush out and shut everyone up, or even let a group of pirates take this opportunity to rush onto the ship and kill the Tang Emperor and Zhang Wang's 11 children. However, they were very clear that there was no chance for a sneak attack. Behind the scenes of singing and dancing, there were many people who were working harder than them. Not to mention eating biscuits, even breathing needed to be controlled. There were layers of defenses, not leaving any blind spots. Xiao Bei and the others didn't come up with a good idea even after dinner. They decided to go to sleep first and rest up before discussing and doing their homework for the day. Empress Wang also coaxed the child to sleep. Even when the child was fast asleep, she sang a lullaby over and over again. Every time her gaze swept across the child's peaceful face, a smile would appear on her face. Li Longji was very happy today, so he drank a little too much. He gathered with Gao Lishir and a group of eunuchs and palace maids to brag. The palace maids and eunuchs rarely saw the emperor like this, so they carefully accompanied him and occasionally praised him. They waited for a long time, but the generals who couldn't wait for the military selections to find their opponents and compete on a small sand table. Often, a general would rush out of his own room and scold his opponent for being shameless. He wanted to turn the military battle into a one-on-one duel between generals. The technicians of the Ministry of Works gathered in groups of 3 to 5 to discuss new techniques. Some simply brought their tools and ran into the steam engine room to accompany the machines. Only when they heard the familiar sounds of the machines did they feel at ease. There were many common people gathered on both sides of the river. The speed of the fleet was not as fast as the transmission of the telegram. Wherever they passed by, even if the officials knew that the emperor would not look at them, they still had to bring the people from the yamen out to show respect. The yamen runners also had relatives, so when the yamen officials were on the move, they would follow many common people to the riverside to watch the fun. When the days were better, the common people found that there was relatively less entertainment. It should be very fun to see the emperor's boat. The most popular was the woman whose child had fallen into the river and was rescued. When she returned home with her child, the whole village, regardless of age or gender, had surrounded her house. When the crowd saw her, she turned into the moon and was held by the stars. Normally, if a child fell into the water and returned home, he might be beaten by the men at home. However, the woman's husband didn't dare to do anything. He even spoke softly. There was nothing he could do. After all, the woman had met the emperor. In the future, the power structure of the family might change. While the woman was answering other people's questions, she took out the gifts that people had given her when she got off the boat and distributed them to the villagers. There were pieces of cloth that were tied together, and there were also pieces of candy that were put in a small bag. They were all gifts. When the people in the inner courtyard sent the gifts, they explained to the woman that after meeting the emperor, they must be surrounded and asked when they returned to the village. If they didn't send some gifts, wouldn't it seem that the emperor was too stingy? They also told the woman that when she came back, she should be realistic and not exaggerate. The woman did speak the truth, but no matter how realistic the scene was, it couldn't escape from exaggeration. That person jumped down from the boat like a dumpling. The life-saving equipment flew all over the sky. The most amazing scene was when Xiao Bei flung his clothes in the air and jumped into the water. As a result, Xiao Bei gained the title of Treading Waves Red Dragon. The lively and peaceful days passed just like that. After the fleet went down the Yellow River and entered the sea, they finally arrived at Jili Prefecture. The military examination that the generals were looking forward to was still not held. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were so busy that they couldn't find the time. They could only postpone the examination again and again. They made the generals deeply understand what it meant to be vigorous in the first spurt of energy, weak in the second, and exhausted in the third. They were really physically and mentally exhausted. They couldn't force Wang Wan to compete with them because the military examination wasn't like the literary examination. They had to answer questions in the examination room for 2 days and then wait for the results to come out.
Since the military examination was a sand table, it was affected by the terrain and weather. A battle that lasted 3 to 4 months was considered short. When it came to the actual competition, the sand table time was 4 to 1. No matter what, it would take at least a month. Therefore, they could only wait until Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan weren't so busy. Then they could compete. The sand table was on the boat, so they could go up and compete at any time. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan really didn't have time. They had to continue with the business at home. They had to read the research reports sent by the Ministry of Works, the Medical College, and the Western Agriculture Temple. They had to check the deposit and loan records of the bank, verify the disaster situation in various places, and then allocate resources. They couldn't fall behind on the lessons of Xiao Bei and the others. Although they said that they were busy, they weren't. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did it with ease. The main thing was that it was trivial and took up a lot of time. Since they weren't busy with the military examination, Wang Wan found that there was still some time left. She went out to chat with Empress Wang and still had some free time. Therefore, she pulled Zhang Xiaobao to do a detailed plan for the economic boom. It would be better if we had a computer. Writing with a pen is too slow. Where were we just now? Oh right, the first industry to be impacted is the retail industry, followed by logistics, and finally production and raw materials. There are many problems involved in every step. Help me think, if you were a person selling pancakes, what would you do? There are suddenly more people buying things, and the supply of pancakes can't meet the demand. What would you do at that time? Zhang Xiaobao held a pencil in his hand and scribbled on the paper. After he finished writing, he turned the page and continued to write. Wang Wan did the same. It wasn't because the writing speed of the brush was slow, but because the ink dried slowly. If one wasn't careful, they could draw. Moreover, it wasn't easy to change. Unlike a pencil, which could be easily erased with an eraser, if the brush made a mistake, they had to paste a layer of paper on it. How troublesome. Wang Wan stopped and rubbed her wrists. She replied, if it were me, I would take the opportunity to find more people and expand the scale. When other people in the same industry raise the price, I would make a name for myself and spend energy to improve the taste of my pancakes. At that time, my business would become bigger and bigger, and it would be difficult for others to do it. It's not that my pancakes are the best, but because my price has not changed, there are many people who buy my pancakes, and they are used to the taste of my pancakes. Then, I would advertise that other people's pancakes are not authentic. Yes, some people expand the scale and some people raise the price. I am happy to see the first situation. As for the second, we can't let the price increase too much. Write a supplementary analysis and put it in the appendix. Zhang Xiaobao lowered his head and continued to write. Wang Wan put the paper in her hand aside for the time being and took the paper again. She started to analyze. She knew what Zhang Xiaobao meant. He wanted to make some people temporarily unemployed. It was not absolute unemployment, but relative unemployment. There were jobs, but they were not earning enough, so they did not want to work. The timing of unemployment had to be grasped well. It could not be too early. If it was too early, many people would lose their jobs, and that would be called an economic crisis. If it was too late, it would not have an effect. It could only be controlled to 1 month of unemployment. After 1 month, the imperial court would recruit people to help transport supplies to the front line of the attack on Duo-Shi, and to the smarter people in the same industry. There was a time difference between annexation and integration, so that they could complete the primitive accumulation of capital. What needed to be analyzed was the speed of research by the Ministry of Works and the Sea Agricultural Temple. When the war ended, these unemployed people would lose the advantage of returning to their original industry and continue to compete. It would not be easy for them to do business. Then they would have to find new jobs for them. The Ministry of Works would release the technology, and the Sea Agricultural Temple would prepare the seeds of crops that could be used to extract industrial raw materials. They would need to cultivate more agricultural talents and go down to guide them. At the very least, they could not let the pancake seller not be able to buy materials. This process would create many problems, both good and bad. On the one hand, in the collective workshop, the waste of raw materials would be reduced. Correspondingly, the environmental pollution would also be reduced. On the other hand, the gap between the rich and the poor would be easily widened, making many people feel that it was unfair. He would not think about it. In the past, when he ate, He could only eat 2 meals a day, and he did not dare to casually eat white flour. He could only eat corn. But now, he could eat meat every day, rice, and steamed buns for every meal. He would only think why? The steamed buns he ate were not as good as the soup. Some people did not even like to eat steamed buns. His life was too bad. It was better in the past. In the past, a bucket of rice only cost 25 copper coins. Now it was 50 copper coins. He could barely afford to eat. As for the fact that he was earning 5 times more money than before, he would not mention it. What he saw was that some people were earning 500 times more than before. They could not even compare to others in terms of food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Food was expensive, and they were earning so much less than others. What kind of country was this? This was all trouble. Wang Wan was also very distressed, but she could not stop it. She had not experienced what communism was like. Distribution according to one's needs. She did not know if wives and husbands could be distributed according to the needs of men and women. Since she could not make the Tang Empire turn into a communist country, she could only try her best to control the situation with Zhang Xiaobao to gradually make the lives of the people better. As for the lives of the smart and hardworking people, that was fine. The only thing to control was the officials. She tried hard to prevent the officials from embezzling, accepting bribes, and using public power for personal gain. She did not want to intensify more conflicts and create more suitable positions for the unintelligent people. For example, some people could only do well under the leadership of others. They were willing to do things, but they could not think of ideas by themselves. Then let them work for others. They would be the employee, and others would be the boss. Then, they would raise the minimum wage and let them earn more. The boss would earn less on average. If any boss did not agree, they would directly stop their business. The Tang Empire is still the best. Wang Wan praised as she thought about it. It is good. Zhang Xiaobao was also thinking about the same thing. He said casually, when the thief is caught, he still knows shame. The officials who have received feudal moral education still know to listen to the emperor. The people who do business are still willing to take out money for the school in order to obtain good evidence. The people also have their pride and are not willing to take other people's things for free. Of course, the most important thing is that they are still willing to believe in the officials and the emperor. Don't always complain. Since you understand, then work harder. Don't let the Tang Empire change. I have thought about it. The main reason is that the Tang Empire is better than other countries in the world, so the people are willing to work hard to maintain the dignity of this country. What Wang Wan did not want to hear the most was Zhang Xiaobao's sarcastic words. It was probably related to the difference in life experience. That's right, that's right. The environment is very important. The classes of the top students usually have better grades than the ordinary classes because they have to ensure their status. Let's just let the common people of Great Tang suffer. I have a plan for the construction of a railway here. Help me take a look and see what's missing. Zhang Xiaobao continued to prepare the materials as he spoke. Wang Wan was also busy. The rustling of pen on paper could be heard in the cabin. When dawn broke in the east, the singing and dancing had stopped. There were people waiting on the shore for the fleet to dock and then help to unload things. Last night, Li Longji was drunk again. He got up with dry mouth and drank a big bowl of clear soup. He rubbed his temples and asked, "I didn't blow on my hair yesterday, right?" The eunuch immediately replied, "No, your majesty is telling the truth. Yesterday, I said that there was a thing that could carry me in the sky from the capital to Jili in 20 hours. Li Longji took the hot towel from the palace maid and put it on his face. He felt much more refreshed and said, "You are also telling the truth. I believe that one day, the Ministry of Works will be able to do it because Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are more eager than me. That thing is called an airplane. They can use it to fight." Yes, your majesty knows more. I thought you were bragging, the eunuch said with a smile. Pack up and get off the ship later. I haven't seen what Jili looks like, Li Longji said while rubbing his stomach. He remembered what Xiao Bei said at dinner last night. Xiao Bei said that it felt good to fish, swim, and eat at the seaside, so he thought about it. When someone went to find Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, the lights in the cabin were still on. The two of them picked up the things written by each other and looked at each other. Then they found flaws in them, put forward new ideas, and discussed. The land production this year is good. The price of food will probably be cheap. Let Chong Pingsong buy at a certain price. Don't hurt the farmers because the grain is cheap. Our construction group also needs to hire people quickly. When the people have money, they will spend it on food, clothes, and houses. Although a house is not equal to a home must have a house. I think that some people will consider that it is not cost-effective to build their own house, so they will pay for others to build it. Our construction group will push out a few model houses according to the environment of each place. They can choose whether they are cheap or beautiful. Different choices will have different fees. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the things written by Wang Wan and said, "Oh, then change my suggestion of asking the people to store their own food. You are more familiar with this." Wang Wan nodded and admitted. She continued, "At first, I thought that the people will spend a lot of money next year and don't have enough food. I was confused and forgot about Chong Pingsong. This way, Chong Pingsong can still earn some money to maintain the granary." "Xiaobao, what you said is also not good. We will ask the people who are responsible for transporting supplies to the army to open an account with the bank. Then, we will transfer the money into the bank. This is very messy, and they can't see the money in the bank. Why don't we give them the money first and let them store it themselves? We can help them store the money properly. Don't think that the people are willing to do this. Now that you have brought Li Longji here, what are you going to do for him?" Wang Wan also pointed out the flaws in Zhang Xiaobao's plan and asked about Li Longji's arrangement. Zhang Xiaobao yawned and turned his head. It was bright outside, so he closed the document in his hand. "All right, it's more troublesome. If it were me, I would be willing to store it in the bank. I still trust the bank. Let's go, wash up and eat. After that, we will go ashore. Li Longji is easy to arrange. I plan to bring him to Tianqi to play. It's about time. When we return, the Yellow River will be blocked. We have to go to Shandong first, then take the land route to Luoyang, and then take the train." Wang Wan put down the document and rubbed her face. A night had passed so quickly. She opened the window, and the cold wind blew in. She quickly closed it again. The weather in the north is always fluctuating. Everyone says that there are prehistoric creatures in Tianqi. Let's see if we can find them. I don't think so. Why don't we think of a way to spread poison in there and kill everything? They will naturally float up. Actually, it's very easy to find out. In the past, we could send submarines and other methods, but that place doesn't belong to us. Let's see if anyone dares to say that Tianqi belongs to them. I declare that the Changbai Mountains and the front line belong to Tang Dynasty. Who doesn't agree? Is there anyone who doesn't agree? Zhang Xiaobao shouted at the window. All right, I give in. Stop shouting. I really give in to you. You didn't sleep the whole night and you can still come up with such a sinister plan. I thought you were going to drain the water. Wang Wan turned off the lights, got up, and walked out. Zhang Xiaobao followed behind with his head lowered. Who said I'm not sleepy? I'll go to sleep after eating. I'll get someone to bring Li Longji to the seaside to enjoy the sea breeze. When they met for breakfast, Zhang Xiaobao was surprised to see that Li Longji's eye circles were darker than his. He seemed to be very tired from bragging last night. Xiaobao, where are you bringing me today? Li Longji had already drunk a bowl of soup when he woke up. The water hadn't been digested yet, so he didn't eat much. After eating 2 steamed buns, he stopped and asked Zhang Xiaobao, who was eating a pie. Your Majesty, follow someone to the seaside first. The water there hasn't frozen yet. Have a taste of the joy of catching and eating now. Go to bed early tonight. We have to travel a long distance tomorrow, and we have to walk on the water. We have to go to the place that belongs to Xinlua. Let's go take it. Zhang Xiaobao put down his chopsticks and said to Li Longji, Is that place good? Li Longji had already gone outside to feel it. The sea was indeed very big, and he couldn't see the end of it at a glance. However, it was especially cold, so he didn't feel that it was good. Whether it's good or not, it's mainly because that place belongs to Tang Dynasty. Don't you think so? It was temporarily used by the people of Xinlua. We have to take it back. If they don't give it to us, we'll cut off their grain. This year, Xinlua's cotton harvest is quite good. Zhang Xiaobao had calculated this matter. If not, why would he let Li Longji come? He would let Xinlua take the initiative to admit that the Tianqi Lake belonged to him. According to the normal plan, Chongbai Mountain belonged to Bohai Commander-in-Chief's manor, but there were people from Xinlua living there. They were mainly there to pick ginseng. The original Bohai Commander-in-Chief's manor belonged to Tang dynasty in name only. Now that Zhang Xiaobao had taken it down, he hadn't gone to clean up the people in other places. Firstly, there weren't many people there, and secondly, it wasn't easy to guard against them. The place was too big, and they couldn't patrol it. That was why he let Li Longji come to the northeast to play. He wanted to strengthen the reputation of the entire region, and let the people there feel that they truly belonged to Tang dynasty. Since the emperor had come, it naturally meant that he had acknowledged Bohai Commander-in-Chief's manor. It was no longer awkward when he hadn't been acknowledged. At the same time, he gave Xinlua a chance to perform. He wanted them to be more proactive and gradually acknowledge Xinlua's status as a prefectural road of Tang dynasty. In fact, Zhang Xiaobao himself could also force Xinlua to suddenly be willing to become a part of Tang dynasty. However, it was too stiff. No matter what, Zhang Xiaobao was only a provincial governor, and not a provincial governor of Xinlua. Xinlua was a country on its own. Now that Li Longji was here, he could deal with Xinlua in the future. The nobles of Xinlua would be able to give face. Otherwise, if the resistance was too intense, he would have to spend a lot of effort to appease them. Another point was that Zhang Xiaobao wanted to get a portion of the Xinlua people to live here this winter. At that time, he would let Li Longji say a few words and establish a trade county between Tang dynasty and Xinlua to encourage the Xinlua people to move to the trade county. If they weren't willing to come, he could tell them that the Tang dynasty's grain output this year had been greatly reduced due to frequent disasters. There was no more grain to be exchanged with Xinlua. In order not to break the contract, he would use other things of higher value to replace it. For example, exquisite silk, strong and useful ironware, or exquisite ceramics. He would use these to replace grain and take back the cotton flowers from Xinlua. If the Xinlua people did not want to starve to death, they could only bring these things to the newly established county to exchange for grain. The county would give them some preferential policies and vigorously promote that Xinlua and Tang dynasty were one family. Many Xinlua people would stay. Next, we'll let the Xinlua people who come over become rich first. Then, we'll let them go back and help promote. While Zhang Xiaobao was talking to Li Longji, Wang Wan whispered to Empress Wang about Zhang Xiaobao's plan and plans. Empress Wang nodded repeatedly when she heard this. Good idea. This way we won't have to fight. You and Xiaobao are still kind-hearted. It's rare that you can't bear to use weapons against the people of Xinlua. Wang Wan was sweating from the praise. Then she said to Empress Wang, Mother, we have to travel for the next few days. You have to stay in Jili province and concubine Hui. Otherwise, we won't be able to return if we waste too much time on the road. Li Longji was also asking Zhang Xiaobao, if that's the case, I'll be wasting my time on the road. Next year when I go to Tibet, I can't be in such a hurry. I want to take a good stroll. How's the scenery in Tibet compared to here? There's no way to compare. They're all different. The only problem with Tibet is that it's hard to breathe when you reach the place. I'll get the Ministry of Works and the Medical College to prepare oxygen tanks before you leave. Think about it now. The sky is very blue, the clouds are very white, and the wind is very strong. You can roughly guess. Zhang Xiaobao took advantage of the time when Li Longji was thinking about the sky and clouds to eat his food as quickly as possible. When Li Longji still hadn't thought it through and was about to ask him, he had already finished eating. The ship was going to be handed over to Xian Luo in Japan, so everyone had to go down. After resting for a day, they set off on their own ship. Many people at the dock had already started unloading goods from the ship. They were all local specialties bought from various places in the capital. They couldn't make a trip for nothing. The matter of providing goods to the locals was also considered. The people who drove the ship and the technicians who repaired it would be left on the ship. Under the protection of the gunships that were also rented to Japan and Xian Luo, they would head to the two places. However, the gunships only allowed Xian Luo and Japan to send people to watch and coordinate on the ship, but they weren't allowed to touch the weapons. When Li Longji and the others were about to get off the ship, the goods were almost unloaded. This time, Xiao Bei didn't jump into the water. Instead, he walked down the ladder while talking. Brother,
Why don't you ask Xian Luo and Japan for an additional trial fee? We helped them test the ship all the way. With our status, we took the risk to test the ship for them. Shouldn't they do something? That was what Xiao Bei said. Feng Qiao Shouji, who had already come down and was standing at the dock, almost fell into the sea when he heard the sound coming from above. Zhang Xiaobao was very gratified. According to the current development of the situation, there would be very few opportunities for his sister to be fooled in the future. Xiao Bei, you have to remember that the friendship between countries can't be measured by money. We helped them today. Perhaps we will need their help in the future. If it were any other child from the great Tang, Zhang Xiaobao wouldn't dare to say this. He was afraid that the child would take it seriously. However, Xiao Bei was definitely not a problem. As expected, Xiao Bei looked as if he had been taught a lesson and said, "Brother, I understand. Actually, there's no need for the future. We need their help now. Why don't we ask Japan to send 50,000 more people to work for us to prove their friendship? In a little while, I'll go and discuss this with Feng Qiaokuan. I'm confident that he'll agree, and so will the Japanese. After all, the great Tang and Japan share a deep friendship. They'll definitely think the same and not reject us as enemies." Feng Qiao Shouji, Sanben, and Sanji all sat on the ground at the same time. They were afraid that they wouldn't be able to control themselves and would fall into the sea. Their hearts were filled with hatred. Zhang Xiaobao and his sister were really too immoral. They were clearly saying this for the three of them to hear. When Xiao Bei came, if they didn't agree, then they would be enemies. Xiao Bei didn't care about what the others thought. He happily followed his brother off the boat. He found the other 8 people and ran off to the side to whisper. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't sleep the entire night and were still sleepy. After getting off the boat, they didn't bother with the arrangements made by Li Longji and the others. They found a nearby place and the two of them took a hot bath. Then, they squeezed together and fell asleep. The busiest one was Xiao Bei. He ran around and didn't say anything. He just followed along and joined in the fun. Behind him were Li Jun and Pan Er. When the two girls saw that there were so many people, they also began to run like crazy. From time to time, they would be pulled back by Xiao Bei and pointed at something to teach them. Xiao Hai and the others could only protect them from the side. At the very least, they couldn't let Li Jun and Pan Er run outside of the protective circle. About 2 li away from the pier, there was an amusement park. It was a small amusement park. The bigger amusement park wasn't at the pier. The pier was deep and there wasn't a suitable beach for them to play on. Although the amusement park was small, it was relatively speaking. It had all the facilities that could be found inside. There was a merry-go-round, a high slide, a maze, a seesaw, and so on. There were also themed houses, crab-shaped, prawn-shaped, and so on. Amusement park. Amusement park. Speak. Xiao Bei brought the 2 younger children to the outside of the amusement park. He pointed at the 3 words and taught them to read. The 2 little brats opened their mouths and tried to say the words twice. Then, they couldn't do it and insisted on going in. Xiao Bei was helpless and could only bring them in. There were no ticket takers at the entrance, nor were there any ticket sales windows. All the rides inside were free. Li Longji followed behind as well. There weren't many people around to protect them. The guards were all monitoring from afar. The people in the theme park weren't chased away. Instead, they were checked over and over again to confirm their identities. Then, they were taken away from them if they were carrying dangerous items that could cause harm to others. Although it was winter, there were still many people playing. The children's faces were red from the cold, but they weren't willing to stop. They couldn't stand the cold, so they ran to the side where all kinds of food were sold to keep warm. This kind of place had a room to eat. It was warm inside, and there were radiators outside. There were also seats on the left and right to block the wind for the adults so they could watch the children play. In fact, the restaurant also had glass windows that allowed people to see outside. However, Zhang Xiaobao had discussed with Wang Wan before. Although it was just a glass window, the adults would feel that they were too far away from the children. If they fell, they wouldn't be able to help them. Therefore, they had to set up seats outside. The truth was just as Zhang Xiaobao had said. No adults who brought their children out to play were willing to leave their children outside, even if they knew that the amusement park built by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family was very safe and had people protecting it at all times.
Li Longji looked at the group of children running around and suddenly felt very good. He asked the manager who accompanied him, "Why don't you charge them? I don't see a place to buy tickets." "Your Majesty, because it's a children's amusement park, if you charge them, the parents will choose what to let their children play. If it's expensive, they won't want to spend money." The young master said that he couldn't care if the Tang dynasty's children played in other places, but he could definitely guarantee that they could play to their heart's content in the amusement park built by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family. "Even if, Your Majesty, please forgive me." The young master said that even if the emperor's child came to play, he wouldn't be able to show his identity in the amusement park. He wouldn't have a chance because other than playing, children also eat for free. What he can eat, other children can eat too. Even if he brought his own food, it might not be better than what the amusement park provides. The manager originally didn't want to say anything, but he still answered honestly. Li Longji wasn't angry. He knew that the so-called not showing his identity was only in terms of playing and eating. June and Pan Er's degree of protection would definitely be different. However, if the child of a certain prince came, Zhang Xiaobao wouldn't dare to do anything. Seeing June and Pan being helped onto the merry-go-round, Li Longji asked again, "Can the money be collected?" "Your Majesty, it can. It's just that the amount earned is more than the amount earned. The people who can come to Jelly Province to play are either rich people in summer where there's no sea, or rich people in winter where there's no snow. In summer, people look at the sea, and in winter, they look at the snow." After calculating, it was found that the amount of money they spent to buy tickets, food, and accommodation is exactly the same as the basic cost of the amusement park. The person in charge replied. Li Longji didn't believe him at all. He looked at Gao Lishir, and Gao Lishir also had an expression of disbelief on his face. Thus, he asked on behalf of the emperor, "Xiao Bao created such a scene just to do charity for the rich people of Tang dynasty? If you're saying that Xiao Bao is doing charity for the common people who don't have a good life, I believe it." Master Gao is right. If he's doing charity for the rich, not only Master Gao and Your Majesty, this humble one also doesn't believe it. The little Gongzi earned money outside of the tickets. For example, Your Majesty, and you don't see snow in Jiangnan province. Even if it does, it won't be heavy. If it really gets heavy, it will become a disaster. This is because the people in the south can't be prepared for snow at all times, unlike the north, where they have to be prepared at all times. The manager continued to explain. His words were clear and respectful. After all, not everyone could accompany the emperor. Li Longji and Gao Lishir nodded slightly, indicating for the other party to continue. Your Majesty's family is rich, so you want to come to Jelly Province to see the snow in winter. Master Gao's family is ordinary. He has a business. Without a foster son like the little Gongzi, when we sell tickets, we only sell one kind of ticket, a set of tickets. If the two of you want to come, from Jiangnan Province, it costs 60 strings of coins, including the boat fare, and 70 strings of coins if you travel by land. When the two of you buy tickets, you can't reveal your identity. This way, Master Gao will be willing to come. However, Your Majesty is rich, and you still have to think of a way to reveal your identity. Then when you arrive, you can ask for a better house and better food and wine, and the gap between you and your family will widen. As for you, Master Gao, you have a child or other family members. You can't spend too much money, but you will definitely understand. After all, between the clouds and the water, blue sea, silver sand, and sea of clouds are such places, and our service is very good. We won't be prejudiced against you because you don't want to live in a better house because of the tickets you buy. When she smiles at Your Majesty, she definitely won't dare to show her 7.5 teeth to you, unless she loses half of her teeth. Ha ha. Ha ha. Li Longji and Gao Lishir couldn't help but laugh when they heard this kind of humorous and witty words. I know. The food and accommodation can be different, so you should be able to earn quite a lot of money. Li Longji nodded his head even more. This was his recognition of Zhang Xiaobao, which was Xiao Bao's style. Yes, you can indeed earn quite a lot of money. Another thing is souvenirs. There is a type of free souvenir that is exquisitely made. Together with the tickets you leave in your hands, it can prove that you have been to Jelly Province. There are also souvenirs that have to be bought with money, such as deer skin, fox skin, tiger bones, bear paws, and so on. The price is very high. The little young master said that there are not many tourists now. If there are really hundreds of thousands of tourists in a year, then the fur of animals can't be bought with money. The little young master is afraid that he will kill all of them. It is too easy to use guns to hunt. Therefore, in the future, he will have to look at the level of consumption before he starts to breed animals. He can't let the children of future generations understand what kind of animals there used to be in Tang from pictures. Miss Cuckoo also said that when the day comes, the children will definitely not praise their ancestors for their bravery when they use advanced weapons to bully animals. Their weapons will be more advanced. Money can't be earned, but animals can be killed. When the steward talked about the little young master and Miss, his face was filled with sincerity. Li Longji deeply agreed. Yes, we can't only leave behind people for our future generations. We have to leave behind other things. Other than animals and minerals, we have to let them know that their ancestors once worked hard for them. I, Li Longji, can proudly say that when I was alive, Tang Dynasty was the #1 country in the world. The children can curse whoever ruined it. Long live your majesty. The surrounding people said in unison again. Let's go. Bring me to see what food and toys there are. Looking at the things in front of me, I'm envious. I didn't play with them when I was young. Li Longji waved his hand casually and strode towards a slide made of snow. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.